the night, in my sleep, an audible voice saying, can you, with the same energy, with the same tenacity, with how you are able to fix your PhD with pregnancies in between, can you use that same energy to produce audio Bibles in Nigerian languages? And I woke up from my sleep and I tapped my husband. I said, honey, did you hear the loud voice that did you hear the loud voice that I heard from my sleep? And he said he didn't hear anything. He said, what did I hear? And I said to him, I had an audible voice saying to me, can I produce audio Bible in Nigerian languages with the same energy, with the same tenacity with which I was able to work on my PhD in between with pregnancies, running the home, pastoring a church, teaching in the university. It was quite demanding. But because it's a spiritual vision, because I heard it from my sleep, I knew I just needed to do something. And that was how we started by looking for narrators.
Welcome. Namibia's first president, Sam Nujoma, has died in the capital, Windhoek. He was a founding member of the Southwest People's Organization, SWAPO, under which he and others fought for independence from South Africa. He was 95. In the United States, President Donald Trump has signed an executive order freezing aid to South Africa and establishing a special refugee status for white South Africans to relocate to the United States. Trump's anger stems from a new South African land law and the country's decision last year to bring Israel before the International Criminal Court regarding Gaza. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Since 2016, a case in court seeking to have Nigeria withdraw from the Organisation of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Islamic Development Bank, Islamic Military Alliance to fight against terrorism, and others is still pending. There was also a 2020 lawsuit over the continuous use of Arabic inscription on the Naira and Army logo, which is still ongoing. Against this backdrop, a recent push by Muslims, including the Sultan of Sokoto, to extend the Sharia panel and court to the southwest received serious pushback. Our guest today, Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies, is joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. She's a professor of applied linguistics, a political analyst, and a public commentator. She also ran for president in 2019. She's also the secretary of the Elders Council of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Ecclesiastical Affairs. Bishop Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies, it's an honor to have you on the show today. Welcome.
Thank you. My pleasure. My real pleasure.
Thank you so much. We really are glad to have someone as distinguished as you are today on the show, and it's wonderful. You're joining us from Port Harcourt. Yes. Yeah. All right. So let's start with the stories in the news, which is the main story is Sam Njomo, who died in Namibia today, founding leader of that country. And we can see that Africa is losing those who fought for independence. And I wanted to know, what is your take on that phenomenon? You know, the fact that we are losing the elders and people who saw what happened to Africa during colonization.
My take is so simple, and I'm sure it will be like the take of an average African, that we should allow them to sleep well as they are going one by one. What they have labored for, their effort, the fighting, their vision, the mission, all that they stood for in their lifetime, we should allow it work now in our own time. Not only to work positively in our own time, but also to work in the future of the unborn generation. So it's high time we sat up and we allow these people sleep and rest in peace. That usual, let their soul rest in perfect peace, by following up on what they have labored for, what they have done, and making sure we don't bring it down. Because as things are going now, it's like, what they all struggled and fought for is being pushed down. And I want to use this opportunity to say RIP to our old father.
Mm. Now, we also know that what they fought for is still, we haven't won the war. You know, colonization is still ongoing. In fact, this month is 150th anniversary of the Berlin Conference of 1885, where Africa was carved by these European powers. A lot of people are saying that the consequences, we are still dealing with the consequences of that breakdown of Africa into the kind of structure, the countries we have now. Do you think we need to revisit that?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been as bad supposing the breakdowns are working. For instance, I'm a Nigerian. If Nigeria is working, if Ghana is working, if Namibia is working, if all our different countries are working, then why do we actually need to go back to the big Africa, which was the dream of Zeke and the rest of them? So I feel what is important is to make this fragment functional and work, because in practical terms, the smaller versions may actually work better than the bigger version. And it is when we have the smaller versions functional that we can now in unity still push the bigger version. So we need to make each of the smaller entity work. And when they work, then the big one will work. But the heroes of the labor of our heroes past, like we sing in old Nigerian item, must never be in vain.
You said old. Is it not the new? Is it not the new one, Prof? It's back to being the new one, is it not?
Yeah, in a sense, it is, but in another sense, it is not. These visions by the forefathers, let me just stay a bit around Nigeria. By the time Awolowo and co were fixing University of Ife alumni, they were making a point to the white man that we can also fix beautiful universities. And I've never gone to any university abroad and feel I wasn't at a university. They just are par with University of Ife, with the environment, with the interior, with the class of lecturers. I was in the class of Akinwumi Shola, Wande Abimbola, Wole Soyinka, and the environment so beautiful that currently, because the wife of Tinubu, Remi Tinubu, is also an alumni. She's trying to top it up. She's like, fix it like our days in the 80s, you know? So our forefathers really had their vision. You know, we had to be calling Zig of Africa. He just wanted that strong Africa, while Awolowo and Co were just like, we could still do the smaller units and still have a great self. It should be both ways. We should have the old Africa strong and now have the smaller units equally strong.
Okay, we'll get to Nigeria, but before we do that, let me get your view on what's happening in South Africa. So as we said in the news, the President of the United States just granted a special refugee status to white South Africans to relocate to the United States because the government of South Africa is making moves to address the land issue in that country. And also as a punishment for South Africa for taking Israel to the International Criminal Court. What do you think about that?
You know, everybody is looking at Trump like, what is he going to do? Will he leave our world in the next 4 years in a bigger mess? But my gear as an individual is just on neutral, because we're talking about a country like America that have their own ideology. They already have an ideology. And their ideology, political ideology, is broken into two. So they have the Democrat and the Republican. And each of them stands for very strong ideologies and worldviews that they are struggling to pursue. So for me, we've had enough of all the Obamas and the Biden pushes from the end of the Democratic. And now we want to have some other push from the Republican. So why not, if not? The problem has been, Trump said everybody should go back home. Yes, go back home and fix your countries. But that does not mean that when he sees situations like bringing in the refugees from South Africa, he shouldn't also do that. So it's just to balance the decision making for time. I think that's what we should be looking out for. And for me, I see Trump as an engaging person. I see him as somebody that is strong to drive the idea.
All right. We're speaking to Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies, who is joining us from Port Harcourt. She's here to talk about challenges of Nigeria, especially issues around Islamic secular nature of Nigeria and our membership of the Islamic organizations. She wants to talk about religious bodies that she felt that Nigeria should not be part of because we're a secular nation. She also addressed ethnic cleansing in Nigeria and matters like that, including all the Boko Haram killings going on across the north. So that's why we invited her. Hopefully she will be able to join us again because, Nigeria and the connection is always a problem when we have some guests out of Nigeria. But I hope she will be able to join us again. So, and of course, the way we do it, we are going to talk to her for about 30 minutes. Then we will let our viewers join us in the conversation about Nigeria and Africa, especially a day like today. In America here today is Super Bowl, so it's really a very special day in America, busy and special. It's more than Christmas for most people here in America. But we're seen all over the world, and the show must go on. But my friends in America, I'm sure they are not sitting down at home watching conversations about politics today. It's really about football. So we are going to take a break. When we come back, we will reconnect with Professor She's here. All right.
Glad
All right.
to be back.
Yeah, you're back. You're back. Thank you so much. So you were talking about before you dropped, you were talking about just a minute.
I was talking about Trump.
Yeah, I know you were talking about Trump. There's something I'm saying. Okay, yeah, okay, it's fixed. You were talking about Trump, yeah,
yes,
Trump
and the package
and South Africa, and I wanted to know: do you think that it's okay for Trump to give South African whites this privilege of leaving South Africa to come to America, because South African blacks, who are about 73% of the population, they are saying that white people, who are about 7% of the population, should not control over 73% of the land.
I think this is what ought to have happened so many years ago. This was what Mandela and the rest of them fought for. They fought to be in charge of their South African land. They fought to be the one to rule their country. Thank God with time, it worked out that the owners got their land back. So if this time around, they're moving out so that the owners could have it, then it's like the government working in the system, is like the government working on the system rather than just on top of the system. The government is now working underground the system, which is what we call management, the ability not to be touching the leaves on top, but to go deep down and address root causes. And that's looking like what Trump is proposing for Gaza too. Why will Gaza be that trade be at this side, Palestine at this side, and the Israel is sandwiched? Can you just all move to this side and let's have this side together? A lot of sanity, this side together, and let's have a long-term solution. So I feel that's like a proposal for a long-term solution, and it's pointing to the Nigeria, go back home, go fix your home. The issues are all alike. Go, if you're in America, go fix your own. And if you're a stranger in America, come back home. Everybody go fix your stuff. That's bottom line.
You support Trump?
Yes, I like it.
so now you're looking at it this way. Trump
it's going to be demanding for the people involved. And it's better said than done. I know that it's not easy when somebody already have a place where you are settled, where you have grown, your comfort zone, and from nowhere, it's like you're being jacked up. Then get out of here and move to next. But it's next level, absolutely. If you allow yourself to go for it at the long run, you may actually be happier.
So you'll be happy if white people are moved out of South Africa and South Africa will become a black nation totally?
Why not? This is the Africa we're looking for, and I'll be happy if Nigerians will come back home from diaspora and help our people here to sit up and set them up. We want life.
And then for Gaza, you think the peace will have come when we move Palestinians out of Gaza and bring who is there?
I was listening to their president the other time, and he actually brought a world map showing us the situational position, as in see Israel like a dot here, and see the strip of Gaza we're struggling with here, where all the terrorism and see how much we're spending to keep it, and see Palestine the other way, and just figure it out. Who should extend here and really clean it up for the entire planet? And at a point, I was just like, what was the sandwich all about?
So, but if you look at the map in 1948, before Israel, it wasn't like that. It wasn't the way it is today. They had more land, but they were squeezed now where things are.
That means we're on the same page. I'm saying they're really squeezed now, so allow them to the Gaza side.
Okay.
And spares the stress. You see, it's easier to say half of the space for Israelites and half of the space, which is what we've been doing over the years. Let them keep managing. But there are times in life, I've been in some situations in my life too, that you're just managing, you're just patching up. And whenever you think of an ultimate solution, you don't have the courage to go for it because you're like, yeah, this is going to be demanding on me. But if you actually could go for it at the long run, you may be happier. Yeah, ultimately, you may be quite happier. You may even feel also, why was the stress all the while? Yeah.
All right. So I wanted to say, if we allow Trump to do these things, go to Gaza, move people out of Gaza, go to South Africa, bring people to America, you might decide one day in Nigeria, I don't like these people to be part of Nigeria, and move them out. Are we okay with that?
Which people out of Nigeria?
He could pick any group and say, these people should not be in Nigeria. We need them. They are the problem in Nigeria. Let's move them out of Nigeria.
Let's exemplify it. Move Boko Haram from Nigeria. Do we want to see all those bikes in the Sambisa forest? Now we're just talking. All the things we've been trying to dodge and scratch, we're just talking about it. And what is bad about, for instance, terrorism or a bully is that most times the person bullying is not going to do anything about it. If a child is using a stick on the eye of a bird, and that child is enjoying it as a joke, that child is not going to stop it, except the bird starts crying as in it's paining me. So most of the time when we set boundaries, it is actually the one being bullied that's supposed to say, no, that's not good for me. But we're also the ones dodging it. We don't want to talk about movement of anybody that want to kill anybody to get out of the scene. We want to be pampering those people doing the negative things. But now Trump is saying, no, there's a president that I once read like that, I said, is going to kill everybody, all these evildoers, check them out and let God judge them in heaven. If God likes, he could put them in hell or in heaven, but he's at least going to send them to him for theirs. And for the little I've read about my Bible, actually, you won't send such people to God and God will send them to heaven. It will be the continuation of the hell because it's a good God. Right. So if you can be strong for all this, if you are emotional, you can't get it. You're just like, you're moving me from my comfort zone. Can't you get it? If you're very emotional and you like all the comforts, you can't get it. But if you're thinking of an ultimate solution and ultimate solutions at this point, then there's no need bandaging it. There's no need bandaging it. You can scrape it. You can tie it. You can fine tune it. Then we can get a better world. Interestingly, I'm also the country president of International Peace Advocates in Nigeria, United Nations Positive Livelihood Award Center. And we preach peace, but as much as we preach peace, we always talk about equal rights. We talk about justice so that the peace could be lasting. There's a surface peace. It won't just last. So I don't mind the moves. I won't say the moves of Trump. I'll say the move of his ideological group rather than just pinning everything on Trump. Trump is just trying to follow that old method. Get the Bibles back to schools because that's just his party. You can't say you are half man and half woman. According to the Bible, there are two genders. You confuse here. So there's no transgender. It's just following the rules of his own party, which is not the Democrats. That's how they see it. That's their world view. And is just working according to the conservative.
Right. Yeah. Ideology.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the issue that that we invited you here to discuss, which is about Nigeria's membership of some Islamic bodies. The one that most people know is the OIC, but there are so many. Tell us a little bit about what you and your members of your group are agitating for.
Nigeria has a population of about 330 million. Not only that, this state is inhabited by more than 250 ethnic groups speaking about 500 distinct languages. And what is good about Nigerians is that right in our constitution, it is very, very clear that Nigeria's constitution ensures freedom of religion. Freedom is a secular nation. So when we say we don't want Sharia, when we say we don't want OIC, when we say we don't want Nigeria in about 13 to 20 Islamic bodies, then the point we're making is not just a personal point of view or Nigerian Supreme Council's point of view. The point we are making is a constitutional point. This is a legal matter that you can't have a nation that you have already said in this country, 50% Christians, 48% Muslims, 2% traditional religion. Then the agreement in the constitution says, whatever you want to do, religion-wise, free. Nigeria is a democratic nation. We believe in democracy. We believe in rule of law. We believe in power to the people, power to the nation, power to individuals. We are fighting strongly for human rights. Then how do we get there? I think this was an individual brainchild and his team. This was the brainchild of Babangida. It was around that year, was on youth service. Yes, I think that was in 86. Babangida came in 85 and started this joining of OIC in 1980s. And all of us were thinking it's a joke. We were just thinking it won't work out, like Baba Obasanjo actually did not believe this when he was signing the Sharia in northern Nigeria. It was even saying what he was signing would die on, it's dead on arrival. That how will you go killing and cutting the hands of people that voted for you? And Baba was saying, you don't do that in the West, don't do it in Yoruba land, don't do it in southern Nigeria. But if you want to kill your people after struggling to vote for you, go for it. And after signing it, as he was teasing them and signing, Baba kept saying, that concept is dead on arrival if somebody is not insane. It's dead. But once we take these things from another point of view of, I'm not really, Baba is not really as serious. It's even helping them to think. Because in Yoruba land, when a child said, they call it Omogbaje, a child says, I want to go and draw myself. And he's pressing you, I want to go and get myself drawn. And you're just like, okay, you go there, get yourself drawn. The child will sit down and refuse to. So Baba was thinking that's a proverb of sign it off, sign you into Boko Haram, is what? Sign you into such a mess to cutting each other. And they just took it as something good and went for it. And what is most disturbing now is, sorry, I must just keep speaking this my Yoruba. Yoruba ni ẹni tí ó daṣọ síyàn lọ́rùn tọ́rùn ẹ̀ là ń wò. Again means that somebody has decided I'm going to do you, but buy you a fine and beautiful clothes. You must check out what that person is wearing. What clothes are you wearing? So this push into OIC, this push, I'm going to get out the list of some of those groups and just read them to us and pretend as if I'm in the classroom doing a master's or PhD class. If you just see the list, it's just overwhelming. And what have they to offer? And this is why I'm so pleased with the Western Nigeria. Yoruba people said, do it, but don't do it here. We are happy people in Yoruba land. I'm Olu Funmilayo. I'm a princess at Ira. At the Kabiyesi of Ira, as I'm talking, it's my cousin. It's my second cousin, and he's Muslim, Hajj. And we're all very happy people. When it's Christmas, they eat our food. When it's New Year, when it's their Ramadan, we eat their food. I remember in those days, my mom would be saying, Hajj, this meat is very small. This Father Abraham meat, give us a good quantity when they are sharing it. So how did we get there? That you now want to Sharia the whole of Yoruba land, when Baba Obasanjo has already said it, that this stuff you guys want to do here, this ridiculous stuff, which I'm signing up for you, so you should know, don't do it. Then you want to extend it. So the case is now compounding. The case is bigger than Nigerian Supreme Council for Ecclesiastical Affairs. Some Muslims don't like it. Some members of Islamic Council in Nigeria are just like, for heaven's sake, what is Sharia doing inside? One or two of them have told me, you guys should go and press for your ecclesiastical courts. And that's why at a point we also went pressing for ecclesiastical courts.
Do you think that would be the solution?
Which they threw out anyway. They threw it out saying this is a secular nation. So you can't have ecclesiastical.
But let's go back to Obasanjo. You mentioned Obasanjo. I think if I'm not wrong, the 1979 Constitution, he was the one that handed over to civilians, and that was Sharia was there, mentioned in that Constitution. So the people that did the 1999 Constitution, they essentially transferred that. So why will Obasanjo be complaining if under him Sharia was added in the Constitution?
That's exactly what I was saying. At times, there's what you want to do, and there's how you do it. Now, I'm talking about Trump wanting everybody in their different countries to sit up. He wants Canada to sit up, not to be dependent on US the way they used to do. He wants Nigerians to sit up, not to feel the only solution to their lives is going to have their babies in the US. He wants the world to change. He wants us to have a happy, functional world. But see how he's going by it? He's going by it with it. Go back home. Go back to your different home. Whereas the Democrats will feel the way to go by that is by pampering them. Oh, US has money to give everybody that is sick all over the world, so we are running that for you. US have money to babysit everybody that is a woman and would like to change to a man. US want to pamper you. It's just whatever you want, you get it. That's the Democrats' method of making people happy. But the Republican says no. They say, we want you to be happy by sitting up. So they want to sit up everybody. So when they insisted then that they want Sharia in northern Nigeria, he explained to them the implications. Baba Obasanjo explained to them. He said, do you know the implication? That means the small things that are supposed to be forgiven, you will be chopping off each other's hands, and you will have plenty beggars on your streets. Is that? And I now use the Yoruba proverb to exemplify it that says, if you want to kill yourself, if a mother kept saying, don't kill yourself, my child, don't kill, and the child entered the river, with the mother enter inside, we say, don't kill yourself, and start going home. So I think Baba got to that level of, if that's what you want, but don't push it here to the south. But we are getting bothered now that method that we thought will work is their business, let them kill themselves. If your neighbor is eating bad insects at night and you don't say, what are you eating? The sound of it will not allow you to sleep at night because it's your neighbor. So we're getting to a level now that we know that what our neighbors are eating that has given them so much poverty, that has made them to slaughter and kill themselves in numbers. And the Christians are not being spared. In fact, inside the Sharia, in the name of ethnic cleansing, is the Christians, they are even killing them all. See the cases in Kaduna, see the cases in Jos, the seemingly Christian state in the north. The current status is horrible. You just pick in your newspaper every day and you know you must read about kidnapping, you must read about one Christian or the other being killed, being slaughtered by Iswa, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, and just name them. But all of them are Islamist. So this is what Nigeria is going for. This is not what we should go for. So that case has been in court since, like you said, 2016. And we just looked at it as Supreme Council that it's 10 years next year. And if Tinubu will need to do things that are decisive, if he will look at his age and tell himself nothing to lose when I'm gone, he's not 21 years, he's not 32. So he needs to fix Nigeria, not by working on top of the leaves, under. Let's get some of the rules right from under. Buhari did a similar thing. Buhari removed Nigeria from about 100 international bodies. When he said, I remember Kemi, the Minister for Finance then said, we can't afford to pay. So how are they paying the OIC thing? How are they servicing those lists currently? The list of about 20 bodies. Like I said, if you just give me the opportunity to take it as if I'm in class, and like just list a number of them to you, you personally will be embarrassed because this is not only a matter of Organisation of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, which we entered in 1986, Islamic Development Bank. It's also being used.
Some people might say that actually those ones are positive because Nigeria is able to borrow money from them at a low interest rates and use it to develop the country. So it's not just about
Islamic Educational, Scientific, Cultural Organization, ISESCO, World Assembly of Muslim Youths, WA. These are groups that you can enter on your own as Muslim groups. Christians in Nigeria can enter some groups, maybe in Italy, as individual groups. But you don't enter when the Constitution has said no. Muslim World League, MWL, International Islamic Fight Academy, IIFA, Islamic Committee of International Christians, ICIC, Islamic Conference Youth Forum for Dialogue and Cooperation, ICYFDC, Organization of Islamic Ship Owners Association. These are groups that on your own. This thing is boiling down to what we're saying about rearing of cows. In Nigeria, you want to rear cows. Okay, I'm in River State. We are raising fishes, crayfish. What else do we eat here? Livestock is the cows and livestock is these other ones. Why will you regard the cow and say it has become a national project and everybody in all the 36 states of the country should give slots to Fulani headsmen, especially when you know that where they are is less peaceful. See what bothers me and my intelligence, what erodes my intelligence is what you're doing, and you already, you yourself, you know it's bad, that is not working out. You already know that. When I get home now, and I said to, and I asked Kabiesi, I said, Kabiesi, I said, even right in the village, I said, why are things expensive like this? And Kabiesi was like, people don't go to the farmlands again. You know, when they go there, Fulani headsmen are attacking them. Okay, that's in Kwara State. I said, you won't go to Ilorin to report them. And Kabiesi is like, to who? It's just like reporting Fulani to Fulani. So it's to just stay off our farms. So in Kwara State, we have stayed off farms. You said those same people that made my people to stay off home in Kwara are still coming to catch me up in Port Harcourt. So some years ago, just behind my house here, close to the university, some Fulani came in there. Our lives were deteriorating as lecturers and students living in the school by their pounding at 4 a.m. I remember writing a poem on the nomads of the deserted lands of the earth, subjugate the literate with trepidation. By 4, they've woken us up pounding. So these people that we want to copy their lifestyle, the Muslims, Libya, Iran, Iraq, Somalia, name them. They themselves, what is their game? Because when you want to share something, when people say, I'm going to the US, yeah, they're going for light. We're going to the US, they're going for vegetables to eat, right? I'm going to the US, you're going to eat right. There are some things they have analyzed that they won't get out of Nigeria. So they are going, one jackpa, they want to jackpa for greener pasture, right? Which jackpa is Nigeria jackpaing inside OIC and inside Islamism?
Prof.
Now Nigeria, we have become. No, this was not the Nigeria we grew up in now.
No, I've not said. I wanted to ask you, there are countries, other countries that are Muslim countries that are not that way, you know, like United Arab Emirates. It's not the same way as Singapore. It's
okay.
not, yeah. So the other countries, Indonesia is not the same thing as, you know, these other countries. So why is it that in Africa, and I wanted you to give me an example of a country where you have this equal representation, so to say, of Christians and Muslims, where they you don't have the issues you have in Nigeria.
Why is it that I'm answering question with question. Why is it that our own Nigeria Muslim leaders, when they go to Dubai, go to Qatar, go to all those places, even Saudi, they don't come to replicate what they have learned there in Nigeria? You know, there's in democracy too, it's not supposed to be about religion or tribe. We just want to see who can perform. If Tinubu and his deputy Shetima can perform, what is our business say we don't want Muslim tickets? It's just because we know that once the body language of, we have Sharia in northern Nigeria, the body language, we're in OIC and other Islamic group, the body language, the president is a Muslim, and with all that, you're supposed to be happy, enjoying that you are dominating, then you are carrying gun and cutlass to chop people's head off to show the happiness. What is Nigeria looking for in a body that belongs, I'm now answering your question, that belongs to majority Islamic group? Is in one of my articles that these groups are good and they are good for them. They support themselves in trade. Ojukokoro in Yoruba means when you have bad eye, to go and be looking into another person's thing that is not your own. I think it's that greed that Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said, Nigerians, if they can reduce their greed small, I think it's that greed that pushed them, Babangida, to go and put eye inside Islamic groups. So because of what they will eat. But most times, when you are looking for what you will eat, there's what is on the ground, especially when they say to you, some of these loans, when we give you, you don't need to pay interest. They're Islamic loans. Then they can show up in villages and say that they are now the owner of your village when they use your money to make the roads. And after using your money to make the roads, they are saying that you don't even need to pay. Then they are the owner of the roads, and you're also the owner. That means you are co-owners now, co-owners of the road. So you are using Star to sell off your father's land. So let's go back to South Africa. Trump says nobody is going to be selling off their father's land for another person, leave it for the majority people. So how will Islam come and take over Nigeria where it is 50-50? And if you look very deeply into the situation, our parents were not Muslims. Our parents were not Christians. They were traditionalists. Our parents were traditionalists. They called them in Yoruba, Isheshe. Isheshe non she, jeje. Like my family, they worship Oya goddess, meaning Niger River. And it was out of their simplicity. Let me now talk like a Yoruba girl. Out of the simplicity of Yoruba's love, out of simplicity of Yoruba's culture, out of one heart of a Yoruba man, that they said, oh, the Christians can introduce their Jesus Christ, the Muslims can introduce their Muhammad, our children can follow either of them, while we fathers followed the gods of the land. Supposing they were like Muslims and they put down their feet too, that nobody is going to bring no other religion here to confuse our own grandchildren. But our parents, so what have they done wrong? Just because they were liberal, they welcome Christianity, they welcome Islam, then their lives has ended just like that. No, Northern Nigeria will not allow Sharia. I mean Western Nigeria. I'm a Northerner. We have already allowed Nigeria. Me, I'm from Kwara State. So Ilorin, Sulugambari, if you enter my state, you will see the Emirates. And I'm Funmilayo, and I'm entering Emirates. Yoruba Osun, Yoruba Onu, Yoruba Ondo will not take what the Yoruba Kwara has just swallowed. It's not as easy as that, especially when they have seen what you are getting. Supposing what you are getting is plenty love, plenty education, plenty. If you have fixed that Northern Nigeria as Qatar, if we now go to Sambisa Forest and it is the Dubai, and then you say Yoruba Muslims, now come see, oh, I know my people, they are very intelligent. They will say, this is worth it. But now, even lawmakers, our senators from Kaduna, from Kano, from Sokoto, don't go home. The Northern Nigeria is in a bad mess. You remember the case of Leah Sharibu? Those names cannot be forgotten. The other girl on a university platform, that where they were even chatting, and that was the end of her life. No, that such a thing will not be fixed in Yoruba land. And Nigeria is a very complex place. You see me now, I've moved from Supreme Council talking as a Christian to talking as a Yoruba. Nigeria is complex.
Yeah, we touch
so
on.
we need to leave it out of our constitution, and leave it out of our constitution. We need to leave religion out of our constitution and be happy.
Prof, can you hear me? Sharia was mentioned 73 times.
Yeah.
73 times in the constitution. And there were sultanates who approved this constitution. There are sultanates who are now in government under this constitution. I mentioned Obasanjo when they introduced Sharia law in northern states. Obasanjo told us that it will fizzle out. He didn't. And now you have
that was what he said.
Yeah, that it will fizzle out. Now you have a Muslim president and vice for the first time, and it paid attention to what happened. The northern Christians, which you are part of geographically, initially opposed it, but recently they turned around to say, "Oh, it wasn't as bad as we thought. I think we are happy with this." Were you one of the people who are saying they are now happy with the Muslim ticket?
Absolutely. I was not going to be happy with a Muslim ticket. I just felt there was no balance. We've said it, that it's a 50-50% thing. It's like, let me take it again as if I'm teaching year one students in class. Let's go to the brass tacks. This is a family and our mother has 3 children. Then one child is coming up and saying, I'm so brilliant, so I'm the heir to the entire throne of our parents. No, it's never done. Once your mother has a number of children, once it is time to share what belongs to those parents, it definitely belongs to all of you. So Nigerian governance belongs to both Muslims and Christians. And what the Muslims have done now, it's the fear that we feel a time is coming when they will want the double ration. And that was what Shetima realized when he was like, oh, we need Akpabio to be number 3, the Senate president, because if we key in a 3rd Muslim there, then it won't make any sense. Did you get that?
Mm-hmm.
But then, what of the chief judge? Go and look at the list of even the ministers. Somebody compiled that list of ministers, and he said we should say that the number of Muslims in the current minister portfolio doubles the Christians. So there's a cheating that is taking place somewhere, and we'll need to balance it. Please, I need to digress again to explain another thing about this Muslim tickets. Whenever the ticket is to northern Nigeria, it is an Islamic ticket because we have the Muslim north and the Christian south. Whenever it flings into the south, it is a Christian ticket. So, who has ever ruled in the south that is a Muslim? Not a single person. From Aguin Rossi to Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, just list all of them. Immediately, it's a gentleman agreement among the PDPs that it must rotate to the north into the south. And under that agreement is that it's rotating from Muslims to Christians, from Christians to Muslims. So this time around, it came to the south and came to the Muslim minority southerner to ice the cake. Number 2 person is also a Muslim. Is somebody thinking?
But you know why they did that?
So it's like a minus for people that did mathematics. May I read English?
So
but for
now,
very, very intelligent people, it's like you just rubbed it in. You came to the north, you picked a Muslim ticket, and you drop another Muslim ticket on it. And now we are saying it's okay. Tinubu's wife is a pastor. Let's leave religion out of this. Then disappoint us now by doing some things right. That is why I used that example. I said, Tinubu, take a leaf from the old man Trump. Do a few things right, because you guys aren't 31 or 45. You'll soon be out of here. Do a few things for posterity, not even for yourself, not even for us. Our own generation too, we're just right behind you. Do a few things for the unborn generation, and one of them is bottom line. Keep Nigeria's constitution as it is. Don't add, don't remove when it comes to religion. It is a secular.
People are saying that the people, like people who are
state.
pushing for Islam in the Southwest, they are pointing at the Constitution, saying that Constitution allows them,
the Constitution
allows them to have freedom of religion, and their religion is Islam. And Islam recognizes, this is the argument, I want to get your take on it, that Islam recognizes that you should be governed by Sharia law. So they want Sharia panels. And even though they live in the Southeast, or even if they live in the Southeast or Southwest, they want to, if they have divorce issues, they don't want to go to your regular courts, they want to go to Sharia court. What do you say to them?
I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm not just a Christian, I'm a pastor. I'm a bishop. I like to preach the gospel. And I'm happy that preaching the gospel is not a jihad. It's just a smile on my face to tell somebody what I believe. And I personally drive it. Like in this house now, I don't just have my Bible. I have audio Bible.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll get to that. But let's finish up with the Sharia.
So I believe in you having a religion, driving your religion, propagating your religion, but not inside the Constitution.
Yeah, but they are saying, I'm saying, you
do it the way the Christians are.
They are saying that in the Constitution, it allows
religion is not inside Nigerian Constitution. Section 1. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that Section 1, Part 2, Part 2, Section 10, yeah. Section 10, Part 2, Section 10 of Nigeria's Constitution in Chapter 1. Yes, Chapter 1, yeah, Part 2, Section 10 says Nigeria has no religion. It declares the secularity of the country.
Yeah.
We're not saying don't do your religion.
So
we're not saying
Prof,
don't do.
Prof, I hear you. They are saying
don't organize yourself. Christians have organizations now where we do things that we like the way we want things.
Yeah,
don't drive this as a Nigerian project.
Yeah, Prof,
just the way they told us. I was one of those who went to present the case of Ecclesiastical Court, and they pushed Ecclesiastical Court out, telling us that we should look at Nigeria as a secular nation. So what is Quran as a word? Cadre as a word? What are all those words? Why are they imported to Nigeria's constitution?
So that's
let me take it so that those people who feel is their right in northern Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, can get the picture. Let me exemplify it again. Let's just, in wildest imagination, imagine that Babangida was a Christian. His wife was a Christian, Maria that became Miriam. Let's imagine that that was a Christian family. We would be where we are today. Babangida was just an opportunist. He just used that opportunity of being in governance to push that OIC and Sharia thing. It's not because it's a right. Very soon, like Trump is saying, everybody will be minding their own business. Me too, I will be minding my Yoruba language, whether I like it or not. Very soon, as I'm speaking this English. May I even have a combined honors in English and Yoruba for my first degree. See, what belongs to other people is their own. Buhari said he does not want, I don't belong to somebody, I belong to everybody. What belongs to you is your own. Your religion as Muslim is your own. Religion is a path each person is following to go to heaven. It's like the path of how we were born. You know, when you were born alone. When you die alone inside that 6 feet, you are there alone. When you will face God in eternity, it's about you alone. That is what religion is. Interestingly, some nations have a religion as a nation. So Saudi is an Islamic state. All those states that are Islamic states, they gather themselves together and they said they are Organisation of Islamic Cooperation. They are cooperating. Kilo kan alaba nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ìbejì. What is the business of the third child when twins are having meeting? Because my language is very deep. Yoruba people will not allow this thing they want to do. It can scatter Nigeria if they are not. My people are deep thinkers. They will say, Kilo kan alaba. What is the business of a fourth child that they born after twins? Number 6. When the twins said, today we have meetings of twins. I think it's only people that came as twins that should be at that meeting. So the way they organize that OIC, if not that greed of what can we gain from these people that led our people there. And now the effect of that OIC is the body language of terrorism. It's the body language of Islamization. It's the body language that Nigeria is not a secular nation, and it is what is being reflected already. And we are saying it's okay, it's enough. Enough is enough.
Okay, Prof, you ran for president in 2019.
Yes, I did.
If you had won, what would you have done to solve this problem?
I said in the US, there are 2 ideologies, the Democrats and the Republicans. I would have driven the Constitution to work. You have the Constitution bottom line. Leave it as it is. Don't sneak in what is not there, because the other parties are not momos. How will a Christian be happy in a secular nation that is radically Islamized, and the Islamization is the negative side? I'm professorizing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to give me something, I want you to give me what is good, presentable. What the Bible says, whatsoever things are good, good reports, if there be any virtue, praise. Yeah.
Prof, I had guests who came here who were supporting Sharia in the southwest. And
Southwest Sharia.
yeah, and they said this. I want to hear your reaction. They said this.
You can quote me now. I said I'm a Yoruba woman.
No. The reaction I want is they said this that
yeah, you personalize it as Yoruba girl. No, so,
that people
it cannot work. It's the meaning of Konishishe in Yoruba. If Yoruba say Kolesheshe, Yoruba means it is impossible. See, my people are highly intelligent, they are schooled. My people in Yoruba land are lovers of peace. When they said they were killing themselves in northern Nigeria, and in the south where I am here, they started, what do they call that? The group that was also killing people. Did you see Yoruba people coming out to fight? Yoruba, the way God made us, we place value because we're very intelligent. So we place value on ourselves, on our souls. We place value on God's creation. We place value on the life of a human being. There's no way a Yoruba man or woman will read Quran and say he has read Quran to the extent that the life of a man is smaller than the life of a cow. They don't read their own. They place value on human being. And nǹkan tí ò bá tó bá le, Yoruba does not eat what is very, very hard. Wọ́n ní nǹkan tí ó bá le, àwọn oúnjẹ àti ẹ̀ ń fi run mú. Anything that is too hard, that is not gentle, that does not align with intelligence, that it is rascality, terrorism, fighting, cutting of head, it's not Yoruba style. Yorubas, no. If you know what Yorubas expended on education to train some of us, when I got to northern Nigeria, to southern Nigeria, to Port Harcourt to be precise, in 88, most of the women in my classes were married. They have already married. Girls don't marry like that in Yoruba land. Your parents will go to the farm and sweat, or make sure that you go to school. Or so there's value on human being in Yoruba land. Anything that will devalue a human being, that you say the child stole yam, cut the two hands. It will not work in Yoruba land. You can cut me anywhere. People that are thinking it can go and forget it. Sharia cannot work in Yoruba land. I am speaking now, not as Supreme Council Christian, no, a Yoruba woman. Nǹkan tó bá le and fi run mú nílẹ̀ Yoruba, anything that is hard, kill this one, cut this one's neck. Yoruba people, we respect ourselves. We place value on human soul and human's life. We are educated, we are cultured, we are classy, we are intelligent, and we know bad things when we see it. Quote me, Yoruba people, that I said so, that they are intelligent, they know what is right from what is wrong, they know extremes. We are not extremists. You hardly find rallies in Yoruba land by Yoruba children that are well trained. No, we don't. We write, we can speak to situations, we can persuade, we can discuss, we like rules and protocols, but we don't carry knife and gun except for defense. And before we will even defend self,
All right, let's take a break. Let's take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about the work you do with your audio Bible and other things, and then welcome our audience to join us in the conversation. So we take just a few minutes of break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
n'anya na kekpe na-ekwekwe ka ọ na-abịa ebe m jelu ekweje gwanụ m ife m ga-eme ụmụ ụwa gbatanụ gwanụ m ife m ga-eme eji m gị ụgwọ eji m gị ụgwọ eji m gị ụgwọ eji m gị ụgwọ ekwe ekwe mgbadike ekwe ekwe mgbadike ekwe ekwe anọkwa mbe m ijelụbịa anọkwa mbe m ijelụbịa iwe bụ akpa ego wee bịa iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe ekwe mgbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya selense okwu dịlịo okwu dịlịo okwu dịlịo onye ekele anyị Olisa malugo nkoye nemenenua Okudilio nyekelanio Chukuna malugo yobia diocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chuku abusigi fegemeo Nuche chuku abusi aifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solia Mano agaranya uwa Oboye afiozie nipakwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma, kodili femo Kodili wakema, kodili wanima Naino kwane we peluge peluo
All right, welcome back to our conversation with Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies about Nigeria and Africa and the world at large. Let me come to Port Harcourt. You've lived there for a while, so you know all the actors out of that place, including Goodluck Jonathan, President Goodluck Jonathan, Patient Jonathan, Amechi, Wike. These are very, very big players in Nigerian politics in the last 25 years. So what would you tell us about, what don't we get about Goodluck Jonathan and Patient Jonathan? Because
What don't we get?
Why don't we get? What don't we get? Because people are now saying, "Oh, we wish that we didn't get them out of power. We didn't get Goodluck Jonathan out of power. That things were better under Goodluck Jonathan." Was there something that we missed?
I saw a clip 3 days ago. Then I saw another writer, one or two persons saying, "We apologize for driving Jonathan out of power." Actually, in 2015, I wrote a book with a number of my colleagues in southern Nigeria when we were campaigning for Jonathan. I am a strong PDP member, and the book was titled Jonathan Sambo Presidency in Nigeria, a symbol of peace, unity, and progress. Because what we saw then in Nigeria was Immediately, Yaradua handed over to Jonathan, and Jonathan just continued with that simple course of that simple. These are just two simple people, the simple Yaradua, the simple, intelligent, old teacher Yaradua, then the university lecturer. Interestingly, so Goodluck Jonathan lectured in the university where I lecture currently. He was there for 10 years.
Were you there
Then
the same time he was there? Were you there?
Yes. We were 10 years together.
Okay.
Then it was even College of Education. So Patience Jonathan was a student there. When they say, oh, she doesn't go to school, I'll just laugh. She was a student in
Did you teach her?
GS. You know, those of us that teach English would teach the large GS
Okay,
classes.
last class.
So, yeah.
So she was your student.
Yes, I remember that GS class. Yes.
She was your student.
Yes, yes.
Was she a good student?
She also met her husband there too.
Oh, wow.
She also met her husband. She was our student and he was a lecturer. And we were very keen. Let me now answer your question, because we knew the pedigree of Jonathan with his animal science, the way he watches Nigeria without his glasses, as if it's continuation of an animal scientist, like a medical doctor. So we knew he was doing a great job. And look at the way I always explain it. When they were saying Jonathan needed to leave, I said, once a family had a car, and this car was bad, and it was just being pushed to gear 1. And when we were just like, hey, move it to gear 2, let it work, some overzealous member of the family came and said, put it back on neutral. Let's even push it to reverse first. Let's arrange it very well. So we knew the way Patience was saying that they are going from digital to analog. So some of us were not disappointed with Buhari. Buhari is not a match for Jonathan. Jonathan had a functional economic team with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and all of them that have now become got world big positions. They were on that side. I don't know. They kept talking about this change thing. And I'm just like, hey, define for us, change is change, positive or negative or neutral, until they went for it. And here are we today, when they said PDP.
Now, what about Amaechi? What do you make of Amaechi? Rotimi?
Amaechi fixed Port Harcourt for us. Amaechi was very good. It was hardworking, just as Wike too. Wike, we call it. I think Wike even won Buhari's project governor of the state, because they really improved the state. The Port Harcourt I came into in 88 is not the Port Harcourt I'm into now. Yes, that doesn't mean you won't have some bad roads here and there. That doesn't mean the light still works in some places. But basically, bottom line, if you just want to judge on some of the things that there's some part of Port Harcourt you get to now. Wike, Amaechi confused us. You can't find your way. So these are two great people. So we were not disappointed when they showed up, when Rotimi showed up at APC and Wike showed up at PDP, and they were trying to contest presidency. And you know, Wike is very brilliant. So Wike kept telling them in PDP that PDP can never come to power. And I said so too. It's not to win, but to win. It's not about you. It's about the team to win. Wike kept telling them, as long as Buhari has finished his 8 years and PDP thinks the next person to come to power is another northerner, even if the northerner is an angel, you got to wait till it's your turn. So when People were now angry. Wike betrayed, supported Tinubu. Wike is a great game player. He knew when it's just southern ticket. Just what I'm saying now, that once we even say southern ticket, it's not supposed to be a Muslim ticket. And now it's a Muslim southern ticket. And you even wanted to now do a Muslim northern ticket after 8 years. Oritano Fefi Bakbaro in Yoruba means whose head? Do they want to play as exchange? Zero.
Prof, this
when
weekend we
you already have a gentleman agreement. See, our problem again, most of the time, the way I'm saying, it's not legal for us to be part of OIC. It's illegal and it's unconstitutional. This is again about the agreement. The gentleman agreement says 8 years here, 8 years there. 8 years here, 8 years there. It's like somebody dreaming now, still dreaming as we are talking, that after Tinubu's 4 years, power is going back to the north. That is still another dream. So the likes of Wike, it can't happen.
So Prof, let me ask you, did Wike
politics. The politics is manipulation, and you're manipulating it rightly, intelligently. You're balancing it. Yeah.
Let me ask you, did P2B win election, that last election in Rivers State?
Oh my God. I wouldn't like to answer that question. Like you said, you are a former presidential candidate. I learned from Baba Awolowo or Bafemi Awolowo that there's some questions as a presidential. You just say, I'm not going to comment on that. So I'm not going to comment.
Now we didn't, most of us did not live under Wike. And what we are seeing him doing in Abuja, are you surprised about anything that he's doing now in Abuja? The way he talks, the way he behaves, is that what he did in Rivers?
Yeah, you can only be yourself. So Trump talks trumpetly. That's Trump. Wike is wicacious.
All right. One last thing before I bring our people in. Let me just ask you about your audio Bible. Oh, you're frozen. All right. I think if you're hearing me, maybe you can log out and log back in, and we will continue the conversation. I wanted her to talk about a project that she has been championing, which is production of audio Bible that she's been distributing across Nigeria, so that people can listen to Bible verses, or the whole of the Bible in their local language. There is one in Pidgin English. There's one in every language in Nigeria. So while we wait for her to come back in, let me bring in the people who are here. Hi. Half of Turkey is in Europe. Welcome.
Half of Turkey, I bet ma go first, because the way the woman they answer question are like 2 hours on each question.
How are you?
Thank you. Dr. Davies, you don't meet a match today. You can't ask him. He controls the question. He's like, no, you're what? He used to slow down.
So yeah, it's quite interesting day, but
I don't see her for the first time. Interestingly, I don't know say somebody like character like that among us.
Yeah, so she ran for office for president in 2019, and she's been in the university system for the past 40 years. So she has a lot of experience that she could share with us. All right, so I hope that she's reconnecting, and while we do that, let me see. Half of Turkey is in Europe.
Yes, sir.
So,
he's done. He's done talking.
No. I believe she's trying to reconnect, but before she comes back. So, what is your interest in this?
I would have wished she came on when she was on. So
no, she'll come back. She'll come back, and when
I just wish she was on so I could say certain things. I want her to hear it herself because she's making a lot of misconceptions and that are very inaccurate and are inflammable. Especially for someone that is a professor and says she's a preacher, a Christian preacher. When you speak about certain things, it should not be a bashing session of a sect. I always believe things are supposed to be teachable moments, especially for, if someone has such influence, although most of us on here don't know her. I've heard of her before, and I read about her when I seen that you said she was going to be a guest. I went to read about her. What I read wasn't flattering. I still have it on the screen. I could read it out when she's gone because I do not want to seem like I'm antagonizing your guest. Well, I just believe, in everything she has said today, she has obviously this fear of a certain creed. But if you are an influential person, like I was saying, in terms of politics, in terms of education, and in terms of the authority she seems to carry with regards to her religion, maybe it'd be nice to tone down on the bigotry. And the bigotry was at 100 today. She's there basically spreading fear, bashing, spreading inaccuracies, inconsistencies, and this is the things I just want her to. If she was here, I'll say certain things, and I'd like if she can explain it better for us. Things I know for a fact, are not true. Like the members of the OIC, and you have a problem against the Middle East, but your bigotry is so deep that you also have a problem with people not with the government taking interest-free loans, with the government being invested in science just because of where the organizers or the members of that body are from. So these are the kind of things if she was on here, without going too deep into it, if she was on here, I'd just like her. I would like to say certain things. The members of the OIC, she keeps talking about secularity, saying it was a group of Muslim people that came together and they are the majority of this. But that's not true. It is the OIC is not an organization made up of majority Muslim countries. We have countries like Togo, we have countries like Benin Republic, we have countries like Cote d'Ivoire, we have countries like Suriname, we have countries like Guyana. These are countries that are minority Muslim countries, but their countries saw the benefit in terms of like policing, in terms of like economy, in terms of like exchanges for science and technology, in terms of the economy, getting interest-free loans for the development. She said something that really shocked me, where she said, oh, well, why she doesn't want Nigeria to get the loans from these interest-free banks is they can come tomorrow and take over the states or take over the land. Have you ever seen that happen? This is not how those loans are signed. This is not how they are projected. Now, if anything, we should be scared of the kind of loans we sign with predatory bodies like the IMF, the World Bank, the Chinese, people like that. So let me stop it here. These are just the things I wanted her to be on here. She could explain it better. I know they are falsities, and I have other things I want to bring up. And she, as a person of influence, stop the division, stop the bigotry, and stop spreading fear in the polity.
All right, Ovie.
She's not coming. She's not coming. Not coming back.
We're trying to reach her. Our people are trying to reach her.
Yeah, my question would be around her generation, pretty much. I didn't even know who she supported for the election, but more or less her generation, because at the beginning of the conversation, she was basking in the glory of our founding fathers, that they are visionary leaders. She being the beneficiary of their vision when she was talking about her days in Ife, Abi, where she went to school with Remi Tinubu and all that. So it was a proud moment for her that she can stand toe to toe with other her colleagues around the world. So the generation that took mandates of leadership from the founding fathers, who are still pretty much in power, from our own account, are visionless because we are not seeing anything. But my question to her would have been, they are favored to be the next generation to take power from these current people who have overstayed, maybe from 2031. Let's say in the place of Obi, I think she's in her 60s. Same with Obi. So, what is their vision? Since you understand what vision is and what vision could do via the founding fathers, and what vision less could actually brought to a nation via the people who are in charge right now. So, them be the next people to be favored with that responsibility. What is their vision for the country? What, in the direct context? I would say I really want to ask her about that, but I don't know if she's
All right. Hopefully we are working on making sure she comes back, and we'll finish this properly. Jide, unmute yourself, Jide.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you. Good to see everyone today, and hi everyone on the comment section and everyone listening. Yeah, I listened to her. I was just laughing. I've laughed. My stomach is paining me. I've laughed and laughed. Oh my God. I think so to be fair, I think there is, to be fair, I'll have to make it very fair. Like there are so many things she needs to know that she does not know. There are so many things she needs to know that she does not know. International politics, international analysis of international politics is very poor. The way she analyzes the issue with ethno-religious fragmentation in Nigeria, tension and violence, the way she talks about the Nigerian politics, I think there's still a lot she needs to learn. And if I'm going to talk to her, I'm just going to comment on some of the things she said briefly about some of those misconceptions, because I cannot actually elaborate on all the misconceptions. I would take up to maybe 1 hour, right? Because I have to allow everyone to talk, right? So I'll probably just talk about the important things, like maybe 1 or 2, and I'll ask her 2 questions in such a way that,
okay, she's back. Let's now reserve the questions for our guest. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Okay, go ahead so that before my phone dies.
All right, our professor is back, and so you go straight to your questions so that we can get to as much a lot of people as we can. Ovie, on politics, you go first.
Thank you.
Ovie, hold on. Ovie, hold on. I want her to talk about the audio book, because the audio Bible, please, because it's very important for people to hear that. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Prof, go ahead. Prof, go ahead.
I have the floor.
Yes. Yeah, I just want you to talk about the
audio.
Thank
you very much. Yes, I was trying to emphasize that I believe so much in religion. Thank you very much. I was trying to emphasize that I believe so much in... Okay. I was trying to emphasize the fact that I believe in so much in religion. Today I'm a product of what I am because of my exposure to Christianity early in life. I think as a secondary school child, age 12, I gave my life to Christ in secondary school with a scripture union, in those days in Kwara State. That means when they started Winners Chapel, it used to be Faith Liberation Hour, and we were 10-12 in Kwara State. I was there. So I believe so much in religion. I believe in God. I believe there must be a fantastic creator behind this fantastic creation. I believe there can't be me if there.
All right. So we're having internet problems. Maybe one day, hopefully, when we're in a good position, we may have a satellite. Get one of Elon Musk satellite.
Starlink.
Have a studio in.
Dr. Danladi, at the age of 12, people are giving their life to Christ. I wonder what you were doing at that time.
We can get a satellite and get a studio that our guests in Nigeria can go to in Port Harcourt, in Lagos. Actually, we can actually work with some TV stations and make that happen. All right, I think we can do something along that line. All right, let's see. Yeah.
So I was saying, I believe that I'm a proof of God's creation. I'm a proof that there is God. Because if nobody made me, if I don't have a maker, then I don't exist. So behind this fantastic creation and fantastic creature, me, there must be a creator. That's what I believe. And I just don't believe there's a creator. I believe we must look for how to serve him, because the God that put us here now could decide to put us in any other place when we close our eyes to death. And I just don't want him to put me in one bad, funny place. He should just put me right. So I just fear him. The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. So I'm not only religious, I'm spiritual. I like to pray. I like to worship. I like to be good. I like to worship God. So when I see religious people of every religion, somebody searching for God, I am impressed. I am pleased. I just want it to be positive. And that led me to, at a time, as I was reading the Bible, I asked myself, people that don't read this Bible, what do they use to think? What are you using to process your brain? Because in linguistics, they taught us that if you have taken a child at birth to live with monkeys, the child will only speak like monkeys. And if you have taken a monkey to stay with normal human being, the monkey will acclimatize and be a bit humane. But if a human being was just raised with only lions, it cannot even.
All right.
Well, we were the race for Shiran. Now know why.
I'll go back and read my Bible from start to finish.
Okay. So when she comes back, I think she's just trying to get to the point of where she started. She started producing. I think I have the video. Let me just play the 1 minute video before we get her back.
It was at night, in my sleep, an audible voice saying, can you, with the same energy, with the same tenacity, with how you are able to fix your PhD with pregnancies in between, can you use that same energy to produce audio Bibles in Nigerian languages? And I woke up from my sleep and I tapped my husband. I said, honey, did you hear the loud voice that did you hear the loud voice that I heard from my sleep? And he said he didn't hear anything. He said, what did I hear? And I said to him, I had an audible voice saying to me, can I produce audio Bible in Nigerian languages with the same energy, with the same tenacity with which I was able to work on my PhD in between with pregnancies, running the home, pastoring a church, teaching in the university. It was quite demanding. But because it's a spiritual vision, because I heard it from my sleep, I knew I just needed to do something. And that was how we started by looking for narrators.
All right. The Prof is back here with us. So let's go straight. Prof, welcome back. You see?
Prof need to join the Renew Hope Network.
Yeah, it's really bad sometimes in different parts of the country. All right, what do we do now? Let me hear from you, the flagship.
Good afternoon, Rudolph, and can you hear me?
Yes.
And good afternoon to everyone.
We can also hear your background too, I think.
Thank you. I turned it down. Well, good conversation so far, and I just wanted to hear what she. Actually, I have two questions. The first one would be: she keeps talking about the mistakes of Obasanjo and how.
All right. She's back. So let's get to that before the connection goes bad again. So Ovie, I will let you start your question. Ovie, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for your time. I think it's Proverb 9:10 that says, you also alluded to that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. At the beginning of the conversation, you said something about vision, and I will also say that having a vision is the beginning of progress. You were so happy when you were describing when you took advantage of the visions of the founding father. But the leaders that took over from the founding father, who are still pretty much in power, as far as I'm concerned, they are visionless. But the permutation as it continues favor your generation as it is. Come 2021, we expect somebody like Peter Obi, who belongs to your generation, to be our next president. So in that context, what is your generation vision for the country, if there's any?
Prof, are you there?
No, she's frozen.
Oh, that's difficult. All right, I'm not sure what we are going to do with this.
Maybe you tell her to close up any windows.
All right, yeah, not just that. Maybe she could just join us without video.
Without a camera.
All right, yeah, just join on audio. I don't know. And if there's any producer who is listening to me, can you reach her and tell her to join us with just audio, so we don't have to deal with that? Okay, flagship, come back in and let's hear from you.
Well, thank you. And just to add to that, if there's a number she can call and just put her on the phone, it would be helpful.
Oh, what phone? We haven't figured out that, and that's calling. We need to figure that out.
Okay. Well, she was talking about Obasanjo allowing the North to go ahead with their Sharia stuff. And if they want to knock themselves out with it, to do so. But now he's beginning to see that that was a mistake. And she referenced Tinubu hoping that he will do something about this. He's not 21 or 31. My question to her is, what does she think can be done by Tinubu as it is now, that we're having this Sharia gradually moving down to the West, and we know they are everywhere, but they are just formally trying to enact it in the West or Southwest. What does she think Tinubu can do to push this back and keep it in the north where it's practiced at will? That's one question. And number two, I knew she was one time a presidential candidate. I wanted to know what her thoughts are about Kenny Badenoch's rhetoric last week that we all saw. What does she think Nigeria should respond? And if Nigeria should, what should the response be like? Those are two things I want to know.
All right, Prof, welcome back. I don't know if you had questions from...
Thank you. I'm trying to change to another side, if this side will be better. Because
no, we can see you well. We can
see
you well. It's just the connection to the internet that we're worried about. Well, we can see you well.
Thank you.
All right. So, our flagship, can you repeat your question?
Okay.
Just make it one.
Okay.
Combine it. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon from Georgia. Please pardon me. What's your last name? I want to address you.
It's Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies.
Professor Davies, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. My question is this.
You asking what my check is?
No, I got it. Professor Davies, right? That's your last name. I just wanted to make sure I address you.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So here's my question. You talked about Obasanjo's approval for the North to practice Sharia, and if they want to get that within themselves to do so, as long as they don't bring it to the South. But as it is now, it seems to be having a remorse about it, that it's a mistake.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Tinubu doing something about it. What do you think Tinubu needs to do as it is right now to correct this mistake? And the second question, one time a presidential candidate, I'm sure you've listened to Kenny Badenoch, the conservative leader in the UK, and what she said last week. I want to know what your thoughts are about that. Do you think Nigeria should respond? And if Nigeria should, what should the response be like? Thank you.
Okay, I got the first question very well, but I didn't get the second question on what you asked me.
Pretty much.
How I will want Nigeria to respond. But I got the first question as in Obasanjo did what he thought was needful when he had the agitations from the North that they said they must have Sharia because they are majorly Islamic. And he explained to them details. Obasanjo played like a godly role when God said to the Israelites, you want a king like other nations? At a point, he also asked them, you want Saul as your king? Hey, look at the ways of your king. Then he listed it. And he said, you're not going to be happy after now. And the Israelites said, we just want a king. And he gave them the king. So Obasanjo said to them, hey, you want Sharia? You may not like it. It's going to bring terrorism to your area. No, it's going to give the coloring of Islamization to that side of the country. Hi, it's going to help you to over-punish people in this modern age. We don't cut hands and legs. We don't over-punish. We can send people to jail. Even the jail is now known as correctional center in Nigeria. So don't do this extreme. And he did his best to try to tell them what may happen. You may end up having IDP camps. You may end up having more poverty. It's just, and they said, no, we just want our religion reflected, and we are majorly Muslims here. So he signed it. And I feel, because he's a Yoruba man and he has my culture, that he signed it as what Yorubas call Omogbajensimi. Child, you want to kill yourself, go for it. But then, don't kill your siblings. So Obasanjo now saw that the child has gone to kill himself and is now ready to butcher the siblings. So he's regretting. And I feel because we're privileged to have that age in power, Tinubu, like I kept saying, Tinubu is not 21. He's not 30. He's not even in his 60s like me. These are old people. They can do anything because they will soon go for posterity. They can correct scripts and be remembered for it. Say that script once lived a man. He did corrected it. I feel that because of the age advantage, the aged people, as we are trying to push them away. If you're 60, don't come again. If you're 80, don't come again. But they are more experienced. You can have clothes like them. You can't have rags like them. I feel Tinubu can get back to, because to correct it is easy. You are just saying, get back to the Constitution and leave it as it is. Once came a Babangida who sneaked in what was not there. Once came an Obasanjo who signed some documents with this Yoruba style of kill yourself. So Tinubu can say they can't get the joke here. So let's go real and straight with them. You stop killing yourself in northern Nigeria. And he has done a similar thing 2 weeks ago. I read when Tinubu said he's giving ultimatum to the military apparatus that terrorism should end in northern Nigeria. And some of us are northerners, like me, I'm from the Middle Belt. I'm not happy. I cry about what is happening in northern Nigeria. Our people are in the Kinongbe camp, IDP camps. The standard of living has dropped. And again, wherever there is that level of insurgency, the development also drops. And so this set of people who can see the North going down and who feels they want the South to go down as well. Hey, in Yoruba, we call them Ajogbodonwenikora, the person where they inside hell, come they drag or dust, come feel fire. Yoruba people will not allow them by the grace of God. And Tinubu is a Yoruba man and a Muslim too. So it should be able to rescue northern Nigeria. The kind of Islam we want in northern Nigeria is Qatar Islam. Dubai, I've been to Dubai, beautiful place. Islam, even the way they treat women in Dubai, they'll give us special places, you do your cover. That hijab thing is not black on those fine white girls. It makes them beautiful. I don't know what my people are exporting. Just the bad side. The second question, please. So Tinubu is aged enough to be decisive. He's not a child. He should rescue northern Nigeria and make sure that mess does not spread to his place. We want the beautiful Islam. I said I love religion. We want that beautiful Islam in northern Nigeria that looks like the type I grew up with. My cousins, 45% of my cousins are Muslims. All the Ajias, my Ajs, my beautiful cousins. Even during my when I was contesting for presidency, I had to land in Kwara State. See, the support I got was from my Muslim side. The Christians were asking me, Pastor, Bishop, what are you going to do in politics? My Muslim cousins were pampering me. Hajj, we say, for me, have you sent in your publications? Which one should I publish for you? I have a cousin that is an Alhaji at leadership. You could Google me on leadership. I was trending. It's a Muslim cousin of mine that was trending me on leadership. That's the Islam, the Kwara finance Ogun State, Lagos, Islam, where we are all eating our Ilaya food together. Not the like
Davis,
this Fulani side.
Professor Davis, I think I get what you're saying. So
What's the second question, sir?
proposing that fixing the Constitution will take care of the problem. That's what you're saying.
Yes, bottom line, just tidy it back from the source and leave it to implementation.
Okay, thanks. I'll go to my second question real quick. As a former presidential candidate, you heard the rhetoric from Kemi Badenoch, the conservative leader in the UK, what she said last week, or at least came out on the airwaves last week. What are your thoughts about everything she said? Should Nigeria respond? And if Nigeria should, what should the response be like?
Yeah, I would have loved you to highlight one or two of the basic ones you want me to react to, please. That looks like an umbrella question because the lines were.
She highlighted 4 major points that she thinks need to be fixed. The biggest one for me would be the pathway to residency of citizenship in the UK, and then number 2,
she said that should be like 15 years.
Right. Now, number 2, the requirement that she's putting on the ground for Nigerians who want to come there to earn so much. I think personally that if this thought that she has, should she make it up there as prime minister and she pulls this through, should Nigeria begin to think about pulling out of the Commonwealth, making British businesses that are doing business in Nigeria, headquarter their offices in Nigeria, do business with Nigerian Naira, making our visa process a little bit more stringent, perhaps increasing the price, and also limiting the number of stays, just like she's proposing over there in the UK. Do you think Nigeria should begin to think in the same line to pull ourselves from them and to tend to see how their response would look like?
Yeah, for me, again, I wouldn't even want us to see it on the surface. I want Nigerians to be able to feel rejection all around. Rejected in the US, rejected in the UK, and the proverb is go back, fix home. Rather than facing her points one by one, what she's saying is, you stay at home. Anybody that is telling you, thank you for this, your visit, my yam, the yam I've been cooking for you every day is remaining the under of the last tuber. He's using style to tell you, hey, friend, would you like to go back home? So that was my interpretation of everything she said. I'm like, the sitting us up in the US, they say, go back home. And the sitting up in the UK, they say, go back home. Very soon. Maybe South Africa, okay, even South Africa has said Nigeria should go back home. And we did it once. I still have a bag in my house. We call that bag Ghana must go. When we say Ghana, go back home. So I feel the world is saying everybody go back home. And we are being told as Nigerian, go back home. So my reaction to this will be, let's fix home. Let's fix home.
What about
fix home?
You and I know, Professor Davies, that the West, as it is right now, do not have anything sustainable on their own. Yes, I said that. If you
absolutely, I agree with you.
If you take Africa out of the equation, they will fall down. The UK British pounds is holding its strength today because of the diamond that backs it up. That diamond comes from Africa. So if their future leader is thinking about pushing us away, why don't we think about standing up to them and saying, for everything that you benefit from us, we're going to cut them. We are going to put these and these restrictions, and let's see how it works. Rather than just going.
And that's what Trump. And that's what Trump just got during the week. Trump started from Canada, 2, and everybody was giving him back from the highest to the least. Everybody said, if you do this, we're going to do that. If you do this, we're going to do that. And you can trust Nigerians that whatever you do to us, you're going to get it back. In fact, the problem you can have with Nigerians is that you can get it times 3. So I want to assure you that we will definitely have to do that back. But like I'm saying, rather than pick one by one of it, our country is so beautiful. Do you know that somebody like me can't even live abroad? I remember once my husband is like, hey, you're going to relocate to Canada. I said, your children and your children's children, not Amy for me. Me, I can't relocate to US, UK. I schooled at University of Ife Law. I took a master's in English language. So I've taken everything I want from English. I got their language, I got their findings, I've taken the things I want, but I'm not going to get out of here. For what? I can't abandon the sunshine here. I can't abandon the family communion, the beauty. I can't abandon my self-esteem, the princess. I can't abandon those my hugs and kisses from my students in the university, making me look this youthful. Hey, mommy is here, mommy prof. I can't abandon the culture. And that was one of the reasons I went contesting presidency. I'm just like, let's fix this nation, because I've been out of here. I've been to Germany, I've been to England, I've been to Canada, I've been to South Africa. I've just been everywhere. I've been to Dubai. And the last time, you would like to hear this, the last time I was in England, I think I was with my younger sister in Sheffield. I was like, hey, I need to upgrade my tickets. And she said, sister, what does that mean? I said, I need to pay something to get back home. As in, your weather is dropping. And I'm not going to do cold here. I'm going back. When I came back, I wrote this, my beautiful poem. On thy land, O Africa, here I come. Thy sun brightens my day. You know, I got rejuvenated again, and everybody was waiting for me in class. I'm not going to teach English to English children who don't even have the courtesy of.
All right.
Thank you, Rudolph. I'll yield the floor. I wanted her to know that we Nigeria as a nation need to stand up and rebut back with huge policy changes, strategies, and a big overturn in our business relations, because this may sound like a joke right now, but if she makes it there, it will be bad. And I don't think we should relent and just relax while they keep siphoning from us and keep the Commonwealth. There's nothing common there. If we have a Commonwealth, then I think we should have an equal access to each other's nation. So as someone who's up there in politics, she's supposed to be sitting down and having these conversations with the likes of the Peter Obis and the rest of them, so we can begin to rethink on how to reformulate our policies on how we deal with these nations. It's getting too much, and something needs to be done.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. So you guys can see that we're having technical issues from our end. So please, when we call on you, if she comes back and we call on you, please go straight to find the best question you have so that we give other people a chance. Okay, she's back.
So put me in that stage, Rudolph, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Prof, okay. Yeah, okay, let's see. Prof, just in case it happens again, if you want, you can turn off your camera and just have audio, if that will help. So let's go to the next person. Jide, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph, for giving me the opportunity. Ekaleo, good evening, Professor Davies. Nice to meet you. Thank you. I'm also Yoruba as well. Thank you for the compliments, but I believe all Nigerians are also the same as well. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to hear from you. It's nice to hear everything you've said. Yeah, to not take too much of your time, I would like to ask this question. It has been lingering on my mind since I listened to a lot of the things you said. Don't you think you said something that actually triggered me that was very interesting, right? That our grandparents, our great-grandparents were practicing African religions until we started to now move towards Islam and Christianity. So now I would like to ask, it's a very simple question, not to take too much of your time. Don't you think it's better for us, excuse me, excuse me, don't you think it's better for us without these Abrahamic religions embedded in our country, based on our constitution, based on our culture and every other thing? This should be completely separated from the states, from the Nigerian state. Don't you think it is going to be better rather than pursuing one religion as a superior over another? Because the truth is, Nigeria as a state, being a member of OIC, and it's not significantly a Muslim majority country. Nigeria is not just an example of this. You have it with Benin, you have it with Togo, you have it with some other countries. So my question now is, if you look at China, India, they are not Muslim or Christians, and they are making economic growth and progress. Particularly China. China is probably the biggest manufacturing country in the world. So do you think it's better if Yoruba people and also our fellow Nigerians do not embrace Islam and Christianity? And just adhere to our secular constitutional system and our African ideals and values. Thank you.
All right, Jide, thank you. So we have to really summarize our questions. You see the difficulties we're having. So I'm not sure. I know that our people are trying. Okay, she's back. Okay. All right. So let's see. I don't know how much of your question she had.
I'm not sure if she had it.
Yeah. Okay. So get a bit more elevator version of that.
Okay. Yeah. So I said that. Don't you think it is better if we actually embrace the religions of our great-grandparents, grandparents, or we should rather channel the Nigerian state to be more secular and constitutional rather than leaning towards either the Christian line or the Islamic line? I agree with you with a lot of your criticism of why Nigeria should not be a member of OIC. However, I think the Nigerian states, there is a Cold War situation between Islam and Christianity. There's the evangelical movement, the Zionist evangelical movement, and you have the Wahhabi Salafist Islamic movement, like you explained clearly. Those are cutting off it. So do you think Nigeria will be better off without these two religions? Like we have China. China, they practice Buddhism. They are not Muslims or Christian majority, and they are the biggest manufacturing country in the world. They are probably the current superpower of the world, or the second current superpower of the world. So don't you think it's better Nigeria should actually move towards that direction? Thank you so much.
Prof, go ahead. We can't hear you. All right. So, Prof, we can't hear you. All right, so you guys can see we are unfortunate today. The connections are not good. I'm not sure.
I think you should just log on without the video, right?
That's what I told her, but I don't know if she heard me or. This is
it okay if I ask a question?
Yeah, you were honest. If
I was going to ask Jide a question, if you like.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So so we can just keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
So Jide, what do you understand as the OIC being? Remember, taking into consideration that Nigerian churches, not Nigeria itself, and I'll explain why after you answer. Nigerian churches, Nigerian Christian bodies are actually members of the World Council of Churches. What do you understand the OIC to be? Also, you did say that rightfully. Well, hold on. You did rightfully. I had mentioned it earlier, and you reiterated it that most of the countries, there are certain countries that are not predominantly Islamic. So I want you to take that into consideration.
All right. Hold on, guys.
Okay. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Prof, did you hear the question? Prof,
Can I repeat it? Please,
no, don't repeat it yet. Let's make sure she can.
So I'm going to take that. Yes, I'm going to take his question. His question is, can we quietly revert back to war? Yoruba. I heard your question. What you are saying is in Yoruba, it means in Yoruba, it means if you don't know where you are going, at least you know where you are coming from. So if you have common sense, since the front is blocked, why don't you just reverse back home? Yeah, it may look so that we just get back to our Isheshe, our traditional religion. But let me speak to that as an academic. We've become so intelligent now that we want eclectic approach. In science, what is important now is the eclectic approach, which is an approach of having variants of same thing. So the beauty of having the various versions cannot allow us to go back to that. Then our parents had just this old one. There must be a God somewhere. Oh no, we can't find him. So maybe just a stone in my room represents him, and they worship him in all hearts. And they even behave better than us. They fear him. So when they say God, they mean God. Oluwa, Olodumare, like in Yoruba, Obangiji, Lawusa. Those big names we call God made them to even dread God. But the simpler version came, the Christianity, that you can take your Bible, swear with it, and start stealing all our money. The Islamic version came that says after you have believed in a religion, as you are saying Allahu Akbar, you can be taking somebody's life. So I feel like you, brother. At times I just lie on my bed and I'm like, where is Oya? Where is Oya of Ilera? How did I get myself into this? They slaughtered this and that again. But modernity cannot allow us to get back to just that single thing where we were coming from. We have tasted the variant, and variety is the spice of life. We're only saying, let's get the spices right. The spices should be an improvement of even the old ones. But now our parents are better than us with that traditional religion. And we are just messing up here with these new versions of religions. Maybe it's not about the religion. It's not what we get. It's how we got it. It's how we're doing it. So we need to go ahead and do it right. We need to do this Islam right. There are nations of the world where they're struggling with Jerusalem, a state of perfection to be beautiful. My family lived in Brunei. My family lived in Brunei for about 6 years. So at a time, my 3 kids schooled in Brunei and had 80% of their friends in school as Muslims, which I'm very comfortable with because I'm from Kwara. In my blood, 45-50% are Muslim. And that was why I had problems when they said mission schools in Kwara State should be given to, should be taken from missionaries. They should be taken from churches. I was just like asking why. When I was at St. Clair's Offa, when I was at Queen Elizabeth School in London, our Muslim sisters, those were girls' schools I attended anyway, were also there with us. They did not know. We don't make them to feel you are in mission schools and you are Muslims. We can't even separate ourselves. Our uniforms were level. We all wore our berets. We all sing the school anthem. We all even go to church. They follow us to the chapel, and we were all happy. So when they started hijabbing schools in Kwara, I'm just like, oh, you want them to know who is who? It's too early. School uniforms are levelers. The rich man wears it. The poor man's son wears it. The average man's son wears the same uniform. You don't need to gold your neck and wear special golden clothes to go to. We all wear the same uniform. Leveler. I don't need to wear hijab to prove that I'm a pastor and I like to cover my head like Mama Maria. The mother of Jesus. This is the mother of Jesus that wears this hijab. So what is even the stress of Muslim? If you ask them, Achia, you like this hijab, they'll say, Iya Mary, that is how our mother Miriam is wearing it. So if they are killing cow for do like this, and you say, these cows you are killing, they say it's Father Abraham, it's Father Abraham's cow. So all these things are even about Christianity. Who will help me to tell them? Because even Islam originated, is an outshoot of that same Father Abraham. So the younger brother is killing the older, and then they said they must wear different, some should wear. My state is horrible. You enter a classroom, you know Muslims, you know Christians from age 5 in nursery. How did I get into this mess? From age 12, I feel like weeping. I can enter a class and separate the Muslim children from Christian children just by their dressing. How? School is leveler, where we're all the same. You are not even the teachers are not even supposed to know. Immediately, you know who is the Christian and who is the Muslim. It will affect your marking now. I'm a teacher. You shouldn't know anything about uniform. So uniform should not be a topic that some people must carry. It's like Deeper Life members will tell us because they are Deeper Life, they must wear scarf. Most wear scarf while others are wearing berets. How did Nigeria deteriorate into that? Even in Islamic nations are afraid. The children's uniform is uniform. Uniform is uniform. There's no hijab. If it's beret, everybody berets your head. If it's scarf, everybody scarf it. So we pushed ourselves into extremes, and the only areas we are emphasizing are those areas that put us apart. And one will really ask, how did we get here? Why don't you just go back and do my Ogun, Shango, or where there is love? Because our parents just love themselves. So they come love Muslim. So they come love Christian. Come welcome everybody wholeheartedly. I want to use this platform to say anybody that is muting idea of any Sharia in Yoruba land. No way. We are loving people. Abimi Riso. Shawa manjani. Baba Shongbomi. Awo jao. We don't want fighting. We speak our Yoruba. You see, I've literally spoken half Yoruba, half English on this my program. Because the Yoruba thing is inside me. You didn't say how Kemi has been messing up in England, saying she's not Nigerian, she's Yoruba.
All right. Prof, if you can hear me, when next to come in, please just use audio. I think that may help so that we can round up with we have 3 more people here who want to question.
Yeah, I think she answered the questions very well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you are done. Let's get forefathers just keep moving people around.
Yeah, out of talking, what were you saying earlier? You were saying something earlier. Yeah, you were going to ask me a question. I thought you were going to ask me.
I forget. It's like this thing's all over the place.
Okay.
I'll remember in the last.
All right.
Yeah,
He was asking, Jide, he was asking you about this Sharia thing, Nigeria's membership of the OIC, and then he posed the question.
All right, hold on, Tony. We have Prof back, and please, so everybody, let's make it quick so that we can we can get everybody to ask a question, and she needs to go to. We said 90 minutes. We've done 2 hours. So all right. So let me go to So half of Turkey is in Europe. You're next.
Oh, okay. So I already made the speech I wanted to make earlier. So I just want to ask the professor.
All right, so there's a delay, so you'll be aware of that. There's a delay between us and where she is, you know. So.
Because I heard somebody laughing.
All right, go ahead. All
right, so what I want to ask is, if all of us on here, if you would ask us, we would all say we want Nigeria developed in terms of the economy, in terms of science, in terms of technology, and the such, to improve the standard of living of the people. So what I wanted to ask her is, why is she averse to Nigeria getting interest-free loans from the IDBs, or being in the OIC, for example, knowing that it benefits us in terms of like exchange of technology, exchange of science, policing methods, and things of that nature. This is what I wanted to ask her, because she kept condemning it when she was on. And that was actually one of the questions I wanted to ask Jide, to say, okay, why do you have, if Nigeria, well, she's not on now, so let me ask you.
Okay,
I mean, she's back on. So.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so, hello, Professor.
Yes, please.
Yes, so what I wanted to ask you, I actually made a statement when you were locked off. So if you have the chance to look over the show again, you will hear it. So without taking everybody's time and knowing that you have a lag in your internet, I just want to ask you, why, if we all on here say we want Nigeria developed, when you started speaking, you were obviously averse to Nigeria getting interest-free loans from the IDBs, the Islamic Development Banks, and being a member of the OIC. If these things, for example, the OIC has advantages in terms of exchange of policing methods, technological advancements, scientific advancements, economic cooperation, why then would you be opposed to that, outside of the fact that, well, let me not put words in your mouth because I don't want to sound antagonistic. So why would you be averse to that?
Your phone got loud at the end, so I couldn't hear you towards the end, but I heard the beginning why you said, why am I not really comfortable with the loans we're getting from Islamic Development Bank? Do you know that is also making it difficult for us to get loans from non-Islamic development banks?
Okay,
it's a big world, and Nigeria is advantaged. See, as a secular nation, you can access any part of the world because you are secular. You don't need to, as in, re-identify or beat the system. You don't need to say we're secular, but we're going to beat the system, negative, negative, negative. No. anything that is useful to you, you can take just exactly as you are. Then anyone that you can't access as a secular nation, it's not your own. You can't be cat and dog. You dog, be dog. You cat, be cat. In what, and if you goat, be goats. And goats could actually eat grasses. Cats are not advantaged to eat grasses. Dogs are advantaged to crack the bones.
All right. So I think we do this one more time. We say goodbye. So what I'm going to do when she comes back is I'll say Tony and AY, you together you ask a question, then she will respond, and that will be it. We hand it over to Forefathers. I actually scheduled to be somewhere, leave for 3. You guys know today is Super Bowl in America, so this is just because the show must go on that we're doing. Today Americans don't care about politics, anything politics. We just want to eat chicken wings and shout at the TV. And okay, the prof is back. So, all right. So
yeah, we were colonized by the British. We were colonized by the British. We got some advantages there. When we need to get things out of them, we're 50% Christian. We got advantages there. We're 50% Muslim. We got advantages there. We're neutral. We're not to any wing, so we don't need to be part of terrorism. We're neutral. We're not saying Christianize the nation. We still have people that are traditionalists and are happy in our nation. So, if you are a dog, enjoy the meat, enjoy the bone, and don't pull your eye inside the various leaves of the cow in the name of, but what of the cow's leaves? Just be you. Anytime I look at the Constitution of Nigeria, and I look at that chapter 1, part 2, section 10, I'm happy. Nigeria is a secular country. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Oh my God, you can go and sleep and be happy. And that was what we lived with. 60s, 70s, 80s. How did we get here? Ojuko Koro, which Jonathan called greed. As they are eating their bones, they must go and also be eating grass. Which kind of animal are you?
Prof, thank you so much. We quickly...
To be developed does not mean poke nothing into other people's affairs. It means being you. Do we need to turn Nigeria to a nation with winter because we want development? We just don't get winter here, and we have.
All right. What we're going to do, I am sure she will try again, but like I said, we're going to get the remaining people who want to make a comment or ask questions, including Forefathers, to put it all at the same time and get her to respond. And if she could just do audio, that will help. Most likely, that's what the tech people are telling me, that it's about bandwidth. So, all right. I see Forefathers. Forefathers, are you ready to continue the show?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
All right. AY, let me hear from AY first. AY.
Yeah, just let me speak before we enter the military government. So, this madam, right? She's a professor, right? They said.
Yeah.
I actually have a lot of questions for her. I wish her internet was good.
Okay. Oh, hold on. She's back. Let's see. So, Prof, if people are saying that it may help if you can use your audio only and turn off the camera so that the internet will be good. That's what they are telling me.
Yes, please.
If you can do the audio only, and that will help with the internet. All right, AY, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now on audio.
Okay, good. Very good.
Okay, good, better.
Okay.
Madam Prof, you are welcome
Yeah,
to the popular Dr. Damages channel. I have, to be honest, I've been listening to you. You said a lot of things I find very disturbing. One of them, you said there is an agreement. There is an agreement between the North and the South that when power comes to the South, it must be a Christian. Can you tell us where and when that agreement was held? That is one. The other thing is, you talk of Islamic Development Bank. They are majorly Muslim majority countries, which are also disputed because there are a lot of countries that belong to ISDB. Like in Africa, I can remember Uganda, Cameroon, Togo, a lot of countries that are not Muslim majority countries that are member of ISDB. Did you dislike ISDB because it's an Islamic organization? Have you ever take your time to look at like the grant from ISDB, the loan, the scholarships that Nigeria are benefiting? As we have a lot of money coming from ISDB that is going to research and development. Since you are a professor, I believe you are still teaching. I think you should be aware of this. And one final thing is, you talk about the Christian school, the missionary schools that in Kwara, they wanted to take over them. The Muslims were protesting against them. Hopefully she's still listening. So you on one hand, you don't want Nigeria to be a member of OIC, which I agree with. If you call Nigeria a secular country, I don't have issue with that. On the other hand, you are supporting missionary school controlled by a particular set of religion. Don't you think that's a double standard? So if you are still listening to me, I will just leave it here, but I have a lot of things that are inconsistent that I wanted to really like push out, ask questions about, but I will just leave it here for the purpose of others.
So if she comes back, I really have to go. But if she comes back, let's just get the questions in, everybody. That just you, AY, Tony, and Forefathers. Let's get the questions in. I think she's coming back. Okay, she's back. So, Prof, what I want to do now is I want the people who are left to ask their questions together, then you respond to it so that we round up. We've dragged for 2.5 hours, which was more than what we agreed to. So I would say AY. So AY, go on with your question, and then just make it summarize it. You don't have to.
Okay, the summary of my question, one of it was I was asking you the North and the South, the agreement you said that was held, like where and when was that agreement that when power come to the South, it has to go to a Christian? If there is any agreement between the North and the South at all, I need you to explain that to us. Then the other thing is, I was talking about ISDB, that ISDB, there are minority Muslim countries that are member of ISDB, and you claim that it's basically majority Muslim country. Then I was referring to the loan, the grant for research and development from ISDB, the scholarship. So I was asking, are you aware of this kind of scholarship, this kind of grant that is going to university? I know you are a professor. You should be aware of them. Then the last question was, you talk about in Kwara, we have the missionary school, the Muslims were against the missionary schools. I said, on one hand, you want Nigeria to cut out from OIC, which because it's a particular religious body. But on the other hand, you want Nigeria to be, the school to be controlled by a particular religion as well. Does that not lead to double standard?
All right, thank you, AY. Prof, can you hear us?
It's the body language.
Go ahead, Prof.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Prof. Go ahead.
Yeah, your line was breaking, but I guess mine is not. So if mine is not, that's great. Let me see what I could make out of the questions. Just the fact that the lines were breaking. I think I got question one well when you said, how do I think that Muslims will not be part of loans being taken from Islamic banks. I think that was the one I was on before I got cut off. And I said you got to be you, and you got to stop the spirit of greed to take from here and take from there, and take from here and take from there. You need to operate the nation as a secular nation. And whatever you can get as a secular nation is good enough for you. You could get it from Christian nations, you could get it from Muslim nations, you could get it from non-religious nations. You don't need a fling to overrule your own constitution, to override your own constitution, and to now find yourself in a mess in which you now have Boko Haram and ISWAP taking over states in northern Nigeria, ethnic cleansing. Now, look at the name, Book is bad. How did we get to Book is bad in Nigeria? Book cannot be bad in a secular nation. Book cannot be bad in a nation that was colonized by UK. Book cannot be bad here. So I'm saying that, I'm not saying don't collect Islamic loans as Islamic groups arranged from the mosques with various groups, but not as a nation. And I insist it is unconstitutional. It is being done from the back door. It's not in the print, it's not written, it's not part of Nigerians' agreement. And then I think you also asked me where I got the concept that once power is shifting to the north, it must be a Muslim. And once power is shifting to the south, it must be a Muslim. It must be a Christian. And you need to quote me in context and not out of context. I actually said there is a gentleman agreement, and I didn't say by Nigerians or in the constitution. I said by political parties, and you can just Google and find this. PDP and APC. Don't mind the names they were changing from in the days of NCNC versus Akintola, Awolowo. It became NPN and UPN. It now became the major two parties per time. They told us, I'm a politician, I'm strong in PDP before I moved to a smaller party, Mass Action Joint Alliance, to contest election. They always tell us that there's a gentleman agreement within those the two major parties per time, that power cannot stay permanently in one part of Nigeria. Nigeria is basically the South and the North. And whenever the South rules, after some year, the North must rule. And whenever the North rules, after some year, the South must rule. See, they see themselves as two mothers, two children of same mother and same father. And they believe that even when you are very good, you cannot run away with the inheritance of your parents alone in the name of I'm firstborn, or I'm the most intelligent, or I'm the most handsome. No, it's the right of the two children. And the two children of Nigeria is the North, Northern Nigeria, and the South, Southern Nigeria. And if you now look at the precedents over the years, you will discover that once
network again.
Okay, so
Her network is like network of people in the UK. Fofana network is better today, though. Yeah, you are improving.
Forefathers, can you hold on, take over the conversation? Let me see if I can reach her. Okay.
Yeah, she's back.
Oh, she's back. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Prof, welcome back. What we're going to do now is...
So there has been power shift. Yes, I'm emphasizing that the power shift has been there. The power shift from North and South has been there. In fact, if you take it like a project thesis or dissertation, which is you always start from the premises of your observation, what you see, before your conclusion. If you come from that premises of what has been happening, let's now deduct what should happen. That's what we do in language. Language.
All right. I know that
there must be power shift in Nigeria. There must be power shift to the North and to the South. And now, I made an induction from that. And my induction is that once power is shifting to the South, you have Christian majority in the South. And then you have Muslims majority in the North. So if it's not in cases of military leadership, like you having Gowon from Northern Nigeria as Christian, if it's in these days of democracy, where power must be for the people by the people themselves, then it is the majority Muslims in the North that will determine it, because in democracy, like Fela said, them all decrease. Now, government of the people, for the people, by the people, even if not stupid people. If they are just plenty, they are the ones in charge. So the plentiness, if you allow me to use that word in quotes, of Muslims in Northern Nigeria would deliver that ticket to the North. Naturally.
All right.
Implied.
Prof, thank you so much.
And the opposite will likely happen too in the North. But we were supposed to speak about Wike the other time. I'm saying that people like Wike will never support another 8 years for Northern Nigeria after 8 years. As in Buhari has finished, so the next person is Atiku, 8 years, 16 years. So the Southern people came to play in Nigeria. They already know they have a gentleman.
Prof, thank you. We have to round up. I will just let Tone and Forefathers just to ask your question.
Agreement that we are through in the North. It's the time of the South. follow and say.
All right, thank you, Prof. Let's hear Tone. Tone, just one question, and then forefathers, your question, and then together, Prof will answer you, and we have to run. Thank you so much, Prof. The internet has been very uncooperative, but we understand. Tone, Tony, go
I
ahead.
ran with my audio Bible.
Yeah. Greetings, Dr. Damages, and greetings, Prof, and everyone on the platform and those listening. My question is a very short one. I heard Dr. Damages ask you about the election, presidential election in Rivers State, and he was asking you who, in your opinion, do you think won that election? And as a pastor, bishop, politician, teacher, professor, you dodged that question, but I think you should be forthright. You know who won, and so I don't understand why you are conservative with the truth.
All right, thank you, Tone. Prof, before you answer, let's get the last one in. Forefathers, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to Professor Funmilayo Adesanya. Thank you for joining us here. See, I find some of your comments a little bit, I don't know how to describe it, unsettling. You use some terms. I do subscribe. I think your heart is in the right place. That's the truth. I heard you when you said something about let's build our home. However, with all the good wishes in the world, if you don't do the due diligence and do the homework on how to build, you are not going to succeed. There are some terms you used that I found a little bit unsettling. You literally even said something about the South, about how the women get pregnant very quickly, and then you end. And you describe the Yoruba culture as benign and all that stuff, which historically, the Yorubas were quite warlike before the colonizers took over. And I'm surprised you missed that completely. They were fighting by far more than the South and the Southeast. Maybe the Northwest can rival them to an extent. You know about the Oyo wars and with the Jebu and this in the Lome and all of them. So I don't understand why you try to redraw history. And I think we struggle with identity. The way we talk about identity, you one moment you are sounding like a nationalist, the next thing you are sounding like you belong to one side of the country, and you literally glossed over some of the stuff Kemi Badenoch was doing too, because she was behaving like that. She's from Nigeria, part of Nigeria anyway, which is Yoruba, but while attacking Nigeria at the same time. It's like we don't understand that we are doing damage to ourselves when we talk about things. Don't you think, as a professor, we should understand how to discuss on a national level and keep it national without making it tribal?
All right, thank you.
And navigate our identities more intelligently without always trying to create division when we are talking about our identity or talking about it on a national level. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, forefathers. Prof, are you there?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I want you to please answer the two questions and then give us your final thoughts, because we have to go.
Yeah, the last two questions. I think one was why I brushed who won in River State.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm still gonna brush that. I'm not gonna talk about who won in River State because I was in my northern Nigeria sorting out my what do they call it now? My election counts, and so I was back in Kwara State.
Okay. The other question from forefathers, maybe forefather, one sentence. If you can put your question in one sentence. I know you spoke for a while.
Yeah, the idea is for us to be able to talk about our identity without making it divisive. Because one moment you are talking about on a national level, then the next minute you are sounding very tribalistic.
All right. So thank you.
Do you think we should do it better?
Prof, can you hear him?
Tinubu one.
Prof, can you hear him? You know, there's a delay at her end. So whenever she can hear us now, we just let her give us her final thoughts and then thank her for the time she spent with us today. We initially scheduled her for 90 minutes. It's approaching 3 hours. So that's she's very gracious with her time, which we didn't know we were going to spend this amount of time. It's unfortunate, guys, that internet didn't make it very enjoyable. I think it would have been a very enjoyable conversation, but I understand. Janaba, if you can hear me, you can speak now while we wait for her to reconnect. Go ahead, Janaba.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, Tony, and forefathers for being here. My heart bleeds when I hear Prof. The way he talk about issues. I remember my teacher in my village when I was growing up. When I visit the village and I see them, I don't want now many people from our place fail everything. And I say, oh, this is the reason why we fail. I cannot imagine this person taught me in primary school.
Janaba, hold on. Okay, she's back, and we let her answer the question, the ones she got, and then give us her final thoughts. Prof, go ahead.
Yes, and I like the last question, please.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Prof, go ahead.
He asked forefather to repeat his last question.
Oh, no, is that what she said? No, I don't think so.
She said she likes the last question.
Yeah, she liked the last question. So we are waiting for her answer. Prof, can you hear us? Okay. So guys, this is why we have to do better so that we can have, even if we don't have TV stations, we can work with other TV stations in Nigeria. We can get a limo to take our guests to the station in Port Harcourt. They will they will talk.
I like the last question that asked me, why am I?
I think the issue is that there's a long delay, between us and where she is. So it takes a while, which is unfortunate, but
Yeah,
go ahead, Prof.
yes, I like the last question that says, who are you, Funmilayo Adesanya? Who really are you? Now you are Yoruba, then you are Nigerian, you are Northerner, you are Southerner. Who really are you? Can you be straight? Now look at me, I'm a typical Nigerian. And let me explain who a Nigerian is. When I was contesting election, because I'm from Kwara State, I was contesting from Northern Nigeria. So I'm a Northern Nigerian. But this Northern Nigerian girl is from the West, the Yoruba part of Nigeria. So I'm a Yoruba girl. I always say I'm a detribalized Nigerian because I'm a Northerner and I'm Yoruba. And I've now lived 35 years of my life in the South Nigeria. And as a bishop, I'm committed to Eastern Nigeria. So a bishop committed to Eastern Nigeria who has lived her life and got paid in 35 years of her lifetime service in Southern Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, who can only contest on the platform of Northern Nigeria as a middle belter, and who speaks Yoruba, Western Nigeria. So you can see that anything happening in Nigeria touches me. Immediately you kill Leah Sharibu in Northern Nigeria, and you devastating people in Kaduna, in Kano, in Jos, that is northern Nigeria, I'm crying. Immediately you come to hit them in Port Harcourt, and you want to punch southern Nigeria, where you're getting the oil money from. I'm there getting the heat of the polluted South Nigeria, where we just live literally inside oil pollution for Nigeria to run. And when you go to when you go to Western Old West, how will Olufunmilayo now say I'm no more in Nigeria? Because the problem will now hit. So I don't want problem in northern Nigeria. I'm a northerner. I don't want problem in central Nigeria. I'm from the north central. Hey, this is the voice of the north West Nigerian girl, and she said she doesn't want any problem in Western Nigeria. So I don't want any problem in South Nigeria.
All right. We have to take a break. I want to thank Professor Funmilayo Adesanya-Davies for joining us today. What I think we would do is maybe
Nigeria, lifetime Nigeria. And the way we were born, we are too interconnected. That's why I said the best of all my question is this last one that says, Bishop, Professor, teacher, who are you? Yes, it's the voice of the northern girl saying if Sharia, ending Sharia, ends what is happening in northern Nigeria, please end it. Don't give us an Islamic coloration. Don't spread fightings to Western Nigeria. Spare us in southern Nigeria so we get your food ready for you. And give Nigeria peace, unity, and progress. The title of the book I wrote for Jonathan Sambo presidency, a symbol of peace, unity, and progress. Let's have some peace and unity here so we can have progress, for heaven's sake. And now that everybody is sending us packing, and I say packing to our beautiful home, let's fix home. Because to me, there's nowhere like Nigeria. And there is nobody that you touch in Nigeria that you have not touched. Olufunmilayo. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Despite the internet problems we had today, we really appreciate you joining us. And it's been wonderful. We hope to bring you back when we have better connection. I will now take a break. When we come back, we hand it over to Forefathers so that you guys can talk about all the other things in the news. And just a reminder, on Saturday next week, Dele Ogun will join us. We are having the special conversation with him on Saturday because he won't be able to join us on a Sunday. And he will talk about the which is very important, the 150 years since the Berlin Conference that happened when the modern Africa was designed by Europeans. And his new book, The Culprits, which just came out in December. So please, if you can join us on Saturday, we're going to have Dele Ogun join us. If you guys remember, he was here last year at certain point. So on that note, I really want to thank everybody that joined, and we'll take a break. We'll come back. Forefathers, we take it from here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. I think I have to. I think I'm taking over now. You know, a new dispensation. Let me put it back to the way it was before. Okay. I don't know if the professor is still around. I think she's probably not here.
Yes,
Oh, oh, you are here?
yes, please.
Father,
Okay.
can I quickly ask the prof a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Hey, prof, quick question.
Yes, yes,
So, for
please.
full disclosure, since you are here with us, right?
Yeah.
You say you are a member of PDP. So, are you an ally of Wike?
I said I was a staunch member of PDP before I left.
Before you left.
Before
Okay,
I left for
so what
another
is your
party, a smaller party known as Mass Action Joint Alliance, where they now gave me the ticket as presidential candidate, where the platform for which I contested, when I noticed that PDP will not give a woman their tickets.
Okay, so the other thing, what's your view of the crisis in Rivers State? What's your view?
Yeah, my view on that crisis is that in Nigeria, we can never say there is no godfatherism. So we have what we call godfatherism. You must be standing at the back, on the back of somebody to get to your level. So it's like our current governor, Governor Fubara, is like a son to Wike, or in Wike's camp. And we were all happy that Wike shopped for him because he's a civil servant like the rest of us. He was chief accountant of the state, and he was good. So when Wike told us this is the kind of person that can continue the great job he's doing, we were just like, thanks for shopping. So we like Fubara the way we like Wike. And we were all happy until we suddenly discovered that they were unhappy with themselves, that things were getting solved, maybe on some of their agreements on how to run the state when Wike leaves. I guess I feel it's even a money thing. As in, I'm going to sponsor you, bring out this kind of money. Then maybe Fubara said, I'm going to pay you back when I become the governor. And maybe Wike says, hey, where is my money now? And Fubara is saying, no, I'm not going to give you in bulk like that. If not, the state will collapse. I'm going to be paying it in bits. I think that's the kind of rumor we had, that it was just like resettle what I helped you with and all that. So as it stands now, we were happy when Tinubu came in, chatting them all up at Asurak, and we're just looking forward to a time when they'll be back together again, because they were actually on the same platform. These are the PDPs, and we like PDP in River State. Yeah, River State is PDP, and we like it.
But Wike is the leader of both parties now.
Let's allow Jonaba. Jonaba hasn't asked his question. AY. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Jonaba, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You have a question?
No, really, I don't have a question. I just have a comment.
Okay. Is it about the professor?
Yes, but it's not direct at her as a question. Just my own disappointment and looking at the program. I don't know whether it's the right time to say that or it's after we review her comment.
I think you can say what you want to say, then she will have the opportunity to respond to you, I guess.
Okay. It's not a question. It's from the observation. I heard her on many issues where Dr. Damages asked her what is going on in Gaza, what her own opinion, and also about Trump. And all the way he went about it as a professor in the place of power in Nigeria. When I say
place of power literally means she access to many mind of Nigeria, young and old, and also as a religious leader, like I had her, and also as a politician, somebody that have this view in 21st century and have access to many mind, then it's a long walk to freedom in our country, because the stance is taking is just unfortunately that someone believed that God created different human beings, and that is not one God. That Gaza can be wiped out, and Israel is God's own country. And then when it comes to Sharia law, she want to push back on it. It's all about powers and principalities in this world. At least you can be fair from coming from humanity view to condemn someone. You can be Trump fan and all of that. And the world, if it does not know that the world is not white American or the British American that were here first, neither was Trump himself, and his forefathers are from here. And there are parts of Africa that have been occupied by the white people, like South Africa, over the years. And Rudolph asked her, are you happy, or would you want to see that the white people in South Africa go? Where are they going? Where are they going? But in order to have that view about Africa, the religious view, and you access this mind of the people, people are free to practice any religion. But even the Bible says, behold, the Lord our God is one, the creator of the universe. Religion is just a part and a choice. And one of the beautiful things in Yoruba land is that people can come from the same mother, the same father, and choose a path to be a Christian and Muslim, and they can still get along very well. So you can have your strong views about any religion, but not against humanity, that one doesn't deserve to live to fulfill their own God-given potential because you think you are more special than the other on your own religious view. And then the last question you asked her, which she answered beautifully, but her attitude and character does not portray it. She's a she's supposed to be a nationalist, being the fact that one part from Middle Belt or South or North because of where she come from. But her view is very narrow, and this is not good for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I hope you got that. I think he's probably accusing you, if I'm not mistaken, Jonaba, of being too sectional and without empathy for other groups of people, like your comment with the Palestinians and the white people live in South Africa. Am I mistaken, Jonaba? Did I get it right?
Yeah, that's correct. Janaba is
That's
very
correct.
correct.
You are correct.
Okay, so yeah, that's how it's going. And to be fair, that's part of what I found for me anyway. When I was listening, I felt like, okay, this is a little bit too much in one direction, because she's supposed to be a nationalist.
No,
And
no, she's not.
you see that if she's our nationalist, isn't that why we are where we are? If she's our nationalist. Okay. All right. I think we'll leave it at that. We don't want to be talking about her while she's just finished talking to us. We can maybe start another session on that later on. I must say that the good sides that I see in her is that she seems to talk straight as it comes to her mind. She doesn't try to sugarcoat it. She gives me she comes across as somebody with the Trump energy. We are great people. We are very, very intelligent people. We are all kinds of stuff like that. And I heard that when she said we need to build our own, and that's true. And she didn't abandon Nigeria. She stayed. You can't say that for a lot of people, including myself and a lot of people. So what you see, maybe some people don't just have necessarily the right, they are not always where everybody is, but maybe her mind is in the right place. That's how I'm trying to look at it. All right. Professor, I don't know if you heard what Jonaba said. Do you want to respond to him?
Yeah, I heard him at the beginning, but I didn't hear him towards the end. But I think rather than me having the mix-up, he's the one getting the mix-up. Let me reverse what he said. He's saying, let Sharia continue in Nigeria, let terrorism continue in Nigeria, let them continue to kill themselves, let them not sort anything religion out, since that is what is destroying them. And I'm saying, no, I'm a woman, I'm emotional, I'm from northern Nigeria. Any seed of discord causing destructions in northern Nigeria must be stopped, whether religious or otherwise. And it must not also come into western, southwest, because I'm Yoruba. I don't want it in Yoruba land, let alone the old south, where I have lived 35 years of my life. We want peace in Nigeria, and we don't want lack of peace that is attached to religion. Tell another lie. Or about Gaza. I kept saying result is the game, and I'm interested in bottom line. If you also like what is happening in Gaza over the years, then stay with
On your issue. The audio is breaking up.
Going to raise people with children and descendants of Abraham. So to say status quo of quarrel, status quo of war, status quo of destruction, status quo of, if you don't know where you're going, you don't know where you are coming from, hey, change the style. Bottom line, we want what we work. We want peace, not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa, but on the entire planet. And if we need to make big time sacrifices for it, of certain things we have not done in the past, because whichever path you've been following in 100 years and you're getting the same result, it's time to change your style. So, what would he have expected me to say? Let them continue the destruction in Gaza. Let Israel wipe up Palestinian. Let Palestinian fight them to no avail. Let Sharia and OIC enter the whole of Nigeria and bring the nation down. I'm sorry. I didn't go to school to learn to put myself in part of self-destruction when you can make.
Professor, see, I think what is going on is
decisions that you will like the result.
Sorry, Professor, what is going
ultimately
on is you are advocating that.
Excuse me, please. Please excuse me. If everything has been working, who is going to complain? If there is peace in Nigeria as we talk here, who is going to complain?
Yeah, we agree with you on that. I think where he's coming from is that you are advocating that the Palestinians should give up their land because they cannot defeat the Israel, when you should be advocating that Israel should not displace them because it's only fair that they belong to that land. At the same time, you are in Nigeria saying the Hausa should not come to the southwest because you are on that land. What if somebody says Yoruba people should be kicked out of the land because it's okay since Hausas are stronger and they are growing further in population?
Yeah. No, you say you're still getting it mixed up. They're not saying Palestinians should leave their lands. Nobody is touching the Palestinians. The quarrel is on this trip, that tiny Gaza trip, where they all go killing themselves. It's like saying in Yoruba land, the discussion is not even Ibadan. Ibadan is too big. One river in Lagos. So because of one small river in Lagos, in the whole of Nigeria, we must wipe off Nigeria because of one small river in Lagos.
So what's
But that
please,
is
let's get the
exactly
big
what he's
picture before
advocating
we
for.
take it.
I think forefathers. I'm not trying to.
I'm not advocating for dispute. How can you
So,
mobilize the whole of
what's your
Palestine?
Please,
position on
let us
Gaza?
not
What's your position?
let her not misrepresent what I said. She's spinning things. This is not a political debate area. If you want to be a politician, which you are, you can go and campaign during an election and choose the party you want to campaign and have that view. When you come to a show and somebody says something, you respect what the person said. Don't spin it as a politician. If you come to this platform with that, and I am here, I'm going to challenge that view of yours. We are not here to antagonize you. We respect your time and view, and you are entitled to your view, but you are not entitled to spin it as a politician to what you meant, not contrary to what I said.
Yeah, it was your tone the tone, the choice of words, your tone, your choice, the condemnation. I just gave you the
listen to the
tone. You
substance
gave
of
to
what I
me.
say, because the in and out of the network can bring it close and
Jonaba,
far.
let me try to create a baseline. The idea here is that we
Yeah,
are all trying
it
to
is just your style I use back for you. There's a way to talk on what.
Professor,
You can't teach me. You cannot even conduct yourself how to
We're
teach.
trying to get solutions.
Don't do that. Let's not do that. Let's try to get somewhere here. We are trying to learn. Professor, we are trying to hear the truth of things. I don't know if you're hearing me. We are trying to get to the truth of things, and we are trying to learn from you because you are on the ground in Nigeria, and he is trying to speak honestly about his opinion. And it's good that we meet each other in a kind of exchange, honest exchange of information, not about winning arguments. We are here genuinely here to learn, and we respect you that you are on the ground in Nigeria. We are here. You are a professor. We are not.
Forefathers, I think we have a guest here, and I don't think the guest is entitled to her opinion. We shouldn't embarrass the guest. Maybe after she's gone, then we can begin to analyze and begin to look at some of the things that she said. Some of them are controversial, really, but I don't think it to be proper on this platform for us to treat our guest in a way that I think is.
I agree with you on that. Your number, there's no need to be offended. Just say your piece, and then that's it. Who else wants to ask a question? I think Jide came back, but Oti, I think I like Oti. Oti is a very nice man, and I don't want Jide to speak. Jide is going to get upset. Oti, how are you? Thank you for joining us, Oti. Yeah, the guest is out, but maybe she might come back in again so that you can ask a question. Jonaba was not necessarily, I think he got a bit frustrated, but I understand where he was coming from. He wasn't trying to be rude. He was just trying to say, answer the question.
He was
Don't
not
try
rude.
to spin it around. That's all he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to be rude. Welcome, Professor. So if you want to respond to Jonaba, you can. And Jonaba, please take it easy. She's just speaking from where she's coming from. And I think I agree with you.
Thank you. Because I'm here in Nigeria and we're getting all the hits. And when I say hits, I know how many times I've been hospitalized for just reading news of killings in northern Nigeria. I just quietly wake up trying to get myself ready for school, pick my phone, read 2 news, 3 news, Kaduna, Kano. And when I wake up, I'm in the hospital. And I'm not a man. We said bottom line, let's get to the roots of some of these issues.
Prof, let me throw these questions to you. Prof, let me throw these questions to you. I think there are a lot of things, a lot of us actually questioning you are saying, right? That we feel are not quite accurate. For example, the issue of killing in the north. You make measure when you were with Dr. Damages that, oh, they are killing Christians in the north. And you, as a prof, we expect you to be balanced and say, okay, the killing going on in the north, will you say in the last 10 years, they've killed more Christians than Muslims? I don't want this discussion to go along this line, because you make mention of Jos. You didn't make mention of Zamfara, the killing that has been going on in Zamfara, the killing that has been going on in Katsina. People now feel you are biased because they feel like because this is a Muslim state, you don't care who died there. You only focus on where the Christian population is. If you go to Maiduguri, hold on, let me finish.
I thought I was the one that kept saying my family is half Christian, half Muslim. But that does not mean that we should be politically correct or politically wrong.
On the issue.
Boko Haram targeted churches. Of course, when you have targeted churches and you keep burning churches, one day you must burn mosques.
No, hold on. Let's be factual with, because people are watching, right? If you go to Bondi, for example,
Islam came and said no Western education. It must be.
That is another fallacy, right? You have a group of people that said Western education is a sin, not Islam. That's so wrong. You know, that these are the things that really worry some of us, right? As we should be able to talk based on fact. Like, it doesn't matter if who is affected by this fact. We got to put them out there. But the way you are saying, there is more like you are very partisan in every area you are discussing. For example, you in religion you are partisan, in tribe you are partisan, with politics you are partisan. Then what's the future of the country? So we expect you.
I'm gonna contend and defend my faith.
Focus on educate us as the younger ones. Let's have one mind on how to move this country forward, how to go in the direction. Because I asked you a question about Wiki. Of course, I know there is something is going on. You don't want to offend Wiki. It's fine. But Wiki is human being, right? Even your body language shows you don't even have problem Tinubu be president. I'd also have problem. The only problem I have is I want the country to work. That's the problem I have with everybody, all Nigerian politicians. I'm one of those that believe, the moderator will tell you, I believe Nigerian politicians, they are all the same. We argue this every day. They tell me, no, I'm lying. I say, no, that is my whole personal belief. And I still hold that views very strongly. Until we have a new breed that decide to go in a different direction in moving this country forward, I think we are in a mess. Both the northern politician, the southern politician, the west, the east, wherever we currently have in Nigeria, they are the same. It seems you have a lot of friends among these people. That is why you don't want to speak boldly about things that are going wrong. You were very aware how we can rig election in Rivers State. You don't want to discuss the election. You choose to be silent. So silent is also a kind of
like to keep it brief so that she can be able to respond.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. If you can hear, you are free to respond to him, but we cannot hear you at the moment just in case there's technical issues going on. I think sometimes I hear, from me, what I hear is somebody that is not necessarily used to talking the way we talk. She's in Nigeria. She interacting with people on the ground in Nigeria. You are overseas. She's on the ground. So the way you talk is different. You see what I mean? So it's not always, but do you agree that her mind is in the right place in terms of wanting the country to function? Do you agree, or you don't see that? Do you agree that her mind is in the right place, that she wants the country to work?
Forefathers, if you indulge me, as someone who ran for the office of president in Nigeria, I think it's good for her to have a feel of how Nigerians that she wants to rule over feel over issues that have been discussed here on the platform. So there are so many things that she said that for me are controversial. I just asked one question because we know who won the presidential election in Rivers State. And for me, as someone, I thought that as someone who is a minister, she would be a little bit different from what the politicians would say, but I didn't get that. So that's why I asked that question. But so many other things that she said. Yes, there are some other things that she said that I agree with. But generally speaking, for me, if you ask me to assess Prof in terms of all that has been discussed, I really don't get to feel where she is. It's like someone sitting on the fence on so many issues, just trying to be politically correct, not trying to offend this person or that person. So it doesn't bring her clearly out, like someone who has a pan-Nigerian view, who is from the north, connections in the south, Yoruba and all that, So I don't see her that way. The impression that I get is that, she's out of PDP, but she's PDP. She's a Christian. She's a Christian, but she likes some aspect of traditional African worship. She's
How dare you besmirch her good name? A moment ago, you were accusing Janaba of besmirching her good name.
No. This is what I feel.
You're dragging her over.
No. She might be listening, but
let her finish.
This is what I feel.
Let Mr. Tony finish now. Let him.
This is what I feel from the. I'm not castigating her, but this is my reading of what she said. So it may be so it's good for her to know whether she has presented. She's talking to us and she's sharing. So this is what I get from the discussion. And so if that's not what she's saying, she has an opportunity to balance it and say, no, that's not. But that's the picture that I take out. So if she's running for election next time, I can. This is my mindset about her. Just going by what I hear, what I've heard today.
Yeah, thank you for that. I am really trying to understand where she's coming from, because sometimes you get the feeling that we are misunderstanding her to an extent, because sometimes she will make broad statements like how she wants Nigeria to work. We forget she's in Nigeria herself. She could have been elsewhere. And she also talked about how she grew up in the South. She doesn't want the problems to go on there. Because sometimes when I even say to my Southeastern brother that, hey, some of this stuff you got back causing, it's causing a lot of trouble for us here. People think I'm just bad mouthing them. They don't see that, okay, I'm trying to say we all are better off. But she's looking at it from the point of view that the Muslims, they could cause trouble for the ones in the South. So she's just highlighting dangers and possible solutions, even if we don't like it. She's like a Trump person. She will say stuff even if most people will not understand it, but people that get her would think, yeah, she may not have sounded it right, he may not have said it right, but we agree with the message itself. She's not against Muslims. You see that at the core of it, she's not against Muslims, but yet she's saying stop, don't keep moving the stuff south. You see what I mean? So when you try to look at it beyond that, and then you also see the caution she shows in that, at least from our own impression anyway, the caution she's showing from the way she talks about the politicians in Nigeria, that could be coming from the fact that she's present in Nigeria. Nigeria, when they have your phone number, they have everything about you. When you want to get a phone, you have to take your fingerprint everywhere. So it's tough in Nigeria to do politics without being worried about people that are above you, that are more powerful. I mean, in the space. So yeah, what can I say? It is what it is. I said it myself because some of our comments were not even accurate in terms of historical statements about the Yoruba history, and the Palestinian one. It's like advocating genocide for us too. If you are saying because Israel is more powerful, Palestine should leave, so Igbo should come and clear us out from here now, because they are stronger than us. That's the kind of argument we are making here. It's not a healthy argument to be making. But it is what it is. What can we say? OT, is your audio back now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Look, good evening.
OT, hold on. For the life of me, I can't believe I will miss OT's this thing. OT's way of questioning people.
I'm coming for you as and
oh, seriously?
I must say that quite upfront. Can I go ahead now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. it's a pity I didn't listen to the interview. I'm just, I had a meeting and just coming in. No, but I kind of I've followed some of the discussion, the questioning forefathers and AY and also John Abbas questioning the professor. Well, as I said, I didn't listen to her interview, to have a kind of a feel of her understanding the positions on the issues. She's been questioned. No, but some of the comments, I've listened to. I just want to really state my position, my clear position on these things. And I find it really very surprising that some of us adults, mature men, and then we pretend, I'll give you an example. For us, you talk about this, somebody not being a nationalist. I wonder what in the world that means. Okay, being a nationalist. Now listen, politics is divisive, right? Right. So people have positions, people have interests, people have perspectives. You look at things from your own perspective, okay? And then of course you play a politics, okay? But what is required for in any kind of environment, any kind of democratic or political environment, is some sense of fair play, right? But it's not, having an interest and defending it. How is that not nationalistic? Why do you want to draw this diametrical opposition between somebody, representing a particular point of view, their partisan interest? What is wrong with that? But that is what politics is all about. So that you are, you question somebody, you accuse somebody that they are not being nationalistic or being nationalist. What does that mean? What in the world does that mean? Being a nationalist. A politician is a politician, and the game of politics is just you have an interest to protect. You represent it. You advocate for it, right? But you can be fair and level-headed going about it. Now, AY, you talk about all politicians be the same. Do you think about this kind of statement? How helpful is that? What are you trying to say? All politicians are the same. And then if you believe that really, and you say this is your position, you ask yourself, and then, so when you come to Nigeria, all politicians in Nigeria are the same. Okay, politicians can all be the same in the sense that politics is all about their power, right? Protection, representation of a particular interest. Okay, but beyond that, all politicians cannot be the same. These are individuals. They're human beings. They have character. They have a hinterground. They have a background. They have beliefs. They have visions. How can all politicians be the same? And when you make this statement, what do you mean by it? Come on, it's confusing. So you're showing confusion. You're not trying to clarify. You're not trying to. I don't know what you aim to achieve by that. How can you say all politicians are the same? Those that are crooks and thieves and murderers are the same as those who are none of those. I don't have those characters I've just described. What do you mean by that? It doesn't show any seriousness. It doesn't show any kind of when we're discussing political national issues that we're coming up to it with any sense of responsibility, any seriousness, any maturity. I think it's just kind of playing student politics.
Can I answer your question? You just
answer my
want
question.
to talk.
Explain to me how.
Okay, let me tell you. Yeah, all politicians are the
same. It serious.
Yeah, they are the same because they have common traits, right? You just alluded to it. Actually, if you listen to yourself very well, you alluded to it. Politicians have common traits, right?
No. Like, I said interest. Okay, they are fighting for power, right? That is the bottom line, okay? But they are individuals, okay? They have histories, they have backgrounds, they have different worldviews, they have different characters. So they're not the same. You cannot say that.
So okay. Now this is where the problem is. You will not allow me to speak. You are still want to push what you think into my head. It's not going to go in. Let me explain to you, right? I said politicians all have common traits, right?
No, that's not what you said. You say all
politicians. That's what I just said now. They are the same. I'm defining what I mean by the same to you. Why don't you just have patience and listen? I don't know why you so up there today. So politicians are the same in the sense that they have common traits like ambition, persuasion, and drive for power, right? So how they drive for this power could be different. You just make measure. Some can use this divisive like divide and rule to get power. Some can use religion, tribe, just name it. Some can use visual to capture people. So it's really, that is what is different. But
no. Listen.
Politicians themselves.
AY, for the sake of language, right? Okay. Let us not abuse language. Language is meant to be an instrument to help us to clarify, to exchange ideas. For the sake of that clarity, for the sake of language, okay? Don't make that statement. All politicians.
No, I will make it again. Sorry,
you cannot defend it, and it's meaningless. Okay,
I'm defending it. You don't want to listen. That's the problem.
It's meaninless. I'm telling you why it is meaninless.
Okay. Now let's slow down. Let's slow down a bit.
I will keep my own views.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let's slow down. I think this is an issue of point context.
It's abuse of language.
No, it's not necessary. See.
It's
when
not.
Somebody say, hold on, sorry. Let's just clarify this. If somebody says human beings are human beings, it doesn't mean all human beings are the same. But the context they are talking about is what we have in common, that we are human beings. So if somebody says politicians are the same, he's qualifying the reason why he said that.
No.
Based on certain things.
Forefathers, how often does he qualify it? If I didn't challenge,
he doesn't qualify it often. I've told him that he should be qualifying it.
Listen,
I'm qualifying it. They will not let me speak. You can see what I'm going.
Okay? There's an intendment. There's a connotation. There's a message. There's a tenor. You don't just say something for nothing.
But I was explaining. You wouldn't let me. I was just explaining to you.
Listen.
See, Miss Auti, you can believe what you want to believe. I think some people here also believe all politicians are the same. You are the only one. Maybe you are forefather, probably. No, but
so I think he understands. He just thinks that your word precision is wrong. You can't use
language in a way that is
not precise enough.
Meaningful information.
And that is some of the issue I had with the professor too. Because you have to be more precise. That you have to use a specific term to qualify what you are saying. Because if you just say all politicians are the same, it means that the ones that are doing things to benefit us, you are lumping them together. It's like they are all.
What does that mean?
Their morality is all the same. You are qualifying everything. Their morality, their bribery taking, and all the rest is all the same.
No, it's not everything.
That's what it means when you put it like that.
See. Politicians they differ in motivation and integrity.
Okay.
There are areas where they are different.
You just have to admit that is a statement.
No, I will never.
It's a statement you shouldn't be making because it's not defensible. You cannot justify it. You cannot defend it in any way.
Can we respect that the guest is still here?
Let's respect the prof. Let's respect the prof.
Before we start getting down with this nature. So you said something about why I was talking about nationalism here. So,
do you want me to elaborate?
The way what I heard was that if you want to sound nationalistic, don't act as if the other side is a problem that you want to run away from. It's your problem. It's your nation. You have to fight them to change that location. Don't see it as them versus us. You see what I mean?
No. Well, I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. Okay, now, for example, we live in again. Everything is in context. Okay, we're talking about Nigeria, a pluralistic country. Okay, religious, ethnic. Okay, now you're a politician from a certain part of Nigeria, and you're representing a constituency. Okay, now first of all, your primary obligation, loyalty, is that your constituency. If you're president of Nigeria, of course, that is different. You are president of all Nigerians. But if, for example, a member of the House of Reps from your I don't know, somewhere from River State, okay? Now that is your primary constituency. You are loyal to your obligation. You have to fight for their interests first and foremost, okay? And then of course you are Nigerian equally. Yes, but you cannot tell me that if you make, there won't be any accusation of special pleadings because you are supposed to be a partisan. Yes, and they present their
Not
interest.
necessarily.
No,
You see, that is the difference between a nationalist and just a partisan.
Sorry, excuse me. I don't know who called you. To be a nationalist. Is that a vocation? No. So you're a politician.
Actually, it is.
No, you are a politician. Okay, if I'm a
Actually,
politician.
it is.
No, I don't know. Who says be a nationalist is something kind of something that is praiseworthy. Being a nationalist. No, look, we can develop our country, okay, but you got to play your part. You see, charity begins at home. Now, if we all of us do our jobs, play our part properly, Nigeria will be better. Will be okay. Are you with me? So this idea, you're looking, it's so abstract. You're looking for it in the, in the air somewhere. No, but you fail to do there's something you need to do. It doesn't work that way.
What I'm saying is not abstract. It's just simple human nature. If the moment you start seeing other people as different within your own nation, and you are trying to deal with national issues, you have a problem on your hand.
No, but hold on, for us. You see, that's what I'm telling you. You see, again, you have to be honest. Sincerity. Okay, if you can't even be sincere and authentic, then we haven't started. What are we talking about?
Tell me what is insincere with my position.
No, excuse me. People are different. Okay, this is a fact of life.
See,
but it doesn't mean that they are inferior.
No, people are
or that
different,
they are
but
bad,
the context you are operating now is on a national level. That's my issue. Sorry, let me clarify this. Let me clarify this. You see, when you are operating on a national level, you have to stop being sectional, because that is toxic to that national identity and solution that you want to reach.
No, forefathers.
You have to shift from that. You can't be in a boat. Hold on, please.
Okay.
You can't be in a boat and the boat is in trouble. Your job is saying, "Oh, I'm on this deck. I don't care about the whole boat." Those people on that boat is okay. Let them do their own thing because I'm on my own. No, you're all going to sing together. You like it or not?
No, forefathers. You see, remember I said, I did emphasize the point that you have to, is a game, as a game, politics. You have to fairness, right? Okay, and level-headed. Okay, you go about it.
You talk about politics all the time. I don't care about politics. I care about what is happening to the people. I don't know why you keep talking about politics as if it's some kind of game. It's not a game.
No. But you got to care about politics. Okay, it's life. Politics is
no.
Life is
I'm
politics.
not partisan. This is your problem. You look at it as partisan stuff. You are talking about, when you say nationalists care about the nation. You see that it's not about politics now.
Let me ask Mr. Oti a question.
Ask me, yes.
Mr. Oti, if you are not a nationalist, how can you govern a complicated country, a complex entity like Nigeria? How are you going to govern the country?
Okay.
Let's assume you are the president. You are from Igbo.
First of all, okay. If a serious question, yes. Now listen, and if we are serious, okay, because I really go from that. If the assumption from that we are serious, we have serious we're intentional. We have honest intention to govern, to develop a polity, okay, a nation, right? First of all, you have to insist on having the structures that are fit for purpose, right? A pluralistic, a complex society shouldn't have, a centralized kind of a power centralized in one place, in one man, right? And then you're dictating. Others doesn't lack the autonomy, the self-determination to really to define their destiny, their direction of travel. You deprive them of the resources.
Who is depriving who of?
No. Listen. First of all, I'm saying you have to ensure, if you are serious and sincere, you have to ensure that the system of government, the constitutional framework, the structures are fit for purpose. You have to. You don't have all the powers to yourself. Okay, you don't dictate. You don't be the the monarch. Okay, the overlord. Are you with me? So
you don't have to have the power to travel in the direction, because a leader could have the power. Your job is to support that leader. That is how it works. You don't. Nationalists.
I was answering his question. Okay. Now,
okay, fine.
And then I come to your position, right? Now, for example, okay, the members of House of Senate or House of Reps, are they not national politicians? Are they not? All of them, yes, because after all, it's the National House of Assembly, Nigerian legislature, okay? But each of them represent a specific area, okay? A specific constituency. So their primary obligation, responsibility is to that constituency. But when they are playing that representative role, that they also have to have in mind that the whole nation. Are you with me? So it's not a zero-sum game. That's not the way. That's not what I'm saying. It's not a zero-sum game. Okay,
I agree with you on that.
So we have to be mature about these things. It's not just having fanciful ideas. This is life.
I think you have to know where to draw the line. This is
no,
why
you have to. You see,
you have to know when to
the
draw the line, because
right.
Let me try to explain to you the way I picture it. If you are dealing with something that has to do with local, international, that within the nation issue, like you are talking about roads, building, you can be partisan. But when it comes to national level, this is improvement. Let's say they want to build some rail track in some region, and because it's not your region, you become sour about it. When you are not thinking about national interest, that is wrong.
Forefather, Prof is still here. Engage her, or I don't know if she want to leave.
See, let me make this clear. Professor, whenever you want to interject, you are free to interject. Everybody will be quiet to listen to you, because none of them have got a professor degree here. Clearly, we are all floor members here, so you are free to speak whenever you choose. I respect whoever you choose.
Forefather, Mr. Oti, what Mr. Oti believes is something he will never change it. That's what Mr. Oti and
what Mr. Oti is very stubborn now. I've never had Mr. Oti give up one ground, give up 1 inch on anything.
Let me interject real quick on when I came in and y'all were arguing about all politicians are the same. And I don't understand how someone could misconstrue that statement, or even forefathers saying you have to put it in context. What context? All politicians are the same. All groups are the same.
They are not.
Let me continue, please. So all human beings are the same. Just like you said it, that, for example, if someone was to say all prosperity preachers are the same, would you argue and say, put it in context? Or if someone was to say all terrorists are the same, there's no other context, except you have, with all due respect, an infantile way of thinking, or a very infantile way of understanding language. Then you know that what the person means, like AY kept trying to say, is that they have certain traits. What are these traits? Power, for example, campaigning. But the bottom line is, we know every politician wants power. Nikita Khrushchev once said, all politicians are the same.
Are they all corrupt? Are they all corrupt?
Let me finish, Oti, please.
No, are they all corrupt to high heaven?
Let him finish. That's the problem. Let him speak.
Let him finish talking. When somebody is making a mistake,
yes, and I just like his perspective on that, because it's a figurative use of language. When you say all people are the same, it's just figurative. So I like the way you explain it.
Half of talking, let her finish.
I haven't landed.
Half of talking, you will land though. When she's talking, you
like
land.
But that's not how it is. If she's telling me,
I gave her the privilege. You know that it's not only how we've been doing this forever. Come on,
sir. If she says what I said was figurative without me landing, and I'm saying it wasn't figurative because I haven't landed, you can't say it is right.
She's actually supporting
you.
Me.
So
I'm supporting
just let
you.
me land.
Even when the supporter wants to fight.
Yeah, so good, because I'm a fighter.
At least,
so let me land.
I don't know where Tony stands. 3 of us now.
So if I say, someone says, I said, please. So Nikita Khrushchev, if I can continue, thank you. Nikita Khrushchev, the former premier of the USSR, said, all politicians are the same. They will promise you a bridge where there is no river. Now, if you want to argue and say, well, all politicians are not the same, all politicians are not the same, you might as well say, well, all bridges are not the same because we build bridges where there's no river. So you have to, there's no context. If we're speaking in general terms, we say all politicians are the same. If they say all human beings are the same, you will argue too and say, well, I'm black and they're white, and I don't do this and they do that, but in general understanding, you know what they are talking about. So let me put my boxing gloves down and let me not fight anymore. But I think it is something we should all understand. Like, it's not that hard to understand.
Okay.
Very good.
Right. Can I?
There's
Okay.
nothing to understand. He's wrong.
Europe, okay?
Do you know that he qualified it himself when he quoted Khrushchev? Khrushchev went on to say something about the bridge. That is qualification. You have to qualify such things, and you are trying to correct us here when you didn't even because you support him now. Let him eat his own words, because sometimes people say stuff they don't even know what they are saying. How can you say? Okay, let me ask you a question.
Also, please let forefathers dig in the hole. I want to.
Okay, let me dig the hole. Let me dig the hole. I'm glad to get into the hole.
No, excuse me.
Okay.
Let me make a point. Okay. Now.
Okay.
Let me ask you. Do you know that words, any word, by themselves, they don't mean anything. I mean, it's okay. All politicians are the same. It's a kind of words, sentence, right? You have to go behind the words and really ask what is somebody saying this? What do they mean? What are they trying to communicate? That is the important point. Now, because when AY says this and wants to defend it, you have to ask yourself, why is he so insistent and trying to defend this sentence, a statement, right? And then you're telling me that, is an innocent use of language. Somebody has an infantile level of language not to grasp the meaning of words. No, that is not it. So the main thing, the real issue really is what is he trying to communicate? What message is he sending? That's what is important. And again, in the context of Nigeria, where we have, where the politics is rotten, is rock bottom, where we have criminal, politicians, where we have marauders, people that have not, that shouldn't be in public office. Okay? And then somebody is making that kind of statement.
I think you're dealing with this thing. So I think it's based on sentiment and emotion you're dealing with. Let other people speak. Let them speak.
No, but let me finish.
No, if I let him finish.
It's important when you're saying something, you understand the message. It's not just words. Okay? You make words and the tenor. The message, the intendment is important. What are you communicating? It's not just saying it for the sake of saying it. They're simple words. Okay? Nobody needs to go to search a dictionary to understand the meaning of those words. But what are you communicating? That's what's important. And I'm telling you, it's not helpful. Saying that, and therefore, if all politicians are the same in Nigeria, therefore, so what is the hope? So and then
thank you. You've already stated the point. I think the point is already made. Just to be clear, half of Turkey is in Europe actually qualified it, which was what we're asking for, which was what I was asking.
But you guys
actually qualified his own. Why are you interrupting now? You let him talk. You let him talk now. You let him talk. Why are you interrupting me? You don't want me to catch him? When he was trying to correct me, calling me infantile and everything, only to end up confirming what I just said, because he qualified what he said.
I'm happy you guys have agreed. All politicians are the same now, so you can move on. Let's move on. I'm happy you guys have agreed.
All politicians in Nigeria are the same. Please let me just comment on that.
Period.
Shoyinka has a similar statement. He says there are eggs and there are eggs. And whenever we hear that, we know what he's trying to say. He's saying in that context, there are eggs and there are eggs. You call them eggs, but they're different. So somebody is coming using that same figurative language to connote a negativity, because he's not saying all politicians in Nigeria are the same, the great, the wonderful, the fantastic, the performing. He's using it derogatorily to say, oh, those people, we can't trust them. They all say. So with the choice of words, he's just right. Politicians in Nigeria, we can't just go home and sleep.
Period. If you know, you know.
Professor. Look at that. Look at that. Look at
Professor,
that.
is that
Look at that. Look at that. We can't. You see, this is the issue. You sat here. No, Oti, leave. See, Oti, you are on the right side here. This is the reason.
Give me 3 minutes. Let me explain this thing.
No. You've explained it already. See, this is one of the issues I keep saying, that the way we use words is not good. We don't use word well.
Bro, there is no two ways.
And we don't even qualify ourselves. No, there is something like word precision. Because
you are seeing doubt?
Sorry. There is something like word precision, If a third party is listening to it and they don't know what a politician is, or they have a vague idea what a politician is, they will just, even a politician that is trying to do the right thing, they will lump all of them as the same as bad.
I think the problem you are, Mr. Oti, are facing is because too much book. Market women know all politicians are the same.
But they are not.
Let Mr. Tony comment. Now, let's move the discussion.
How can they all be the same? Even all doctors are not the same. There is nobody that is the same. Even hold on. Children of the same parents are not the same. How can you just make a flippant statement like that?
Let me ask you something. So when women, for example, or men, for example, say all women are the same or all men are the same, you want to tell me you do not understand what they're trying to say?
You know what they are going to do? They will go on to qualify it, or they will use the context.
No, I'm saying
hold on. They will use the context to indicate what they are saying. Like, let's say somebody has cheated on another, a woman has cheated on a man, or a man cheated on a woman. Then they will say all men are the same in that context. Make no mistake.
So
that is what they are trying to communicate.
What was the context AY was speaking on before he made that statement?
No context.
So he just came out blatantly.
All politicians, yes.
That is what was irritating Oti, that AY says it in a context that is
generic.
That is the issue.
Father, let me say something.
And he wants to swear by it.
Hold on. Let me say something. In logic, we have English professor here. See, it is not wrong when majority of people, when the premise is of like majority, you say, for example, if you have majority
generalization.
Generation, yeah. When you say majority of Nigeria are stubborn, and you are able to prove that actually you have 10 Nigeria, eight of them are stubborn, you can conclude on that premise that all Nigerians are stubborn. There is nothing wrong with it.
No.
Hold on.
You can say Africans are black.
How can you do that? That is wrong.
I need to explain this for forefather. Hold on. Let's leave sentiment and emotion. When I said, hold on. Let me break this down. When I said all politicians are the same, I was talking from the point of their traits, right? Like hunger for power and their ambition, right? You could say they differ in motivation, in policies, integrity, effectiveness. I mean, some of them genuinely want to serve the public office. We know that. Why you have some others that
how are they the same? How are they the same?
Hold on.
Meaning on a personal level, they are different, but on a general level, they are the same.
Let me finish. When you also look at their ideologies, leadership style, willingness to compromise, they also vary in this area. But the general context, it is clear that all politicians are the same. This is not something to argue about. What I will advise Mr. Oti, since you don't also want to believe the professor of English speaking, Go do more research. You will understand.
Can you give me another? You just use an example that is quite wrong. You said 8 out of 10 people doing something is enough for you. Sorry, Oti, let me deal with him. He says 8. You have to use your own words against them. You literally said 8 out of 10 of something. You can use it to lump all of them into one. That is wrong. You can't do that. You can't just say just because 8 out of 10 is doing something, then everybody's like that. It's factually wrong. This is the problem.
We call it law of generalization. We call it law of generalization. We can say all Africans are. Could say all Africans are black.
No, excuse me, Prof.
But in Africa, we even have people that are not just white, but we have albinos. We have albinos, but we say Africans, they're black.
We have Caucasian looking people.
Based on the context when you're talking about black people, but when you want to specify,
what I'm getting at,
quantify, there's a context you are referring to that.
Excuse me.
But he is referring to it in a more like all politicians are the same. It's like there is no nuance to it at all.
Let me make this point again, okay?
In Nigeria, in today's Nigeria, that is why we look in today's Nigeria.
To be fair, if you are saying that because 8 out of 10 politicians
in
are the same, that's why you're saying it.
They are not helping us.
By saying that to me, you are contextualizing it by saying that to me. I will understand what you are saying.
Sorry, why? You talk about logic, and by the way, we're not dealing with logic. Life is larger than logic, okay? Now, and I said, we really have to. We're using words, but it's important what message, the communication, the information we want to pass on. That is important. So it's not just you saying something or using words.
Oti, let me ask you a question real quick. Would you say in Nigeria, in the Nigerian political sphere, and this is going based on that 80-20 ratio AY just put up, and which 4-5 is supporting you on. So would you say in Nigeria we have more Shawares or more criminal politicians that would go there, not want to serve and grab the money?
Okay, can I answer?
Of course.
Can I answer? Okay, first of all, you mentioned an individual Showere. Well, well, first of all, I doubt if that one is a politician for a start. Okay, now, so the 2080, I mean, there's no doubt that the majority of politicians in Nigeria are no good. All right?
Are they the same?
They're not the same, but most of them have no sense of public service, what it means to be, to serve the public, right? Okay. Now, most, I said, and I didn't say all. I mean, if we find maybe 10, even 5% out of 95, it is still an important.
So an overwhelming majority.
Yes, okay. But then, see, the question you ask yourself, when you say all of them are the same, then how would you, on what basis, from what planet are you going to come to persuade, convince somebody to vote for any other politician? You know what? If there's no difference, if there's no distinction, if they're all the same, they're gonna produce the same result. Okay, and they're gonna. So what is the basis then? What is for you to vote one? As
okay, let me say something.
That's the question. That's the critical question.
I don't think
if all of them are the same, how do you begin to differentiate?
Sorry, let me just say one thing.
How do you begin to differentiate? How do you choose to vote for one as against the other?
Let me say.
That is what I'm talking about.
See, the argument I think we are having here, I think we just want to listen to ourselves. I have passed through logic. You don't agree?
Forget logic.
Let me go to science. There is no system that is 100% efficient. You must give room for error. That error is actually negligible. Go and quote me anywhere. Listen. When you say you have 100 politicians, if one is good, everybody is bad. See, that is an error. You give room for error margin. Any researcher will tell you there is room for error margin. As long as the error is not too big, you can neglect that error and assume the result you have is 100%. This is what it is. When you come to logic, I've explained it to you, but you don't want to agree. You don't want to agree. You defy logic. You defy science. I don't know how to explain it to you and forefather now, or till you guys will understand
common sense. See, common sense. That's common sense.
You can't have common sense without
fact. Common sense, right?
That is what
we're dealing with. Common sense and fact. Forget about your logic. Forget about your extrapolation and all these things. Okay. The thing is,
can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, there's a Yoruba adage. I don't know if anybody here hears Yoruba. There's a Yoruba adage, and I don't mean to be to denigrate any ethnic group or any people. It says if you see an Oyo man and you see a dangerous snake, you kill the snake first. You kill the Oyo man first before the dangerous snake. What idea does that convey? Is that can that be taken as a holistic truth?
No.
No.
It's a stereotype.
So very good. So because what it tends to portray is that every other person is bad, is dangerous. That's a sweeping generalization.
Yeah,
You can't
because
make that.
there is no fact to that statement,
And
right?
then and again, the context
is
of
just
the context. Okay, these are often in the social.
There is no context where that is
humorous.
correct.
Okay, are you with me? So in the context, this kind of thing, it's not something you come to a serious, a serious in a serious discourse, right? So, in a social event, people make joke, right? Is it not? That's the context. You make such statement. Is it not?
I think we have gone through this. The truth is that no matter whom is using the term, they are using it based on the context. It's just that I think the way AY used it came across as if it's too general, and it might come across as being offensive to some people that see their politicians as actually slightly different from the norm. And that is just the point. We all know, even AY in his head, he has a context.
No. I know a politician are the same. That's what I do. Nothing more.
No, you don't. You are just trying to be mischievous. You are just trying to. You see that he sat here contextualizing it. Then now he says he knows all of them are the same.
Father, hold on. Here you have professor of language, right? She's a professor of language. She's a politician. She's explaining to you. You don't also want to believe her. Who do you want to believe? You want people to come and explain it.
Let me read about the law of generalization so you understand that it's actually a negative thing. You might like to think that it's a good thing, but it's actually a negative thing. He says something about law of generalization in psychology refers to the tendency of people to apply specific. Yes, now you have to now. You apply specific experience, observation, or traits to a broader group or situation. When it comes to people generalizing about others, it means individuals often make broad assumptions based on limited information, leading to stereotypes, biases, oversimplified beliefs about certain groups. That is what we are talking about here. And what precision matters, because the people you are referring, if somebody uses a broad statement against you, you find yourself in a situation whereby you don't like to be.
Two things can be right, okay? And I don't know why
if we have an obvious error we can avoid, why not avoid it?
Otibikun, please let me finish. So
he does speak his native language by force.
Two things can be right, okay? At the same time, if we're talking about context, then there's a context AY has to clarify. Maybe he should have been given a chance to continue, because I asked, I said, what was he talking about? You said he just came out and just blatantly said politicians are the same. I would expect, knowing AY, I know he's a very intelligent person, I would expect that if he came out at that and said politicians are the same, then there would be a follow-up to whatever he wanted to say. Now, in your position, you're saying, well, you can't generalize. That could also well be true. But both of y'all are not inherently wrong. Politicians are the same. This has been said for centuries, that they are all the same. I just quoted Nikita Khrushchev. If you feel on an individual basis they're not the same, then that is also right. Both of y'all are right. There's no reason why we're going round and round. Mr. Tony has explained it. The professor has explained it. Only forefathers, of course, could not explain it. So let's just move on.
All this negative attitude, it's not helping. When you keep coming like that, the point is, you even Khrushchev, all the people that said it, they always had context that they are saying that everybody understood. I don't know why we just say we are quite lazy when we do this thing where we say people say. Khrushchev that you use actually contextualize it in his statement that you used, and you are pretending as if he didn't. You just said it very the top that every politician are the same. No, he didn't just say that. He also said why he said that. So come on, let's not do that.
Any other topic?
We are all
let's
this
move
thing.
on. Let's move on.
Okay, what other topic is there to
one
discuss
day you
now?
guys will understand it. Let's move on.
Like what is there to understand? What is there to understand? That all politicians are going to be the same. So okay, what is there to discuss now? I think one of the areas that the professor mentioned was about the forefathers. I think he was mentioning about the founding fathers or forefathers or something like they did some good work. And she said something about the current leader and the elders that because they know they are going to go, so they can do damage and stuff like she expects something great to come out of them. I was like, I'm not so sure about that too. Because you know how I always say that when I first came online and I saw the way things are, I wanted to start insulting all elders I see in Nigeria because they gave us this hell we are living in right now. They failed us badly. Even if I know things are hard for them, but what we are seeing in Nigeria is not a success story. So I don't know why, from her point of view, that she felt like they did so well. So the question now is, did our elders fail us? Should we question everything that they stand for? Because these older ones don't want to go away. They want to remain in office. I think the one in Cameroon is 90-something years. He doesn't want to go. The young generation are trying to do something, but somehow some people believe that the old ones would fix something. I don't know how. No, Professor, you said something that I found interesting. You said the current leader, that's the current president Tinubu, and the others, because they are old, they are going to fix. They might be able to fix something. Is there any reason to believe that, given that even when they were younger, they couldn't fix anything? Now they're going to be able to fix something. What is the direction that shows that they're going to fix anything? I don't know if you are there. We can't hear you, madam. Okay, we can't hear you. So I don't think, personally, I'm not of the persuasion that they are there to fix anything. They are still going to play the same game they've been playing for the last 40, 50, maybe even 60 years. Because their perception can only rise as much as they know. Many of these people were around when Nigeria was still a colony. How can they possibly think about us being like a great nation? They basically drank tea with their colonizers and shook hands with them, and they handed over power to them and they left office. They didn't fight to get that country. They didn't shed blood. They didn't do anything. They just, okay, they did some things, but you get what I'm saying. I try to contextualize. They didn't do any of those things. So hence, this is the country we have now, and we expect them to change now. I don't understand. Personally, I don't believe in that they're going to want to change anything until a new generation comes in. However, the new generation like us, or the ones younger than us, if we expect that they're going to hand it over to us, it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, Atiku might come and run for president and win. If you don't knock that guy out, he's not going to go anywhere. He's going to come win until the young generation earn their rights to be in office there. Because that's how they did. They were very young. Most of this generation that you see now, Babangida, Abacha, all of them, they were very young when they took over power. So they didn't wait for their elders in the country that everybody thinks that elder is God to tell them what to do. They took over power and they ran the country. Yeah, they ran it to the ground, but they did run it. So we shouldn't expect them to give us way until we earn it too. So, and one of the ways you can earn it is to have something to offer. So, and personally, I just feel like the older generation and the way they perceive things is so off. I hear many of them, like when I spoke to Ozakome about why are the judges wearing that white headgear, he challenged me. Like, why? What do you have problem with that? It's just a uniform. Why are you wearing trousers? And this is why they are able to go back to a previous national anthem that was written by a Oyibo woman. They don't see it.
That is why they go to Chatham House to talk rubbish.
They are incapable of seeing it. If this will don't go, they can't fix anything. They can't see. That is the problem. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they should give us way until we earn it. They are not going to give way. Atiku is going to come and run. And even if it's possible, some of them will resurrect and come back and run for office again. And until we stop them from taking over. It's not going to change. People that went back to 1960 to get national anthem in a country that sells music around the world, that doesn't signal you that these people are not ready to fix the country. Nothing else is going to signal that one to you. Hey, Jiden. Oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, you see, what the kind of politics we are running is one that has held the nation in a jugular. You are a local government. You start as a local government chairman, and then or councillor. You become a local government chairman, and then you become a chief of staff, and then you become a governor, and then you become a minister, and then you run for president. Or after being a governor, you go to Senate. So there's no contentment. There's no value. You don't see any reason why you have this continuous craze for power. Because I think the underlying principle should be that I have served people, I have made my mark. I should let the young ones. I have groomed a lot of people, I've mentored people, and then they can take over from me. But here we have a situation where people are even willing to die, not just in Nigeria, in Africa. If they find out that they can't continue, they want to put in their children, so that to be like a dynasty, where you have just one family, exploiting and expropriating the wealth of the nation. I think that there's something wrong. There's something in the system, that guarantees that kind of politics that we play. Because what it means is that people see politics for themselves, not for the nation. Because there has to be something that drives you to serve. But so if it's just acquisition of wealth, because you have a system where the institutions are so large and they are not regulated in a way that will question certain things, even when you have not done well, even when they don't see character, in your behavior all through, your rights. So once you have that kind of system, then it's difficult, because they hold on to the system. They grab. I mean, if you take Amechi, for instance, or Wike, I'm sorry, I have to call names here. These are people who have not done any other job apart from politics, from when they finish school, and they are not ready to do it. And so, yes, I know that you can have professional politicians, but you see, to think that people just feed off from the system, and then suddenly you want to kick them out, of course they're going to resist. They're not going to let you do that. So until we go and break that system and get people, who have integrity, and people who, we want to look at you and see, what did you do when you were a local government chairman? And then we can see that you can be, there's value, that you can add to the system. But if we continue to run, yes.
Okay, because I think sometimes it's helpful if maybe when somebody's talking, then you kind of ask them a question, because going on this monotony, I don't see who that helps. Okay, now you've said some important things. How do you?
Oh my God, man! Oti, you guys are funny.
No, look, I want to benefit something from what's having a conversation. I don't just talk for the sake of talking or listening for the sake, So yes, you've made some important points. How do you the system, you talk about the system. Okay, so what is wrong with the system? You must know, at least you must have an idea. And what do we do about the system?
Okay. I'll give you an example.
I'm
trying to answer your question. I'll answer your question. I take example from Ghana, because it's not too far, from memory. That was a country that ran itself aground, and then almost everybody had to leave the country. Now that is a degenerate problem that kept on, because there were no institutions, there were no individuals to stand up to question this and to say, listen, the direction in which we are going is going to be a disaster.
Okay. Now, what's wrong with the system, right? And you can name it. You mentioned institution, yes, that's one thing. But even before institutions, something comes before institutions. You don't know that, or you can't think of what that is.
No. I mean, you're asking me as if you don't know what the issues here are. I'm talking about institutions because the institutions are there to check. Right. This. Yes,
okay,
they are there to check it. So because the human hold on. Hold on. Let me finish. Because you're asking me a question. The politician has an agenda. Most of the time, is not altruistic. He has a personal agenda. Sometimes these personal agendas are not in tandem with the general goal, or in tandem with what the law constitution allows them to. Yes, but public good. So that's why the institutions are there to check those things, so that every time that they rear their ugly heads, the institution deals with it, so that there's conformity, in line with. Yes.
Can I help you? Can I help you from this point?
Yeah, go ahead.
You've spoken well. I don't believe it's not by talking too much. You've made the important points. Okay. Now, you talk about institutions. That you see, again, institutions they don't come from heaven. Human beings. Okay. Now, our problem is, first of all, talk about systems. Correct. But you see, the one problem Nigeria has, and maybe politicians don't want to deal with it because it doesn't favor them. You see, it doesn't favor their agenda. It's going to, if they touch it, it's going to destroy their, if like the opportunity.
No. I'm going to stop you there. Sorry, I'm sorry. If you talk of the institutions and you're just pointing at politicians as those making up, you're wrong.
No, you didn't get me. I said the politicians don't want to go there, touch, the problem. The problem is, okay, you call it system or whatever, but we know it. It's the structure, okay? The framework, okay? The constitutional framework, okay? Something is fundamentally wrong with it. And it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter the politicians you bring in, okay? If you don't fix the root, okay? The foundation, nothing's going to work. You see, Nigeria, as presently constituted, we're nowhere on a path to nationhood. It's a joke.
But Oti, what's the difference between what you're saying and what Mr. Attorney just said?
No, I didn't say there's a difference. I'm agreeing with him, but I said, look, we have to sometimes name things because he's talking about institution. Sorry, he was talking about system, okay? But I'm just telling you now, is this constitutional framework, the constitution, the structure of Nigeria, the way it's presently constituted, okay? So system can be anything. It's so generic, right? And again, the institutions are going to be built based on the constitution. The institutions are going to come. That, for example, the judiciary, the election organizing, whatever, INEC, these are the institutions, okay? The civil society organizations, So these are the institutions that but you have to have the foundation first. And as it is, we don't have it, and we're not going anywhere. So some people have captured the state, okay? This state, you see, is just an instrument, okay? Of, if like, the state. I mean, this really.
The state is an instrument of the economic
of like power
of the oligarchs, of the oligarchs.
So the state doesn't, but nation is what that's really about people, okay? About their way of life, about their identity, about their destiny. That's what nation is. And when it comes to Nigeria, we have nations, okay? But we don't have the Nigerian nation. So we have to start from these first principles. All right. So everything we're talking about, and that's what I'm saying, the politicians, because they are not there really to serve you, to serve the common purpose.
Okay, so
these are entrepreneurs, these are business people using the instrumentality of politics and the state to enrich themselves. So they're not going to solve our problems.
So in a nutshell, systems like Mr. Tony just said.
Sorry?
Before you interrupted him. In a nutshell, systems like he emphasized. Everything you're saying could be generalized into systems, like he was saying.
Listen, no, sorry, I wasn't disagreeing with Tony, but I was saying, look, let me just help
you. Said no. This is how you started. No. Let me help you out there. No.
So when you talk about system, can I say something about it? So when I talk about system, I understand what it means, even though it's a loose term. I understand what they mean by system because it's a very loose term. You can mean Nigeria as a product of a system in a globalized scheme of things. Or you could talk about Nigeria, the Nigerian system within the context of Nigeria as a nation.
No, he was talking about Nigeria, not outside Nigeria. Okay, we were talking about Nigeria. Of course, Nigerian state. Okay, is of
So
course
we all agree that Nigerian system
within a broader system. But at least, okay, if we concentrate on Nigeria, right? So that's why I said I have to name it, and I'm talking about constitutional framework, right? So Nigeria has a constitution at present, but it's no good. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the purpose. Okay, so and that's I was being concrete, naming it, and not talking about systems. And somebody will be wondering, what do you mean by systems? But everybody understand what the constitutional framework is: a constitution, a structure. That is what I tried to do. I wasn't disagreeing with his analysis. Okay.
Yeah, but if we speak, every time we speak, if we have to give an explanation, I don't just mean systems in this framework. I mean systems based on the Constitution. We'd be here forever. So I think everybody will definitely understand.
And what is the idea? What's the big idea?
Are you trying? I don't understand what half of talk is trying to do. Are you trying to scrutinize it? Because I understand.
This one we are talking about system. Nobody can follow what we are talking about here. You guys are going to advance.
What Tony and Oti said, I completely understand. I don't understand.
I'm putting on a level people can't follow. I can't follow even.
So if you understood, Oti was making a statement. Now, this is for G-Day. Oti was talking, and he used the term systems. And Mr. Tony said systems. That's what I meant to say, which I understood to encompass things like even the Constitution. But then Oti interjected and said, no, you're wrong. Let me explain it, and let me basically expatiate. And
I didn't say it was wrong.
You didn't say it was wrong. I agree with both of them.
Well, hold on.
This is too much. This is too advanced for us. Let's bring it down to a lower level. This is too advanced.
I was trying to understand
let's bring KJ. Let's bring KJ. This is too much. Systems and systems. Let's allow KJ to speak, please. These systems, let's bring it down to our level. You guys have got stratospheric. We can't catch up. KJ, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You know how these people, a professor came here this evening. Everybody wants to talk to the professor now. Talking about systems. So
yeah.
I don't know if you listen to the professor. Did you listen to her?
I listened a bit to her.
You must be proud now. She sounds like Trump.
Oh, she sounds like Trump. I didn't listen. I don't know. I didn't hear any Trump. Those who speak like Trump are those on the right path. So
I'm sure you will like her.
But I'm trying to follow what people are discussing now, and I can't seem to be getting any headway. But if we're talking about constitution, it is I don't know why anybody would think that Nigerian constitution is even close to anything that is good. Anything close to anything that is good. Because it was written with three tiers of different ideas. First idea is to one side. Second idea is to fewer than general. Then the third idea is general for everybody. So it depends on which section of the country you come from. You occupy one of those ideas. And so I do not see where people are afraid to sit down and solve their problem. You see, the truth is, I was in a forum earlier where the issue being discussed is more of my area, which is, the title was why are men of God, locking up children of God, or why are men of God prosecuting children of God, and that is what goes on in Nigeria, and that's because the system itself gives room for the very powerful to do whatever they want to do and get away with it, without anybody, calling them to order. some of the countries that we are dwelling in right now, such may happen, but it gets to a point where it is taken care of. In other words, if you decide to go through the first, the first court system, the second or the third or the fourth, will checkmate you. But in our own system, it's not there. And even when those
This
checkmate
system again. Sorry.
Okay, let me
I'm talking about system
away
again.
from it.
Yeah,
Even
we're
when
back
this
to
order,
systems
this order is
conversation
being set,
again.
even when this order is set,
You see, the system is generic. It's so
no, it's not inevitable. I can change
you
my
have a school system.
bros.
You can have a blind system.
System is
That's what they're
generic.
telling you.
No, let us go back. Let us
Language is important.
Today is Sunday evening and we are talking about systems. What is
Language
this?
is
let us go
important.
back.
People were using words.
The when this
Meanwhile,
order
we come here and say,
when this
"Oh,
order
constitution."
is being set,
Keep up.
it
So
behoves on certain individuals to watch the order. And when those who have been called to watch the
watch the
order
system. No problem with that.
refuse to watch the order, then that's when chaos comes into the order or into the governance of the country, which is what is happening right now in our dear country. There are many things going bad, and those who have the authority to call things to order have refused to do that, or they are calling it as it may suit them, and nobody progresses in that order, whether we like it or not. Even if we not like, even if everything remains the way it is, in the next 100 years, we'll still be where we are, or even going backwards, because more people will get up, more people will call, want to find out why are the things, this order the way it is, and why can't we question the order? Once those questions are not answered, you continuously to search. You see, one of the things that made me to become a Christian and even know God is that I asked myself a question. Before I came to earth, where was I? If I was a spirit, where was I? Why can't I have an understanding of what that place is? And what's the purpose of life? Why am I here? What is the game? Is it just am I one of those inanimate objects that happen to be walking up and down, or what? So when you interact those questions, I sincerely seek an understanding. You'll probably be able to meet God at the end of your search. But that's what I'm saying. People will always arise and will ask the pertinent question: why is this order the way it is? Why can't I go beyond this? I'll give another example. I went to a commerce secondary school, and in the purpose of graduating, majority will go into the NDA, and other people will go to other places. That was the first time I got to, come in contact with injustice, and I realized that majority of people from my side, none of them had attained to the rank of general. And I asked the question, and nobody was able to answer me until I met the commandant one day, and because I was in the drama club, and I was quite popular, and he wanted me to go into the army, and I asked that question, and he said, well, after the war, most of the people who fought in the Biafran war were not allowed. It was said that if they give them another opportunity, they'll probably do the same thing. So they are made to be not able to get to the rank of a general. The first general after that, who became a general, a full-star general, became a four-star general, was Brigadier Iken Wachuku.
Yeah.
And of course, we know the reason why he got to that point. He broke that this thing. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that as a young man, I was able to ask these questions. My son will come and ask me the same question if this system still remains in place, and his son will ask me the same question if this system remains in place. So when shall we continue? At what point do we get to, and we say we're okay, we are good enough now to solve this problem, to sit down as human beings and jaw together? Forefather had a lot of understanding of geopolitics. You know what happened when Europe finished their the wars, and they sat together and they say, okay, how do we now prevent war? I mean, at a particular country, I'm trying to remember the name now, that they had 3 different tribes. They sat down and said, okay, how do we now make sure that we don't go back into war, and we don't, what is happening in other nations will not happen to us. They sat down and had a conversation. Until today, they are living in peace and they are progressing. They're one of those who call a progressive states. When shall we now sit down? Okay, again, I was listening to one other forum where people are saying, the reason for them asking for warring state because that demand is not going to go away, and until Warri State is created, So these agitations, pockets of agitations, whether we like it or not, is going to constantly bog our minds in this contraption until we sit down and be able to be fair and equitable to each other. If we're not going to do that, then let's be ready to keep answering the question and keep giving falsehood answers that will not amount to anything. That's my take. I don't know if I was able to touch all that you have been able to discuss, but if I didn't speak what you wanted, this is my idea and this is my opinion. And
I think about the last thing you said about settling stuff.
Something
I think that the only time, the only reason why before I don't normally care about those sort of things, but I think we've been coming back to this over and over again. If our Nigerian leaders were serious, every time they want to settle stuff, they keep talking about creating new states. That's their only solution to everything. Let's get new states and it's going to solve the problem. When in reality, most people are worried about who is at the top. And some people feel like they are not participating at the top. And this is why I was saying we have to have a kind of council at the top, like the way Switzerland does, something like that gives everybody a presence in leadership all the time. And if you scale that down to maybe state or regional level, you are going to start seeing this type of question you are raising go away. Except you want to start arguing amongst the same towns now.
Tell the truth, forefather. Tell the truth. And I can speak for the majority of Igbo people. We don't care who is at the top. I'm telling you the truth. Yes, we don't care. What we care about is allowing us. Hold on. Hey, okay, hold on with your idea. I'm coming. What we care about is allowing us to have a way to develop our communities. We don't care who is at the top. An average Igbo man is not concerned about knowing whether you are the president or not. In their own culture, okay, we don't care who is the chief. Who have you ever heard the Igbo people fighting on who should be chief? Because who is going to come and greet you in the morning? Who will leave his business and come and greet you in the morning? Nobody. But here is what our problems are. And I think I say that with every sense of responsibility. We're not able to conduct our business, develop our community the way we want to do it. We are being forced to have leaders we didn't elect. And those leaders are being forced to implement programs in the Southeast that the majority of the Igbo people do not support. I give you an example. Right now, there's a raging issue going on in one part of Imo State. A young man who is very known to the community was killed, by not Imo State, Anambra State, by the so-called whatever they call it, whatever the formation that yes, who that this man has just put in place, and everybody in the community is out there crying because they know that this guy is not any of those people that they are talking about. So this constantly going to extrajudicially handle issues will continue because the people they put in those places of authority are not elected by the people. And since we continue to do selection of leadership in Nigeria, we'll continue to have the same issue bogus over and over again. The only time we had close to an election was the first election where leaders.
On top of that, there is another one. That is the one you have to remove one layer at a time. I hear what you are saying, but it is that destabilization where people will say, "Oh, this tribe they are running the whole country. This one, when is it going to get our turn?" No, but all this type of stuff, you hear that, and the election is coming up. You're going to hear it again.
Can I listen? Cage, of course, is on the right part, but let me even make it simpler. Okay, I believe in simplification. I mean, let us not overcomplicate things unnecessarily. What KJ is talking about is what is called regional autonomy. Regional autonomy. Okay. In other words, every of course, I mean, it doesn't finish the argument. It goes on. It's politics. It's the nature of social life, human life. Okay, nothing you would do will solve all the problems in one go. No, contestation. That's what politics is about. But at least in a country like Nigeria, an entity like Nigeria, if you have regional autonomy, and of course, I'm not telling you how that's going to be carved out, but it can be done, right? Different sections or regions of the country will be autonomous, really have control of their destiny, not only resources, but also, I mean, wherever they want to go. Okay, If they want to educate their children, their people, it's up to them. If they want to, don't educate them or marry them off at whatever age, it's again entirely up to them, right? Then, so at the center, federal level, it's gonna be loose. So you find out that really serious politicians, those that really are interested in development of the people, wouldn't be clamoring to go to the center because there won't be a lot to do there. The real action will be at the regions. Okay, that's where you have, the real power of development. The resources.
Yeah, but in the context of Nigeria, though, in the context of Nigeria, and in short, most nations, the center is often made strong enough. And
no, sorry, listen.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Forget about
the regional argument. Let me just finish what I'm saying. The idea is that if somebody's at the top that represents your region, they will better communicate your needs to the center.
No. It's not. You missed the point. Okay. I'm telling you, the center of action, the real governance, because you have the resources, you have power. Okay, legislative power and financial resources.
Which nation is like that? Give me one nation.
I'll give you an example. Hold on, Germany, for instance. Okay,
Germany is not like that.
Listen, hold on. Now, you have Bayern, right? Okay. You have Northern Westphalen, okay, Düsseldorf. You have all these other places, okay. So it's a federal state. Even United States of America, that's how you set up.
But the center is still very strong.
No, sorry, excuse me. The center can be strong, but the regions or the states or the provinces or whatever you want to call them, we have quite enough power, sufficient power.
What do you call? Do you know that the Nigerian states have more power than the German regions? Do you know that?
What are you trying to argue? Are you saying?
Because you have to argue based on what is actually on the ground. That's what I'm saying.
Let's be real, because all this unnecessary argument.
It's not fair. Some people put hold on. It's not fair for the Nigerian state to be able to meet.
Listen to me. Listen. Are you saying you don't understand the benefit or the merit of regional autonomy? Is that what you're saying?
There is no benefit to it. The center is going to fall apart.
What
you are asking? You see what you see people.
No, sorry, excuse me. Hold on.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You are trying to create a scenario that causes the nation to collapse.
No.
That's what you are saying.
Let it collapse. And so what? Let it collapse.
You see that? This is the point. They're not arguing honestly. They are trying to collapse the nation.
No.
One region, so the nation collapses.
Are you telling me you have more interest in forcing people together, whether they like it or not?
Now you're coming out with your. You see, why should anybody listen to your prescription when your prescription is going to lead to anarchy?
What are you talking about? What do you mean anarchy?
You see what I was talking about?
You're not honest.
You are more concerned about having a nation to remain one than solving the problem that is there.
The problem.
This problem have lingered.
The problem is not going to be solved.
This problem. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. No, I see the truth. Hold on. Now, please go back to Njenje Media when you finish this channel. Listen to the conversation they had. These are only people fighting for a community. They are Shekiris, they are the same from people from the same state, insisting that whatever is going on right now is not helping them. In other words, this conversation has gone from being regional now to even in states. So it's not going away, forefather. It's not going to go away. Let us sit down with the Shekiri, with the Urobo, with everybody, and
hold on. Let me ask you now, before you go on. Let me ask you, what good did the Civil War do anybody?
What good is what?
Did the Civil War do that nation? Did the
Civil War you are putting the
asking a straight question. No, I'm asking a straight question. Did the Civil War, you answer yes or no? Did the Civil War do us any good?
No, that's the wrong question. The wrong question. The reason is this. It's a wrong question. You see, because
you are not honest broker. You don't want to answer the straight question. It's a straight question. How can you equivocate for such a question? If you are honest, you just say no. Period.
You're not the monopoly of knowledge, okay? Now,
hold on. Did the Civil War help us or not?
Listen to me, okay? First of all, so you are saying that is the regional autonomy that caused the Civil War? Is that what you're saying?
No.
So what are you bringing that in? Why ask
no,
the question?
reason,
It's a wrong question.
You ask a question. I said
It's a wrong
reason
question.
why can you let me answer? When you create a situation that leads to anarchy, that's you are not going to get what you are looking for. What you are looking for, you will fail.
Okay, so my question
listen to me.
And forefather.
Listen to me. I want to ask you,
fly, but you don't want to have feathers.
I want to ask you a question that Oscar is asking on the platform. The question is Nigeria, do you agree that Nigeria should be a member of the OIC? And when Nigeria was being dragged into it, did we all agree that Nigeria should become a member of the Islamic Organization of Islamic Countries? Are we Islamic?
Can I answer that question?
Are we Christian?
That question is not yes
joining Christian organization.
That question, yeah. Thank you very much.
Who is the King of England? Is he not the King of Church of England?
What
are we not there?
No, you are making a mistake.
Since when we care about these things?
You see that's the problem. You compare apples and oranges.
Of course, it's apple and orange because it's not the one you believe
oranges.
in.
No, listen. Are we a secular state? If we agree that the constitution says we are a secular state, do you have a right to get us involved in something that we didn't accept? Is that part of the
before we ask that, I think we have to.
But we are a Christian organization. Are we in Christianity?
We have to ask ourselves.
But why? What's wrong with you, father?
We are in Commonwealth now. Commonwealth. Who is the head of the Commonwealth? Is it not King?
Oh my God!
The head of the Anglican Church. If that was the head of Saudi Arabia or the chief imam of Saudi Arabia that was heading Commonwealth,
Sorry, Commonwealth. No, listen, Commonwealth. No, the monarchy is not the head of Commonwealth. Sorry, is it? That is a
okay, so I think a good
actually
question
is the king. Is the king that is the head of Commonwealth?
Sorry, no, it's not. Commonwealth. I'm not an advocate for it, but it's not like it is. It's more like a political and international association. It's more like. Okay, I'm not an advocate.
But which of the Commonwealth nations have sovereignty? There's none of the Commonwealth nations. I know all these countries. None of them have any sovereignty. None of them.
Why is somebody? Hold on, guys.
Sorry, Jide.
Why are you saying King Charles is not the head of Commonwealth? Is that correct? The king or the queen is the head of Commonwealth. Period. What are you denying here?
Okay.
Some of us are not honest brokers.
No. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, even
which
if
of them have their sovereignty? They should go and fight England now.
But hold on, listen, Jide, listen. We also have to be quite really sincere and honest, okay? When we're arguing, okay? And now, listen, are you saying that a membership of the Commonwealth is something that you can equate to membership of the OIC or Organisation of Islamic Conference?
Yes.
The Commonwealth one is even more impactful.
Sorry, no, excuse me. Are you saying that the same thing?
I am telling you that the Commonwealth one is even more impactful than the Islamic one.
Movements in Nigeria.
Sorry, we lack objectivity. We lack objectivity.
Excuse me.
What about the evangelical movement, Zionist movements in Nigeria?
No, hold on. Listen. Excuse me. Sorry, Jide. Listen.
We cannot have both. The point is we cannot. It's either we don't have any.
Yeah. No. Listen. No. Excuse me.
It's either we don't have any or we have both.
Hold on. Yes. Okay. That is an acceptable position. But you see, that's not what we're arguing. Okay. Now
what you have argued everything today, man.
Before we move on into religion, okay? Before we now sway the conversation, because you're getting heated now. The conversation was between do we want a stronger center or stronger regions? That was what you guys was discussing. The moment you heard about religion, boom. What I wanted to ask KJ was very simple. If you're against the OIC, and I think this goes for you too, what has been the detriment of the OIC with Nigeria being a member? Because I personally, I think I can, which I stated when the lady was here, I can state at least 10 advantages that Nigeria has benefited from being in the OIC. But that is not.
I can actually answer that question.
Sorry,
right.
Let me answer.
Let's focus on the reach. It's okay. people land. So let's
Yeah.
focus on what you and forefathers was talking about, which was
Okay, I didn't answer the question again.
Why should we have a stronger center and weaker regions and vice versa, instead of this whole religion thing we all want to get into now and just.
Can I answer the question?
It was both of y'all that was talking.
Okay. See,
now, first of all,
Oti, you've been talking now. Let me just say something about that.
Okay, but I want to answer the question. He's asking me a question. Oh, okay. So I've been talking. I don't like talking. You know that. I don't like talking too much.
I like to see when you love talking.
You know, Oti, don't stop talking. I do enjoy you talking. See, I feel like when you are saying Nigeria should go regional, you're not saying it because you want Nigeria to survive. And you are saying it so we drift apart and broke the country up. See, that's the point. That's where you're coming from.
I saw what?
No, my point is, see, if that is what you wish for.
No. Listen.
I agree with you now, but let me finish what I'm saying. If that is what you wish for, you are not thinking it through that direction you are heading.
No, it's not.
That direction you are heading is a direction that leads to calamity for all of us.
Forefathers. You see, forefathers. Simple sincerity, okay? Sincerity. If we are having a discussion, I think we sit down around the table, okay? And then you really have to have when I talk, I mean, I deal with people with both my hands face up, okay? Look, there's no hidden agenda. I'm just telling you, okay, what is gonna work. And by the way, what is important?
We've done it before.
No, excuse me. What is important here? Is it not the people, right? Does it matter? Is it really the name? Are you so obsessed? Do you have a hang up on the name Nigeria?
No, not at all. I have a hang up on our people surviving this century. No, I have a hang up on our people surviving this century. Don't go back to where we were before. That's the hang up I have.
Oh, listen,
I'm giving an example of a country where there was secession.
Excuse me. Sorry, I don't know where you stand. So maybe you should.
No. Us pursuing is not going to solve the problem. That's the point.
Sorry, again?
Problem.
What did you say?
Us having our own autonomy, and weakening the center or seceding overall.
Why would that not? Why not?
It's not. It's going to lead to more ethnic rivalry. And it's going to make us to be in a weaker political position.
Why? We've had a stronger center for over 50 years.
You can have a strong center.
The center is very weak. That's the problem. Our center is very weak right now. That's part of the problem.
Is it okay for us to let the other person land? It'll be beautiful if we let the other person land.
After independence,
the
Republican Constitution after independence, what was it? Was it a strong center and the weak regions? I mean, is that how you would describe it?
At the time of independence, the regions that we have in America today were not the same.
No, I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about Nigeria.
Okay. Yeah, say it again. Repeat it again.
Yeah. So you say the regions, strong regions and weak center will not work. Okay. And I'm asking you, at the time of independence and post-independence, we had strong regions, regional governments, and a weak.
What happened after that?
Hold on.
What happened after that? We saw what happened.
Not learn from history, have you?
Excuse me. So first of all, what happened? Are you saying is the strong regions that caused the war? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, part of it is what
so why are you asking the question?
It's partly what caused it. If you want me to tell you, that's partly what caused it.
Forefathers, that's not correct.
If the center was strong, they will not be able to remove. They will not be able to dethrone the center.
Excuse me.
Forefathers, that's historically speaking, that's not what caused it.
U.S. government now.
Historically speaking, that's not what caused the problem.
But ethnic tensions was the
center was strong. Would that
ethnic rivalry and ethnic tensions?
The center was strong.
In fact, the center being too strong was actually what caused most of the problems we have in Nigeria.
Okay, you see, the exact opposite of what Obara is saying.
What?
So listen,
yes, it did.
Because leave it by the side.
Let's start with when the coup first happened. Okay, so the coup happened.
No,
Azikiwe.
Hold on.
Otis, okay, let the other person land, bro.
Go ahead.
Please. So the coup happens, Nnamdi Azikiwe is overseas, I think in Barbados or Bermuda, whatever. That happens. There's all this rambling. Nwafo Orizu is supposed to hand over to Prachima, whatever. Nwafo Orizu instead hands over to Ironsi, okay, instead of calling for an election in parliament and Diprachima's party taking power and Diprachima being in charge. Now, that didn't happen. They give it to Orizu, Ironsi. Now, Ironsi is the head. He's in the center. And this was the genesis of our problem. He starts.
No. Half of Europe. That's not right, because you just jumped it. The Western crisis. The Western crisis was what caused.
I'm talking. I didn't have to
go ahead. Sorry.
What led to the Western crisis? I can come in and talk about it.
Jide, please. If I had to go back, then someone else could also say, well, why don't you talk about the massacres in 53? And then someone else can say, go into the massacres of 47. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about from when the coup started. The first coup in 66 happened. We don't have to go into Operation Wetier and Akintola and all this. I'm not interested in that. What we're talking about is the power of the center. So Forefathers' position is, well, don't you learn from history? The center was strong at a point, and Otis' position is, well, when we weakened the center, we had some progress. So I'm going with Otis' position that if the center wasn't that strong, meaning the center.
I agree with you, but I'm saying that the cause of the problem that you just analyzed, derives from political disagreements in the West. That's what caused the coup. That was what caused the problem.
I'm not talking about the cause of the coup. The cause of the coup is not my issue. The cause of the coup is, should we strengthen?
The cause of the coup was the foundation of what led to that one.
But that is not what I am talking about.
Why are you not talking about it? Because you forget that you are moving from when they put Agmin Rosie in office. You are not looking at what caused it in the first place.
No, I'm saying if the Senate, this was my statement, okay? Let's try to follow me here. My statement was, if the Senate was not strong, going with Otis' position, that if you're saying the Senate, your statement.
What happened?
Is it okay, Tony, please? Forefathers' position.
Half of Europe. Oh my God, what happened?
All right, go ahead. I'm not going to play this game.
I don't understand why this is confusing. We know history has occurred. No matter how it occurred, we know we had a weaker center and we saw the consequences. The stronger you have the center. If you look at nations with stronger centers, they hardly fall apart like that. They don't just fall apart over, because it just makes common sense, really. How can you expect, if your body, your core is weak, what is the point? You won't be able to get up. Everything will fall apart. The arms, everything will fall apart. And when people are pretending as if, like someone like Oti, like arguing for stronger regions, he is actually honest and saying that he wants it to fly apart. That's why he wants to weaken his center so that the body flies apart. But I'm seeing it from the point of view that we are already vulnerable, and the path that he wants to become, we've already been there before. Look at what he gave us. He didn't give us anything other than colonization and enslavement. And you want to, as if we've not existed, like we've existed like that before. We're fighting each other until people came and put us out of our misery.
No, sorry, that's a misinterpretation of history. We can speculate about or study, analyze. Look, you see, we are at a point where we kind of re-engineering, okay, our existence. We have to explore the options, okay? Have the arguments, all the pros and cons. I mean, there's no point saying, okay, we have been there before. What does that mean? So even if we have been there before,
and we failed, and we know why it failed. The reason why it's stronger.
Even if we had been there before, perhaps there was some lessons, we didn't learn, or something, I mean, we can make changes, right? So we're not gonna
the lessons you didn't learn. Tell us.
Excuse me. Look, we're We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, we have to
What are the
understand
lessons we didn't learn?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Excuse me.
The truth is,
You're advocating something without learning any lesson. Seriously, you want to go headlong on something without knowing what lessons you learned?
Excuse me, forefathers. The regions can be strong, autonomous in the sense that they will have more power, financial as well as
control.
I don't know what the problem you have with that. Okay, we can still have
what has the benefit? And please, please let me just learn. What has the benefit of a strong center being to Nigeria in the last 50 years?
The governor's going to Abuja to beg for money.
Can I answer that? The reason why we have a center and it's not functioning is because Nigeria as a country does not have any sovereignty. Oti, you mentioned it earlier that Nigeria is under state capture. That the oligarchs are the ones who
control the problem.
That's where the problem is. Why can't we kick out those oligarchs? Why can't we kick out the Western imperialists?
Jide.
Why can't you talk about that? Why I'm talking about just
No. Sorry, Jide.
That wasn't the question.
Jide, none of these problems are kind of.
Let me answer. Let me answer it.
None of these problems is kind of.
At the core of it is that
they are all connected in one way or the other.
Sorry, Oti. So Jide has a point. However, I will say the Nigerian center, relative to the other weaker regions or states of the country, it seems strong. But in terms of from the geopolitical weather, Nigeria center is extremely weak. It's not strong. It's almost as if you have a nation that is already weak and you want to weaken it even further, so that everything falls apart. The center needs to be stronger.
That is the. You think that is logical, but it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
It's logical. I'm not saying it flippantly. I'm saying it based on the structure of most nations around the world.
No.
I'm not just making it up.
All these things you talk about. Look, listen.
Don't believe me. Check the structure of other nations.
No. Excuse me. Listen.
Oti, I asked a question and nobody has answered, and everybody keeps going, not trying to listen to the other person.
What's the
question? It's very simple. Thank you. And let forefathers answer, because me and you seem to be on the same side. So, in the last 50 years, what has the benefit of a strong center being to the country named Nigeria? What has the benefit of a strong center?
First of all, Nigeria does not have.
Hold on, Jide. Let me go straight to the question directly. Hold on now, calm down.
Yes.
Your question implies that the center is strong.
Yeah.
But the center is not. I already gave you the answer the first time, but you just didn't hear it. The center is not strong because it's not able to resist all the undermining this current here, this is coming towards it. Hence, you are not seeing the benefits of the center yet. But if you think the center is weak now, weaken it further and see what happens. When they try to weaken it, what is civil war out of it?
Let me ask you a question.
You will ask a question. Let me just ask a follow-up question.
No, can I ask him before he carry on, please?
But you will ask.
He's thrown me out.
Okay, so forefathers, if you say the Nigerian center is weak, are you telling us that the states are stronger than Abuja, the center?
The states are relatively, they are not stronger, but the proportion of power that they have against this in the center is quite high, actually.
Okay, so they're not strong. So the center
compared to the, I'm trying to relate it. If you compare it, like let's say, to America and the states.
Don't compare.
America,
talk about Nigeria. Don't make any comparison. Talk Nigeria.
Of course, you have to. You have to.
Come on.
You see what he wants to do. You see what he wants to do.
That's nonsense.
No. Okay.
Let me reverse the question. Let me reverse the question that half of Europe is asking. Can I reverse the question that half of Europe is asking?
Yes, sir.
Can the states hold the federal to ransom?
Yes.
Yes. Depends.
In Nigeria, they can.
Yes.
And that is the problem.
Can they ground the federal government, the states? Do they have the power?
Have enough governors, yes.
Didn't you see Aerofire defy the Buhari edict? The states are powerful, man. They can do almost anything they like. Look at somebody who sin against the state. They will be arguing, let's forgive him. Let's forget about it. Go and try that in the UK. They will throw you in jail and put it in jail. They will take the key and throw it away. If you try that in the UK, if you go to other countries that are strong, some of the things we do in Nigeria, do it in another country. And many of you are saying all those things. If you are in America, half of the things many of us do in Nigeria, you go and do it in America, they will throw you in jail. Maybe you end up in Guantanamo Bay even. China, oh my God, you will just disappear for months and years.
Can I contribute a bit?
So I don't know why we keep saying that Nigeria center, we want to weaken it further when other nations that are stronger have stronger centers are doing far better than us.
Can I hold on. I refuse to allow people to disturb my business. KJ, sorry, just let me ask you a question. KJ, just hold on a point. Can't you imagine that the regions, okay, the regions or the states being strong, okay, can actually strengthen the center? It's laughing. So I think it's a zero-sum game. Don't you know that when the states are strong economically, they are viable, they are really self-determining, okay, that the Nigerian state as an entity will get strong. I mean, even the strength here and the geopolitical whatever positioning and strength and and viability you are looking for, you will come naturally. Can't you imagine that? So you think it's the other way around?
Let me ask you.
You think the state being strong will weaken the center? Come on,
let's say you want a strong arm but not a weak heart. Good luck.
Okay. How many world-class cities do we have in Nigeria?
Yeah, world-class cities we have in Nigeria.
I didn't speak Greek, Papa. Yeah.
I don't know. I would say I think Abuja comes close, but I wouldn't say no. We don't have any world class.
Okay, so how many?
It's a question of perspective. I didn't qualify it, but
all right. So let me say on a third world.
How many Lagoses or Port Harcourts?
Thank you. So on the third world level, how many developed cities do we have in Nigeria or states?
Oh, we have quite a few actually. We have at least 10, 15 relatively developed cities. Yes.
Name 10 for us.
I can name Lagos, Port Harcourt, Edo, Kano, Kaduna, Abuja, Oyo, Oyo State, Calabar, Akwa Ibom. Calabar, Akwa Ibom, they are quite fine. Enugu, Enugu. I can name quite a few that are relatively,
arguable. So that's arguable. So let's say, for example, the Niger Delta, which everybody feeds off of and parasites off of, had their resources being controlled by them. How many? Well, without the thieves in charge, like Ibori and co, right? But let's say they control their own resources. How many of such cities do you think, or how developed do you think the Niger Delta area would be today?
If they control their own resources, based on the reasons why our nation is where it is today, if they control their resources, I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference.
No, let's just say all things being equal without the thieves being involved, like I said, I specified.
Okay, if you want to look at it like that, maybe we'll see a different type of country. If let's say they control their own resources, you look at a different type of country, you see marginally more development in the south and the gap in the north will lose out from it. And other regions in Nigeria may lose out from it too.
Maybe they wouldn't.
You just see a different. Let's explain it. You are just going to see a different shaped country in terms of the development, the patterns you see.
No. So
but my poverty level is not going to be that different.
My point specifying the Niger Delta, and I don't think the North would have lost out because maybe they would have been forced to restart their groundnut pyramids, improve their technologically.
That's the thing. The Western imperialists will never allow you to control.
It seems to be only that part. It doesn't seem to understand that aspect is playing the bigger role in everything.
Listen, that is a different. We're not talking about geopolitics now. We're talking about internal politics.
We're talking about internal politics, yes. They will never allow
it's okay. We're not talking about Western people. So we're talking about internal politics, each person controlling their resources, and each region developing at their own pace. At the most, pay taxes to the center instead of the center taking from the states and divvying it out on a usually loyalty-based style of, okay, you're more loyal to me, you can do this to steal elections. If everybody control their own resources and I'm saying in an ideal world, which Nigeria is not, right? Because we still have the thieves in charge. But in an ideal world, if everybody had their own resources and all they had to do was just pay tax to the center, we will develop at our own pace. And I think the country would have been more developed than everybody feeding off of this one, feeding off of this one's VAT, and this one not producing alcohol and banning alcohol, but saying, I want money from this one's sales of alcohol. So things like that, I think, is actually what is bringing the country
Okay,
down.
see, please hold on, because while he's saying that, first, I looked at what happened in the 60s and said no. Then I also looked at Congo that has different regions always trying to peel up and do their own things. What you are going to see is something that looks more like Congo. Hold on now, calm down, because you don't seem to understand the forces that are at play. That's your problem. You don't seem to understand the forces that are at play. You just think that Congo, you know what they said about Congo?
No, we understand. I understand the forces.
Can you finish what I'm saying, please? Can you just let me finish? They said every region has to arm themselves and protect themselves. Western powers go arm them. Oh, you control your own resources. Oh, they are controlling their resources, all right, but look at what they are. It makes no difference. You are not taking into account the bigger elements that is causing the havoc in our system. And if you are trying to argue that, because the other regions will be more motivated, no, they won't be. Remember, the center is still powerful. The center has the tax that you pay to the center. If it's anything like that of the center will make more money than they are making right now in Nigeria. American center is making proportionally more money in the nation that the Nigerian center is making from the states.
But forefathers, if the
So
center,
I don't know what the argument is.
Wait. So if the center was only taking taxes, right, and not being allowed, because now what you're going to do is give more autonomy to the states, to the regions or the states, however which system.
What difference is it going to make? The center is going to take. If you are,
This
if
is
it's America, the center is going to make more money.
It's not just about money.
Okay,
it's about stimulating development. Is that what you mean?
Yes. So there are other factors.
Congo tells you otherwise.
It's okay. So
No. The Congo example is wrong. Totally wrong, historically speaking. The Congo example is wrong because if you look at no. If you is wrong, and I can explain it to you. If you look at the historical antecedents of what happened in Congo, the problem that they had, first of all, ingrained in their colonial past, and the interplay of Cold War politics, it came right from independence. So it's not a good example, in trying to explain.
That was didn't come from independence.
I don't know how that enlightens anything.
We got independence like they did. What is the difference between
No. Listen. Congo has natural resources, and part of the problem that caused the issues that you are talking about. If you have read the history of Congo before and after independence, you would see that the factors at play. And Jude used to refer to colonial intervention.
Western, imperialism, capitalism.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So that was not the same thing. It wasn't the same thing. It was you can't use that to compare to Nigeria because we didn't have that kind of experience. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm saying
they have that kind of experience, but they have the power to control their resources through one regional control. Katanga seceded under Patrice Lumumba. Due to
from day one. From day one, Katanga had a problem. Katanga had a problem from day one.
That's a good example.
Jide, let me ask you a question. Because look, look, we all of us, we understand this this geopolitics, this imperialism. Okay, we understand it. It's at the at the kind of background. But let us not just get too hung up on that, right? Now, let me ask you a question, because we have to be practical and real. Okay, and all the all these fanciful ideas, maybe kind of excuses and all that. Look, when Michael Okpala was developing, drawing up plans for development of eastern region of Nigeria, okay, just after independence, didn't we have these Western imperialists? Where were they? Where did they go?
They were
Were
busy
they
with
not
the
there?
Soviet Union.
I'm not asking you. Just keep quiet for a moment, please. So look. Sometimes we have that problem is there. We know that, but it doesn't mean we cannot do things differently. It doesn't mean that we cannot really fashion.
We do things differently. We need to give our sovereignty. We need to control our.
No, excuse me. Yes, I understand sovereignty. Okay, it is a problem, but we can't just. You can't just. It's like there's a way to say it. When every problem is I don't know, is
when every problem is a nail, you look at every instrument as a hammer.
Exactly.
Look at that. Look at that. You see that. Look at how they ruined that this thing.
No. It doesn't look at that. That problem is there, but it doesn't mean that we cannot look at our situation, our circumstance, and diagnose. Find out how we can fix it. Okay. And
I'm not sure we should listen to you. OT wants to break the country up.
But the fact is,
he wants to break the country up.
This is not a laughing matter. You're talking about breaking up the country.
It's not a laughing matter. I don't support all you. So how do I even want to engage you when you have an ulterior motive?
You say I have an ulterior motive because I'm being realistic about our problems, how to address them, and then you are so obsessed.
You've reached a conclusion. You've reached a conclusion before you started talking. That's the difference. No, Jide, hold on.
I need to give examples of those countries.
I'm trying to speak to Oti that he has reached a conclusion before he wants to engage in conversation. His conclusion is break the country up. Then he wants to start talking, giving opinion on how to get there.
For us, if you have been listening to people that are in the know, that understand the Nigerian setup, I'm talking about people that are also schooled, knowledgeable about these things, okay? Lawyers and the statesmen, politicians, okay? And when they discuss and then talk about, this is what they talk about. It's not. This is not something that is novel. Something I'm kind of. It's not a new discovery. Everybody knows this. Quite frankly, everybody talks about this structure, right? I don't know why it sounds to you so. I don't know.
So basically, you want Nigeria, and me and you have had this conversation a billion times. But so you want Nigeria to continue on the same trajectory.
On the same trajectory,
with the
no
same
change.
System.
And you think it's gonna work?
I literally said. I said, you're not the one that. Hold on. You notice that whenever you advocate anything that stabilizes Nigeria, they oppose it. Like someone like Otina will oppose it because he doesn't want stability. He wants breakup. When you say you want a presidential council system so that nobody will feel marginalized, you have a system whereby everybody makes decisions together. We have example of a nation that is one of the richest nations in the world today, one of the most secure nations in the world today. Going back 500 years.
Don't bring up
can you just stop it, please? I'm not interested in all this because you have a habit of when somebody is trying to say something quite important, you start saying don't talk about it. Why?
I never said that.
Okay, then let me finish what I'm saying, please. So when somebody is advocating something that is going to give us what they call true stability, we are talking about giving power back to the people. No powerhouses, no region nonsense. The people have the power to decide whatever they want. If they want somebody in office, they will choose. If they want to remove the person, they will choose. If they want to pass a law, they will pass a law. Whatever they like, they will do, just like the way they do in a country like Switzerland. That's the kind of stuff you want to be advocating. But when I try to suggest that, people will be like, oh, no, let's not do that. Let's go to marginal regional system. Why? Why are you welded to regional system when you can have a system that is far more stable, that shows you that nations can function very well doing it?
Are you saying who tells you that Switzerland is not even operating a provincial or a regional system? The regions don't have autonomy.
What they are operating is they do have regions, just like Nigeria has regions.
They have cantons.
Yes, but they also have a central government.
And I'll give an example of Germany, for example, where you have a regional federal system, a true federation where you have the
But the center is still strong enough.
The center can be strong. I've no problem with the strong center, but the regions have to be strong.
Yeah, of course you do.
No, the regions have to be strong and autonomous.
What's the problem with that?
They are not autonomous in Switzerland, are they?
Okay, are we playing over words now? Okay, they can self-determine. Okay, they have control of their resources at least. They can make
hold on.
On,
Hold on.
You
can have control. I think Oti, this control of resources is a misnomer. I don't know why we keep talking about it. Okay, let me make this clear to you. Hold on, let me make this clear to you. If you control your resources, it doesn't mean you keep more of it. I hope you understand that.
What is it a misnomer?
No, I'm just letting you understand that. No, hold on. I've just made a simple statement here. Do you know, just because you control your resources,
keeping.
Oh, let me just.
Of course. That is elementary. You can.
Okay, so you don't get to keep more. You may actually give more out.
It's up to you, but
depending on the agreement you reach with the federal government.
It's yours.
No, it's not depending because it applies to everybody.
No, excuse me. If there are resources, you own it. You can do whatever you want. You can give it away. 100%.
No. My point is that
So where's the problem?
Let me engage him because maybe he doesn't understand. Okay, do you know that America?
No, I understand. You don't understand.
Oti. Do you know that America, the states have autonomy in terms of what they do with their resources, by and large?
Right.
In America, that's what they do. But yet, the government takes a proportion of the wealth generated in the country more than each state put together. Pardon?
Which government?
The U.S. government takes more proportion of the wealth
the central
from
government,
the states. The federal government of the U.S.
If that's what their constitution says,
that's the agreement.
It's not based on agreement. It's just the law. The central law.
Their constitution, is it not?
Yeah, it's an agreement, but we have our own agreement now. It's not an alien that wrote our agreement, but you want to say,
listen. See, look, but the main thing is this autonomy, sense of autonomy. You are controlling your resources. Even the psychological effect they learn. You don't understand what it means. I mean, a destiny, a people, a nation. It doesn't mean anything to you.
Now, let me ask you.
Forefathers. Okay. So
that's the thing, we don't have it.
General,
we don't have it like Germany.
States,
just mentioned
in general,
we don't have it like Germany. We don't have that freedom like Germany and Switzerland. We don't. They won't allow it to happen.
Okay. Yeah, we get it.
Oh, sorry, Jede. Who are there? Who are there?
The West are imperialists who allow that to happen.
I think you're taking this too far now.
Yeah.
I just want to deal with this level first that he's coming from.
You say, and you're right that in proportion, the federal government in effect gets more because every state basically donates to the federal coffers, right? But
they get more in proportion compared to Nigeria. They get more wealth. The center get more wealth in America proportionally than the Nigerian government gets from the states.
Okay.
Like let's say the wealth is 100% in Nigeria. The federal government keeps 53%. In America, they keep 60 to this is 70% or so.
Okay, but still, even in that, nobody is coming to California from Delaware to say, I want some of your money, even though you've paid DC 60 or 70%. This is the problem in Nigeria.
Yes, okay. Let's say that is true. But remember, so that people understand when they say resource control. When they say resource control, hardly the state government own that much anyway. Most of the things that are in the state are owned by
it doesn't matter, but the regions are controlling
private individuals.
It doesn't matter.
So in other words, when you are saying state autonomous, it's just individuals, rich people that are going to collect it. And those, how many rich people have you seen in Nigeria that are so generous?
See, let the regional governments and legislators make the laws, okay? Okay. Even if
do you know in the United States forefathers, if for example,
so long as the regional governments are making the laws, okay, that we enable even foreigners to come and own those and develop those resource assets. But look, they are controlling it. That's the important thing.
So you think the states will do better at bringing people in than the national government?
See, government will be closer to people. Okay. Yeah.
I think your thinking is that you are forgetting that the people themselves are the ones that are betraying you. People that are close to you.
Oh my God! So you're not against the people. Who are you for? Are you for?
Are you not the one complaining that they said your politicians are not representing you?
Okay.
Are you not the one complaining that your politicians are not the one representing you?
The closer the government is to them, the
No,
closer they feel
hold
the
on,
presence
hold
of
on.
government. Excuse me. The closer they feel the presence of government, the more loyalty, the more allegiance, the more they feel to the government.
So how is your governor loyal to you? How is your local government loyal to you now?
My God.
And you see, he's not answering. No, the local government you have in your area now and the governors.
Okay,
do you love them?
Okay. Let me answer this question.
Do you love them? Don't shift the goalposts. Do you love your governor?
No.
Of course you don't.
Let me answer
And
this
you are
question.
saying you want him to control resources because you can hold
Let me
him
answer this question
accountable.
this way. As I said, quite frankly, we really have to, if we are be serious about this. This is not playing games, okay? I could be doing so many things now, and having this conversation is important to me. And I'm not playing games. I'm serious about it, okay? Listen, you see, when we're discussing, for example, national politics or national governance or the constitutional framework, nobody's for one moment is saying that will solve all the problems. We have myriads of problems. Now, for example, the local government and and the councils and all these things, those problems are there. But at least, if we are dealing with, we talk about this the context of Nigeria as a federation, as a country. That's the country, okay? And then you have the states or the regions, and then you have the local governments. Then you have the towns and villages and whatever. They all have problems. There are levels and chains of problems. But you cannot, with one silver bullet, solve all the problems. So when we are, for example, talking about maybe arguing for the merits of the regional government, regional autonomy, and then you bring up how those loyal to me, what does that mean? So look, those are
wait, Mr. Oti, are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer, yes.
He's a lawyer.
Oh man, no wonder.
Excuse me. So those are
oh shit.
Excuse me.
We are in trouble then.
Problems, okay? So we didn't have to be serious. Unless if we're not serious, why should we come here?
Oti, hold on. You see, my issue with you. Sorry, hold on. My issue with you with Oti, I don't want to even. I'm not sure we should even carry on the conversation with Oti because his own end point is breaking up the country. So why should he? That person will never agree with you. Because his end point is to break the country up. So whatever you are thinking in a different direction to make the country stronger. He's strongly thinking of, hey, let's do it in a way that is going to break the country up.
I don't think he wants to break the country. He's saying there's no
That's
problem.
what he said.
That's not what
he said. What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
Well, if it comes to that, I mean, if Nigerians get better by that, so what?
But he's saying the center needs to be weaker and the regions and the states need to be stronger.
The reason why he can't see the danger of that is because he wants to break the country up. He advocates for that. Don't you see that?
I don't think that's his position at all.
Forefather, you see,
ask him. He's right there.
Forefather, the problem I need to point out, right? You see, like some of us have been here for the past 1 hour. We are not talking about it's you and Oti. How do we want to get justice even if we have a country that is broken down? How can we get justice? No, on the more serious note, Mr. Tony is here, Jide is here, Okwak is here.
That's true, that's true.
Just two of you for 1 hour. You people want justice. How will you get justice?
Take over.
Let's move the discussion to the state creation. They are want to do in Nigeria.
Who is here?
I has not said one word. I has been here. He has not said one word.
You guys take over.
Just Jide and Oti.
Those guys.
Honestly,
if you want to say something, you can say something. Don't let all these people keep talking, because they will talk forever. We will not stop.
That OIC thing, honestly, I don't know what people are talking about. People are making a lot of fuss about that thing. It's very easy for Nigeria to be a member of OIC. Then Nigeria has to be a member of evangelical movements. Either that, or Nigeria is not a member of any of these forces. I've said it before. Nigeria as a state, there is a cold war going on between the Muslim northerners and the Christian southerners. It's a cold war. And the forces that are controlling that cold war, they are foreign entities.
Is there any
and that's where the OIC thing comes in.
Is there any
the evangelical Zionist movement of the
South? Is there any Christian organization, Jide, that admits countries? But it's not Christian. Be careful before you answer. Not not religious bodies like churches or religious houses. Is there any Christian organization that is solely for countries in the mode of the OIC?
Yeah, there are institutions from the US.
No, there's none.
Protestant, let me answer. Please don't cut me off. I don't like when you cut me off. There are institutions from the US and Western countries.
Like which one?
They fund, I can't remember the names,
because
but I'm
there's
very sure what I'm
none.
saying. Let me talk, don't interrupt me. They are actually prevalent in Nigeria. They are connected to all these mega churches.
That is, again, listen to my question before you start getting amped up.
I'm not amped up, I'm answering your question.
Again, listen to my question. You talk too much. Is there
You talk too much too.
What
are you saying?
Oh, let's be civil now.
He doesn't understand what he's saying. I'm trying to respond to his question.
Calm down. Calm down. Let's be civil. Otherwise,
half of Europe, let me answer it for you. Half of Europe, let me answer it for you.
All these people at the bottom, stop talking.
There is none.
Hold on, calm down. Let's calm down. Okay, enough is enough now. All these people at the bottom, we should stop talking. We've spoken enough. Oga Ike, thank you for joining us. What do you make of all our discussion? We have been very, very, I don't know what to say. We've tried our best to be civil, but it's all right. So what do you see? What do you make of the conversation so far? I know we have not been, the best.
Well, I don't know where you people are. I didn't join in the afternoon when the visitor came, so I don't know what is on the plate, but I just want to ask. I don't want to ask forefathers, but I want to ask AY, and I know he's going to be honest with me. AY, I want you to answer me this question from your heart. That's the only thing I want to say here. Is Nigeria a secular nation?
Yes.
When Nigeria joined IOC,
OIC,
was it on our back? Was it a unionism that Nigeria should be a member of OIC?
So first of all, who determine what you join as a country? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Who have the power to do that? Is the president? The president have the power to do that, actually.
Really?
Yes. In Nigeria, the president Tinubu have power to pull out from any organization. He has the power to order the country to join any organization.
Okay. Respecting the constitution. Respecting the constitution.
That is the constitution, actually.
I'm coming. You just answered me the first question. Nigeria is a secular nation. And the president
on paper.
Let
me answer it properly. On paper, Nigeria is
I don't want us to play politics of religion.
Hold on. I don't want to play politics. On paper, Nigeria is a secular state, but
Nigeria is a secular state, right?
Practically, Nigeria is a multi-state country.
That's why you call it secular state. Just that because you just said it. Nigeria has multicultural, multi-religious differences in Nigeria, right? Which means the constitution gives us the power to worship whatever you want, whatever you believe in, right?
Yeah, but hold on. The country we have today is only two religions that is recognized. This is the honest truth. It's only the Muslim and Christian that is recognized in Nigeria. The issue is just the plain truth.
But is it the right thing?
It's not. When you say secular, you're supposed to recognize everybody, even the Juju worshiper, wherever you worship, like people like forefather that worship this thing, you're supposed to recognize them.
Fine.
Fine.
AY. So that's why I'm saying, listen, like somebody chip in. The president has power to belong and not to remove by the constitution.
You are muted, Mr. Ike. You are muted.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. And if when Nigeria joined IOC, it was based on Nigerian constitution, I wouldn't ask you the question. I will not ask you this question. And I know that you or Jide sincerely know that what I am saying is the truth. I am not against anything, right? Because whatever that is built on a faulty foundation, there is always going to be a crisis. Let us not talk about the benefit. We are not talking there is no association you want to belong that there is no benefit. You cannot walk away. If you want.
Nigeria belongs to an international Christian organization.
I'm coming now. I'm coming, Jide. I'm not talking about Nigeria belonging to.
Said no. Someone said no.
No, Nigeria belongs to Christian organization. Not
No,
only
Nigeria
OIC.
Yes, I'm seeing it here. I can show you
Nigeria
guys.
doesn't. As a state, Nigeria doesn't, because.
Bro, don't argue with me. I can show you right here.
No, that's wrong. Jide, that's wrong.
Please tell
Organization of Islamic countries is different from churches that belong to, not Nigeria. Churches belong to World Council of. They're two different things.
Right.
They're two different things.
So you get it now. That the problem is, a lot of y'all, you don't like to listen based on your feelings to the other person speaking.
But you make mistakes, bro. Don't make yourself seem like
so I kept saying
invisible. You also make mistakes.
This is again. I never said I don't make mistakes, but because you are antagonistic towards me already.
No, you are the one antagonistic.
It's okay. Hey, Jide has speaking.
When he just corrected me.
So Jide is telling.
When he just took his time to correct me.
Tony just told you the same thing that I kept
No,
saying.
because you were interjecting. You didn't correct me.
I'm
gonna
start
muting now. Come on.
The state creation in Nigeria. Let's discuss it now. They want to create new state. Do you know?
Okay,
I heard that they are talking about it.
Let me round up with this.
Okay.
Listen. One of the greatest problems we have in Nigeria is insincerity. I want to tell you, we met here. All of us met here. We have not seen in person. But I want to tell you, I lived in Lagos for more than 22 years. I schooled in CMS Grammar School. That's my school. Some of my best friends today that I call brother from another mother, they are Muslims. They are not Christians. I have friends across Nigeria. I'm an Igbo man. I lived in Lagos. I lived in Kaduna. And I've been to almost every state in Nigeria. I lived in the north. I lived in the west. And I'm an Igbo man. So what am I trying to bring out here is that we know how sensitive the issue of religion is in Nigeria. And when people are not honest discussing that, is one of the greatest problems that we have in Nigeria. I do not have a problem whatever anybody believes he wants to worship. But the fact remains that I don't want you to make me believe that your religion is my religion. You're not trying to impose your belief to me. I'm not going to convert you, and you're not going to convert me. But as a country, Nigeria, we know that Nigeria is a secular nation. If there are so many organizations, Islamic organizations, that all the Muslim organizations in Nigeria are they are member of that Islamic organization all over the world, just like Christian entity also. But we're talking about when a country is recognized, because that IOC is Islamic countries that belongs to that association. That's why I first ask you, is Nigeria a secular nation? If Nigeria is, that is it. So I want you now to use your tongue to count your teeth and let your conscience tell you that it is right that we are there. If it is right for you, fine. But if it is not right, don't tell me what you feel, right? So I'm not trying to. You know me in this platform. I try to be objective most of the time. Nobody is more Nigerian than anybody, like forefathers used to claim here. that is
Oh
more
no, I
Nigerian.
am more Nigerian. How
You
dare you?
understand what I mean?
How dare you? I am.
And his
Clearly.
hatred for Igbo people is written all over him.
How
I don't
dare
have a
you?
problem with that. See AY here now.
Come on, man.
AY, if I see AY in London tomorrow, anywhere, I am going. I said it here before. I'm going to be so free to hug, but I cannot come close to you. Because I don't know who you are.
That is so hurtful. How can you say such a thing?
I really do not know who you are because
you don't know me.
You speak the mouthpiece of the government of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you speak the minds of the common Nigeria. The other day you speak the mind of the government. We don't know who you are. We don't know where you belong. You are just here presenting yourself, representing an entity we don't know about. So, if
of course you know me. Come on,
man.
man. What is that you're talking about?
I do not have a problem. But I am not one. But I know that I'm a true Nigerian. And I know that I am a detribalized Nigerian. I do not.
Are you sure?
Most of my friends are not Igbo.
Sometimes.
I don't have Igbo friends, even in the first place. I just told you. I have friends all over Nigeria. 99% of my friends are not Igbos. Because I live in the midst of other Nigerians and I understand that we are one.
Mr. Ike, is it okay if I interject, please? Is it okay? Thank you.
You can. But I'll just finish.
Thank you, sir. So what I want to say is, I think what you're expressing to us is an unfounded fear. I don't mean that with any disrespect. I say that based on the things you said, that the OIC, you've alluded to them being predominantly Muslims, and that is not true. The OIC, for example, has, for factual context, has 57 states, 57 member states, meaning 57 countries. It is the second largest governmental organization in the world after the United Nations. Now, in those 57 countries, Nigeria actually has, if you say Nigeria is secular, and just please follow me here, if you say Nigeria is secular with, let's say, half of the population are Muslims, so 50%, give or take, right? What then do you say of a country like Guyana, which has 7.2% Muslims, but is also a member of the OIC, or a place like Mozambique, which has
Uganda
2%, Suriname 15%, Togo 12%, Uganda 12%, Cote d'Ivoire 36%, which is actually Cameroon, thank you. Cameroon has 18% and Benin Republic has 24%. So these are countries where Muslims actually are a minority and the Christians are an overwhelming majority. And if we're to say for historical context of their governance, Christians have actually ruled those countries more, but yet they still join that body. Now, that body is not a religious body as people like to espouse. It is a body that goes for education, for example, exchange information and tactics on policing methods. They exchange information on sciences and technology. They try to advance each other's economies by interest-free loans. So I understand.
Half of talking. What about its name? What about its name?
Where is my brother speaking?
Can I disagree with that?
No. I just gave you a little point. Listen. I said here, if you listen when I was talking to AY, I am not interested where Nigeria belongs. It's a simple question that I ask. Because if Nigeria becoming a member of OIC was not done in the secret until we knew.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Ike.
You're muted.
You mute your mic.
Sorry, thank you. My problem, I said here when I was asking, I'm not against Nigeria belonging to any organization. But my problem is that we Nigerians that are here, the problem that we are talking about IOC right now is that this Nigeria becoming a member was done through the back door. Nobody knew until it was made known by. You understand what I'm trying to say? I have no problem Nigeria becoming a member of. I don't have any problem. But what the problem I am having with every Nigerian who is trying to say maybe what I'm saying is not true. 95% of Nigerians did not know that Nigeria is a member of OIC because it was done through the back door.
No,
That's
people
the
know.
point I'm
No,
trying to make.
No.
I'm not
Nigerians know.
against belonging to OIC or any organization. I don't have a problem as long as it is for the well-being and development of my country, Nigeria. I do not have a problem with that. I don't. I'm not playing politics.
So, is it established evident that the Nigerian state didn't let people know before we joined?
That's not correct.
Nigeria, not correct. Because if you read the archives, there was actually pushback. I think some groups that actually pushed back when Babangida was trying to join it, and certain groups were against it. So I don't think it was
about what AY said. I really do see it kind of makes me think that it's not as sinister as we like to think to an extent. Sorry, let me just finish what I'm saying, because the question AY asked was that the president decide whether you remain there or not. So it means Peter Obi could get there and say, no, I don't want OIC anymore. Just like Trump pulls out of organizations all the time. He's pulled out of Human Rights Commission, this in UN, pulled out on climate change. You can pull out as a president. It's something that is based on a kind of, I think it's not a constitutional, it's a executive decision. So it means if Nigeria wants to pull out, we can pull out. The one that is going to be harder to change is the things that have been passed in constitution, like Sharia law and all the rest in other parts of the country. So
can I make a point? Can I make a point? You see,
can we let Jide wanted to say something first?
I want to read, it's very important. Under chapter 2 of the charter, under chapter 2 of the charter for OIC, under chapter 2, the membership section, article 3, the number 2 stated clearly that any state member of the United Nations having Muslim majority and abiding by the charter, which submits an application for membership, may join the organization if approved by consensus only by the Council of Foreign Ministers on the basis of the agreed criteria adopted by the Council of Foreign Ministers. So what does that mean? It means that they are not consistent with how they decide which country is eligible. And that's where I find an issue with it. I don't have any issue.
Remember you read here. Remember what you just read here. It said a majority Muslim country.
Yes, yes.
In Nigeria, is it the case?
No.
That's my point. That's my argument. It's just simple.
It is in the name. It is in the name.
I'm not bashing OIC. I'm just saying you're not consistent with their rhetoric.
Let me ask Jide so that I want to clarify. Jide, are you saying that to join the OIC, you have to be in their own document? It says that you have to be a Muslim majority nation.
Is that so? You are muted. You are muted. Actually, there are a lot of countries that are not majority Muslim.
Islamic State. It is in the name. Islamic State.
It is not okay. So if he reads it again, what he said was not.
Jide, you are muted.
All the countries that half of Turkey mentioned that are minority Muslims. You know where I'm concerned? They are countries of people of color, of many black people. But I won't say anything. I'll keep quiet.
Wait, hold on.
Can I?
Wait. Unmute yourself, Tony, please, because he likes to make a lot of unfounded statements. So, could you repeat what you just said? Hold on. No, I'm dumb. I agree, I'm dumb. So, what did you just say? You said, repeat what you just said.
I didn't say. I'm not bashing the organization. What I'm saying is, those countries you mentioned, they are African countries. Guyana has a huge black population. Suriname has a huge black population.
Is Guyana an African
yes, they have a huge black population.
Oh, so what happened to the Indians in Guyana or the Native Americans?
I said people of color. I said people of color.
Good. What about Suriname?
Suriname has a huge black population, man.
What about
You
the
know
Native
this.
Americans?
Like, don't argue with
what,
me.
what about the Native Americans and the Indians in Suriname?
Oh, goodness.
Goodness. Tony, please.
I said people of color. Did you see what I said? I said people of color and black people. If you take away Guyana and Suriname, the other countries, where are they from?
Let Tony talk, please.
Please let Tony talk.
They are Muslim. They are African countries. They are African countries.
Is it about color or
others?
This is what you said.
I don't even get what I'm saying.
No, we don't get what you're saying because you said
no.
You read out. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to argue.
If you guys will not let Tony talk, let me say something.
So you said the chartered.
Tony, you gotta grab it around with Tito.
I like that.
These people will not allow you.
Okay. Let's be fair. Let's allow Tony go, please.
All right, that's only fair.
Yeah, what I want to say is I think we have to in looking at this issue, we have to realize that it wasn't a democratic government that approved, first of all, joining OIC first as an observer country before we attain full membership. We are not questioning why, nobody is questioning the military for creating states or for taking this certain decisions by decree. Nobody is questioning that, but we're questioning membership of the OIC, which was taken by the military. Babangida took that decision unilaterally, and initially, I mean, the facts are there. It was something that Nigerians didn't know until the press started, digging into it and revealing it to us. So I want to say that if you look at a lot of those countries that we are mentioning, a lot of them were democratic states. It was maybe the people were consulted or whatever, but the decisions were taken by democratic governments, deciding whether they want to join or not. Yes, it is true that the president has a right, or the head of state has a right, to declare war, to do, whatever he likes, so long as it's in tandem with the constitution. But the point is that it was not done by a democratic government, one, so the military can do anything that it wants to do and nobody queries it. And two, the facts are there, if we check, that these things were done without consultation from Nigeria, maybe from the Supreme Military Council or some members, but it wasn't done, it was done unilaterally, and it wasn't done, carrying the Nigerian people along, So, but having said that, I think that what half of Europe is saying that I take is, I mean, I have read about Islamic banking, and I looked at it, and I like it, and I'm not a Muslim. So if there are benefits that are derivable from there, I think that's what we will focus on. What have we lost by joining OIC? Is there something negative that has come to Nigeria by its membership of OIC? That would be the critical question. If we can define and say, yes, they Islamized Nigeria, or they did this, or they did this, or they did, which is negative to our national interest, then it becomes an issue. But if there are things that we have gained, or we are gaining, from that, and I think that's the perspective we should look at.
Let me add to it further, please. 1 minute. So the way I see this thing, right? Me, definitely, I know there are a lot of benefit that come with Islamic Development Bank at OIC. Nigeria, I think they joined OIC in 1986, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that's actually a long time, almost 36 years now, I guess, right? So, like the question Tony asked now, what have we gained? What are we losing from being member of OIC? Me, particularly, if I'm the president, I will look at the organization. What do my people have to gain? I don't care the name. I don't care who is running the organization. It's just like the BRICS now, right? It's just for you as the leader. Nigeria just joined BRICS, right? Nigeria never consulted anybody for anything. That is how we run the country. It's just even military or democratically elected government. If you look at, the question, I would genuinely look at it. What do we have to gain in joining BRICS? Is it going to favor the country? If it's going to favor the country, you join it, I think some of the argument we have is probably because it's a religious body. I think that's the problem people are having with it. But genuinely, if we have benefit to gain from it, we can get loan without interest instead of pay IMF crazy interest rate. why not use it? But we're gonna learn to open mind and look at this. If it benefits us, good. If it doesn't benefit, if even at the point we are today, if it's not benefiting us, we get out of it. So nobody is telling us there. We are a sovereign nation. That's what I wanted to say.
Can somebody tell me? Sorry, hold on now. Calm down, hold on.
I just found something else.
Calm down now, GA. Hold on. Let me just ask.
Okay.
Can somebody tell me if there is anything we are gaining from Commonwealth that we joined? Because I'm struggling to find what.
I mean, an extension of slavery and
Is that not why you are in the UK? They gave you visa now.
I'm struggling to get to understand what we are getting from joining the Commonwealth, because even the
members of IMF or World Bank, you know.
Yeah, maybe we should just pull out of all these things.
IMF is the worst, in my opinion.
They give you a loan and actually predatory interest rates.
No, at least the Chinese, they give currency swap. Which other one? Okay, that's just about it. The rest are not doing anything for us.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what
the other good thing Chinese does, forefather, right? Chinese, if you go take a loan, just like this train body was built, it's Chinese money. If you go take Chinese loan, what do you want to use this money for? They get involved in the contract. So let's say you want to build a new airport, you take Chinese loan. One of the clause, Chinese will tell you, we're going to supply the map, or we're going to help him take the contract, you know, more like that's how they're going to like kind of calculate the money. That's what, with IMF money, you collect the money, they just blow it there and use it to buy more private jet and new cars. I mean, no one is perfect. Chinese loan.
Our people
are still better.
Our people are brainwashed, okay? Our people suffer from Stockholm syndrome, because you see something beneficial to you and beneficial for your society, but you say, whoa, no, I don't want it because this person has told me these people are bad and they will come and impose Sharia and do this to me. I'm not going to take it. You forget about the exchange in sciences, technology, the loans, the schooling, the policing methods. You forget about all that, but you focus on the fact that, oh, it was named after this organization. So we don't want it. We'll rather stick with our colonizers.
Can I say something?
They won't. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you're right. Out of Turkey, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not fighting with you on the OIC. This is my point on OIC. And that was why I read what I read. The point I'm making is Islam and Christianity, they are two imperial religions, whether you like it or not. You see, I'm not hating on beautiful religions like Islam and Christianity, or I'm just being objective. You see, when I talk, I'm always objective. I call red, red. I call yellow, yellow. So let me go my point. If Nigeria is joining OIC, and I read that charter, I've actually read the full documents last week. Coincidentally, I read it last week. That was why I showed that example. All the countries that are non-majority Muslims, they have black people. Majority are people of color and black people. That's number one. That's why I'm concerned. The countries that are observer countries, they have some countries among those observer countries. They have a higher number of Muslims, higher number of Muslims than countries that Muslims are minorities that are part of OIC, like Russia, like Bosnia and Herzegovina. So how come those ones are observers? So that what I'm saying is the inconsistency with their charter and membership eligibility is a question mark for me. Are they trying to spread an agenda we don't know about? That question,
of course, they are trying to now. Isn't that obvious? That is what they are all there for.
That's my point. I'm not.
But I take your point. I think. Hold on. I have to because I checked the information. Calm down. I'll check the information about their criteria for joining, and their criteria says you need to be just in a majority Muslim nation to join. So, if it's true that most of the ones that have joined so far are not the majority Muslim nations, but they are actually black, all of them, you are
mostly
sure.
Blacks and people of color, either Indian or black. I know what I'm saying.
let me ask a question.
We have more Muslims in Nigeria than Christians. Maybe that's why.
Which Jide, because I don't understand your argument. Which white populated country would you wish joined the OIC?
You don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I do understand. It's a very simple
eligibility of membership.
Sir,
that is what I'm saying.
Sir,
there is inconsistency.
Sir.
There's no way Benin Republic should be a member of OIC.
Why?
Because people of Benin Republic, they don't even have up to 30% Muslims.
But what? Benin is a member of OIC too?
Yes.
Listen
Togo is a member of OIC. They are our neighbors.
Again, forefathers, listen to me. Okay, so let me give you countries that
I'm being objective here.
Let me finish, sir. So let me give you
half of Turkey. Can I ask you a question before you go?
Wow. What is the Republic doing there?
What? Just a question. Okay. The question I want to ask you is
Benin Republic.
Can you let him ask the question?
Have you been to Suriname before?
No, sir.
Have you been to Guyana before?
Yes.
But you're not been to Suriname?
No.
Are you trying to say that what Jide is saying is not true?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what is the point? I brought it up. I mentioned let me finish, Jide, please. I mentioned Suriname. I mentioned Uganda. I mentioned Cote d'Ivoire. I mentioned Mozambique. I mentioned Benin Republic. I mentioned all these countries, okay? My point is it was not a majority. These are not majority Muslim countries, but they saw the benefits in joining the OIC. Now, you have to remember, at the time they did not rewrite the charter before they started admitting this people. So at the original charter, of course, says you had to be a majority Muslim country. But we have countries that are not majority Muslim countries.
Another question for you.
What about the obligations? Are there only benefits?
Yeah, but they all seem to be black nations. That's what GD is.
This is not be Russia has white people. Bosnia have over close to 60% Muslims. They are white people. They are not there. Something is not right.
So what do you mean?
I don't think what I'm saying makes sense.
Bosnia is not there, but Azerbaijan is there.
I don't think what I'm saying makes sense.
No, it does make sense. So it does make sense. No, hold on. See, if you see, I speak the truth. If you have, say, other nations that are not black but have serious minority Muslim population, but they are members of OIC, then I can say, okay, maybe you have a point. But all the ones that, according to GD, that have got low population of Muslims in terms of the overall population that are members of OIC, they are black nations. Why is that the case?
But have we ever tried to find out there are reasons why we probably don't have majority white countries? One could be they do not see the benefit in joining it. Okay, maybe they don't want to take.
How about Asian nations, South American nations?
How about India? How about India? India, they have a huge Muslim population. Okay, India is right there.
Jide, your argument is all over the place. Okay, so is it you want a country with a huge Muslim country, or you want a country?
He only raising questions. He's not asking questions.
It's question because they're not making
because India
sense.
can be a member of OIC. Benin can be a member of OIC.
Jide, is it okay?
India is a member of Pakistan.
Jide,
we have millions of Muslims in India.
Jide, is it okay if the other person lands? We understand you have a problem. You're not going to drag the country out of the OIC, but let the other person land and let's have a discussion.
I don't care if Nigeria is
never know. He could be president, or he will be able to drag it. What do you mean he cannot?
All right, good luck. So
the president can.
Ulti, my point is this. He's saying, why aren't majority Caucasian Christian countries joining the OIC? Well, it could be they don't think they have, for example, the need to get loans because they can get favorable loans from maybe the European Union. Maybe they don't need technological advancements.
Okay,
Maybe
okay.
they
So
don't need
can
exchange.
I
Let me
stop you
finish.
there? Can I
Let me
stop you
finish.
there?
Let me
You've
finish.
made your point. Can I ask you
I
a
haven't
question?
made my point. Let me finish. So maybe they don't think they need to these exchanges in terms of technology or education.
Okay. Go on. Yes, I said.
You guys, you play too many games. Go ahead. You don't
Listen,
like
okay.
listening
Now
to
you made
people.
you made a point. Yes, because you've provided a possible reasons why countries, even with minority, and not to talk about majority Muslim, okay, but non-white, okay, could not be part of OIC, right? Even though by its very name, they should belong to the organization. And now the question I have for you is this: is it only because you keep on talking about the benefits? Are there only economic benefits? What this OIC membership is all about? Are there any other thing?
From what I read from the charter, they are not just economic benefits.
Economic?
It's more of a cooperation, social political cooperation to preserve and
cultural,
cultural, yes.
And
social, yes.
Okay, and what do you think that patents? What
to preserve Islamic values and culture.
All right. Oh, Islamic
which is
values,
not a bad thing. But
Islamic
the point
values.
is, the
And
religion itself can be imperialistic.
Hold on.
Christianity
Can you imagine
too.
what Islamic values?
That's my concern.
So that's the thing. So look. So it's not. Of course, they can say, look, this
they
is
have
about
an expansive
political
motive,
and economic, whatever. But undercurrent. So you talk about values, Islamic values and culture. What are we talking? Who is fooling who? Come on. Look. Anyway.
Father, where is your friend, half of Turkey? Where is he? I wanted to ask him another question, because he was saying now, Jide and forefathers, you read the charter of OIC. He came up with another story that the new charter of OIC, I wanted to ask him, can you show us the new charter of OIC that didn't say that majority Muslim are the people that are supposed to be members of OIC? He went away. That's the question I wanted to ask. Because when he was making a comment, he said they have rewrite their charter. But the charter we just read now from forefathers and from Jide is the same charter. So can he show us the new charter? If you can show us the new charter of OIC.
It's almost as if they have an ambition for West Africa, because
there's an agenda. There's an agenda.
In the Western Hemisphere, I'm worried.
Almost
I don't know.
all West African countries are listed in there.
There are no free lunches.
There is Togo, there is Benin Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia. All of them are all there. The ones that are Muslim majority or not, they are all there.
I can show you guys the map to see what I'm talking about. There is an expansive motive.
Of course, the fact that they have an expansive motive is not the question. Even NATO is expanding. The question is, what is our Mumu leaders doing to join those organizations? That's what you should be asking yourself. Because we know what Muslims have done to us on that continent. And yet our Mumu leaders rush to them again. And just as we rush to Igbo people, we keep rushing everywhere. Nobody has helped us ever. And we keep going to what I don't know why we keep joining organizations even. Why bother? Just pull out of this organization, because they are not doing anything for us, are they? What have they done for any of us? The only organization that seems to be working in favor of this in Nigeria right now is African Bank. To an extent, they are borrowing Nigeria money in this in China is giving Nigeria currency swap. All of the little things are the kind of things I look out for. But I don't know what Islamic OIC is doing for Nigeria.
I would encourage you to.
I don't know what Commonwealth is doing for Nigeria.
Square that with your strong country ideology, strong center.
Look at that.
Gentlemen, I think I've had a good time. I've had my fun.
Yeah, look at that. You want to start now? Yeah. We're going to be rounding up anyway, because it's work week now.
It's been a good.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Let me just greet the gentlemen that are here, the honorables, Jide, Oti, as always. Thank you for seeing you. It's been a while, Oti. Thank you for joining us. Jide too.
Yeah, but it's just time. No time for
So now, to the okay, thank you for joining us. Oti came for trouble today. Oti just came and started laughing at everybody. Oga Ike, thank you for joining us. I speak the truth. I see you there. AY, as always, thank you for joining us. We are the elite panels now. We are the elite panels. If you think you are not elite, it's you. You are not elite. That's why. This is the elite panel that we try to be truthful. We do try to be truthful to ourselves when we're having conversations. That's good. I have to thank the professor for joining us. And maybe as a moderator, I didn't do a very good job of, calling her in and asking her more questions. But I thought Dr. Davies has already asked her a lot of questions. I didn't want to start another interview with her again. So I don't want to duplicate our job. But thank you for joining us and staying with us. She stayed with us for quite a bit, listening to our conversation. That is also always a good thing. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there in the chat. Babajide or Folabi, I see you there too. I think you're also on the chat. Danny Azaya, I see you there. Dan Azaya, thank you for joining us, Dan Azaya. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to say everybody's name. Malam Ifi King, and quite a lot of people came to the Nanabash. One man, Nanabash donated. One man went to Mo, donated to Fumio, donated. Thank you for that, Fumio. £10. This one is a Canadian dollar, Don Anthony. Canadian dollar, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but I am sure it's respectable. It's Canada after all. Tibajek, thank you for the US dollar, $2, and Nanabash again. Oh my God, look at that. Donating and helping the channel move forward, including one man went to Modi. Man, everybody likes to hate. Let the election season come around and everything will become polarized again. Nobody wants to talk to each other anymore. So I hope you all have a great week ahead. And, I hope you all have a great week. Except if you guys have anything to say to Nigerians before we close out, just wish them well. And you want to say something? Anybody? Jide, you want to say something to Nigerians?
Yeah, I'll say I wish everyone well this week. I hope everything goes well with everyone. That's all I have to say. Nice
one. Now, Oti, any message for Nigerians?
Good week, everyone.
And well wishers all around the world.
Good week, everyone.
Thank you. Look at that, very brief. Tony, okay, do you have anything for Nigerians and well wishers?
Yes, thank you to the platform and those listening, those who have contributed. Keep the slack flying.
All right. Nice one. Oga Ike, anything for our people?
A blessed week for everybody, those in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. And we continue to pray for those that are being kidnapped and killed every day without committing any crime in Nigeria. We pray that Nigeria will become a better country. Anambra is trying to turn into a killing field. But we hope that the professor of economics will be able to run the state. But he has shown us that he's not ready, that he's going to be one-time governor. And I have no pity for him. I hope that things change for better for Nigeria.
Thank you for that. Half of Turkey is in Europe. Are you there? You have any wishes for Nigerians and the well wishers, including brothers overseas and all? AY, are you there? Any wishes for our people? If they are not there, I'm going to close out by saying thank you all for joining us, and I hope you all have a fruitful week ahead. You all go out there and do our people proud, because there is nothing else to be done other than to rise up and don't hold back. Personally, I would say don't hold back from anything. Nobody should tell you that that door should not be open, that you don't belong there. If you see Oyibo man, you look him in the eye and tell him, hey, we are here for ourselves, we are not here for you. And if you see Indian man, you tell him, stand there, stand attention. We have our own priorities. Our people are suffering. Anywhere you are, remember that our people are suffering, that they need our assistance, and we need our own assistance. Let's face it, we're all in a bad shape. Why do you think I'm here? You think I enjoy just sitting in Igbo man land? I probably would have preferred to stay in Nigeria and at least come here, study, and go back, but I can't. So let's just try to do better by ourselves and encourage each other to do better. That's all I can say. And all right, till next time, I will say goodbye to you all. And probably during the week I will try to stream again and get something going. All right. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.